Melania Trump's secrets have been laid bare, and the revelations could change everything. A hidden prenuptial agreement, a shocking act of betrayal, and a marriage built not just on love, but on the raw currency of power. Today we uncover 8 fascinating truths about Donald and Melania's union, with the final one guaranteed to leave you stunned. Before we dive into this captivating story, don't forget to hit that subscribe button and turn on the notification bell. That way you won't miss any of our exclusive stories about power, wealth, and the hidden truths behind the world's most talked about figures. Melania Trump is making an extraordinary return to the White House, and this time she arrives not as the cautious First Lady of 2017, but as a woman transformed, more confident, more experienced, and armed with a crystal-clear vision of her role. Just days before Donald Trump's second inauguration, she sat down with Fox and Friends, mapping out her plan for the next 4 years. Her presence in Washington will be stronger than ever, yet she insists her life will continue to revolve around the places closest to her heart: New York, Palm Beach, and above all, her son, Barron. Motherhood, she says, will always be her highest calling. Even during Trump's first term, she fiercely guarded Barron's privacy, keeping him far from the blinding glare of political life. Now, as Barron continues his studies at New York University's prestigious Stern School of Business, Melania balances her time between Washington and New York, ensuring he remains safe, steady, and shielded from unnecessary turmoil. But this time, she is not merely a protective mother or a reserved First Lady. She steps into a far more active role, one where she understands the political game in full and knows exactly how to navigate it. She is no longer the newcomer of 2017. The learning curve is over. She now grasps the rules and rituals of Washington's power structure. And more importantly, she is ready to assert her independence. People see me as the president's wife, but I stand on my own. I have my own thoughts. I don't always agree with my husband, and that's okay, she declared. Her stance is not just rhetoric. She has already shown she's unafraid to defy Trump. Her open support for abortion rights, a position in direct contrast to her husband, sent shockwaves through political circles. Beyond politics, Melania is determined to revive and expand her Be Best initiative, focused on children's well-being and online safety. This time, she openly criticizes those who failed to support her during Trump's first term. I invited all the major streaming platforms to the White House. I hosted roundtable discussions, but I didn't receive much support. Imagine what we could achieve if they worked with me, teaching children to protect themselves online, addressing mental health issues, and creating real change, she said, signaling a renewed push for serious impact. As she prepares to return to the most scrutinized First Lady role in the world, Melania makes it clear this will not be a repeat of her first term. She is setting her own agenda, playing by her own rules, and proving she is far more than a figure at her husband's side. Their love story was never a fairy tale. It began as a game of power, timing, and audacious moves. How could a single night at New York Fashion Week change Melania Trump's life forever? If you're a fan of Melania, comment Melania Trump below. This is the night that changed everything. It all began on a dazzling evening during the 1998 New York Fashion Week. Melania Trump, then an ambitious young model on the rise, walked into a lavish party, completely unaware that this would be the night to alter the course of her destiny. Across the room stood Donald Trump, accompanied by a glamorous blonde woman. Yet despite the glittering crowd, his gaze soon drifted toward Melania. Their first conversation unfolded naturally, as if they had known each other far longer than a few passing minutes. Donald, ever the charmer, asked about her time in New York, her roots in Slovenia, and her travels around the world. For Melania, it was simply polite small talk. After all, the man was there with someone else. But as the introductions wrapped up, something unexpected happened. The moment his date stepped away, Donald seized his chance. He turned to Melania and asked for her phone number. But Melania was not the type to be swept away so easily. Instead of handing over her number like countless women before, she flipped the script. "Why don't you give me yours?" she suggested. Her boldness caught Donald off guard, but it intrigued him. He agreed with a smile, scribbling his number on a business card and handing it to her, with one condition: she had to promise to call. No one knows exactly how long Trump waited, But soon after, he invited her on a weekend trip to tour a vast property he was considering transforming into a golf course. When he arrived to pick her up in a sleek black Mercedes, it was clear this was no ordinary first date. Half business, half pleasure, Melania would later recall with a smile. At the time, Donald was still in the midst of his separation from his second wife, actress Marla Maples. He didn't hide it. He spoke openly about the ongoing divorce and about his children. Melania did not flinch. Their connection was undeniable, and by 1998, their romance was no longer a secret. It was the beginning of a relationship that would soon captivate the entire world, paving the way for one of the most talked about marriages in modern history. Lavish and magnificent, the wedding of Donald and Melania was more than just a ceremony. It was a real-life fairy tale. But what really happened behind the scenes? Let's step inside the story. Inside Trump's $35 million wedding, a dazzling display of wealth and power, it was a celebration that looked as if it had been plucked from the pages of a fairy tale. But it was real, and it unfolded in a setting of pure opulence. In 2005, Donald Trump and Melania Trump exchanged vows in a breathtaking ceremony at the historic Episcopal Church of Bethesda by the Sea in Palm Beach, Florida. Donald, ever the showman, initially wanted the wedding to be broadcast live on NBC, but Melania had other plans. She insisted on keeping it private, ensuring their big day would remain intimate, at least as intimate as a $1 million celebration could be. That night, Melania was the undisputed star, wearing a stunning off-the-shoulder satin gown by Dior. The craftsmanship was extraordinary. 28 seamstresses spent over 550 hours hand-embroidering and beading every intricate detail. The result? A masterpiece weighing an astonishing 60 pounds, at 27 kilon, and valued at more than $100,000. Instead of carrying a traditional bouquet, she chose something even more meaningful. A delicate family heirloom, a strand of gemstones adorned with rose motifs elegantly wrapped around her wrist. The celebration continued at the Mar-a-Lago estate, transformed into a Versailles-inspired palace after Donald poured $35 million into renovations, including $7 million worth of 24-karat gold leafing alone. And the guest list? Pure star power. Over 350 attendees from the Clintons to Simon Cowell, Billy Joel, and Elton John gathered to witness the spectacle. But the true showstopper? The wedding cake. A towering 7-tier chocolate masterpiece, draped in white and gold, weighing nearly 200 pounds and valued at over $50,000. As a parting gift, guests received miniature replicas of the cake, a sweet keepsake from a night they would never forget. And of course, there was the ring, the ultimate symbol of extravagance. Donald proposed with a stunning 12-karat Graf diamond, worth an astonishing $1.5 million. The entire event was meticulously orchestrated by New York's legendary event planner Preston Bailey, who described Melania's vision as elegant but never overdone. The venue bloomed with oceans of fresh white flowers and flickering candlelight, creating a dreamlike, almost ethereal atmosphere. This was not just a wedding, it was a statement, a spectacle, and a bold reminder that when the Trumps do something, they do it bigger than anyone else. A love story wrapped in diamonds, gold, and history, their wedding remains one of the most talked about celebrations of all time. Private bedrooms, distant body language, and countless whispers. Are Donald and Melania truly happy, or is their marriage just a carefully staged performance? The truth might surprise you, the truth about Melania and Donald Trump's marriage. For years, Melania Trump's relationship with Donald Trump has been a source of endless fascination, surrounded by speculation about its true nature. From public appearances to insider whispers, every detail sparks curiosity. And some revelations are far more shocking than you might imagine. One of the most surprising revelations? It's said that Melania and Donald Trump don't even share the same bedroom, not even when they're in the same city. According to sources close to the couple, they have maintained a completely separate sleeping arrangement for years, something many find unusual for such a high-profile marriage. They have separate bedrooms. They never sleep together at night, one insider revealed, painting a picture of a relationship that lacks the intimacy most would expect. Another source even described Melania as feeling lonely and emotionally distant, adding yet another layer of mystery to their marriage. Their lifestyle is nothing short of royal, yet it's a kind of royalty that keeps them apart. So, Donald begins his day at 5:30 in the morning, glued to the news and scrolling through social media, while Melania's mornings revolve entirely around caring for their son, Barron. They rarely cross paths. Even their leisure time couldn't be more different. Donald spends his days on the golf course or entertaining politicians and business tycoons at Mar-a-Lago, while Melania seldom appears by his side. Naturally, such distance has fueled endless rumors about infidelity. For years, Donald Trump has faced accusations of affairs with second-tier models, yet through the storm of tabloid headlines, Melania has remained silent. When whispers emerged that they even dined separately inside the White House, her spokesperson, Stephanie Grisham, quickly denied the claims. But by then, the public had already drawn its own conclusion. Something in this marriage didn't seem right. Melania has always been deeply private, preferring to keep as far away from Donald's political world as possible. A close friend once said bluntly, "Melania wants as little to do with Donald as possible. She doesn't care about him being president or any of his political activities." And when they do appear together, the lack of warmth is undeniable. No gentle touches, no hand-holding, just two people sitting side by side, their body language as distant as their separate lives. This only strengthens the belief that their marriage is more of a strategic alliance than a deeply emotional connection. Time and again, cameras have caught Melania seemingly avoiding Donald's attempts at affection. Who could forget the viral moments when she brushed his hand away or walked ahead of him, appearing indifferent to his presence? These subtle yet telling gestures only fuel more questions about her true feelings. But perhaps the most striking moment came after the heartbreaking loss of Melania's mother. A time of deep sorrow when Donald seemed emotionally distant, offering little visible support to his grieving wife. Many see this as proof that their relationship lacks the warmth and intimacy a marriage should hold. Melania's emotional distance has only fueled speculation that she intentionally keeps herself apart, making just enough public appearances to preserve appearances while concealing her true feelings. Their marriage, outwardly perfect, wealthy, powerful, prestigious, hides underneath a far more complex, unconventional, and often puzzling reality. The world may never truly know the full story behind Donald and Melania's relationship, but one thing is certain: it's anything but simple. Whether it's a carefully calculated arrangement or a deep, unconventional love story, the Trump marriage remains one of the most talked about enigmas in modern political history. And now Melania has just dropped a political bombshell, one that could change the entire course of the 2024 election. Is she pulling away from Trump? Or is this all part of a much bigger plan? The shocking moves of Melania and Trump in politics have left many stunned. In her upcoming memoir, Melania breaks her long silence on abortion rights. And here's the twist: she does not stand with her husband. While Donald Trump claims credit for overturning Roe v. Wade, allowing states to impose strict abortion bans, Melania argues that women should have full control over their own bodies. A leaked excerpt published by The Guardian reveals her bold stance, questioning why anyone outside of women themselves should decide on such personal choices. Her words resonate far more with the Democratic Party, creating an unexpected rift with Trump's Republican base. And the timing? Just weeks before the election. Some analysts are calling this the ultimate October surprise, a last-minute revelation that could sway key swing states. But is this truly a problem for Trump, or could it actually work in his favor? Some believe it softens his image in the eyes of moderates, making him seem less extreme. Others argue it will change nothing, pointing out that previous First Ladies have held differing views without triggering any political fallout. One thing is certain: this is no coincidence. Melania has kept herself largely out of the spotlight during most of Trump's 2024 campaign, yet now she's commanding attention on her own terms. Is this a carefully calculated move to aid Trump, or has she finally decided to speak her truth? What do you think? Is Melania making a power play, or is this a heartfelt stance? Before saying "I do," Melania had to sign a prenuptial agreement. But what exactly was in it? Could this contract determine the fate of their marriage if they split? The secret prenuptial agreement between Melania and Trump. Before Melania Trump married Donald Trump in 2005, he laid out a clear condition. She had to sign a prenuptial agreement, While the details remain undisclosed, Business Insider notes that such agreements typically protect cash, real estate, and other high-value assets. And here's the twist. These agreements can be renegotiated and adjusted as the couple's wealth grows. Back in 2016, when Trump won the presidency, Melania didn't immediately move into the White House. She claimed it was to allow Barron to finish his schooling, but journalist Mary Jordan revealed in The Art of Her Deal that Melania used that time to renegotiate the prenup. Her priority? Ensuring Barron had the same financial rights and inheritance as Trump's older children. And when she finally moved to Washington, it became clear. Melania Trump had achieved exactly what she had envisioned. But let's be honest, Melania Trump is not just a former First Lady. She is, in every sense of the word, a self-made millionaire. With an estimated net worth of around $70 million, she built her fortune through her own business ventures, strategic investments, and high-profile deals. She also owns real estate in New York worth between $500,000 and $1 million, separate from the sprawling Trump empire. And when it comes to luxury, Melania spares no expense. She has been seen wearing a Dolce & Gabbana floral coat valued at $51,500, a Michael Kors ensemble worth nearly $10,000, and a Monique Lhuillier gown priced at $7,995. Even her casual wear costs more than most people's monthly salary. A Gucci coat priced at $3,701, a Del Pozo dress worth $2,150, and of course her iconic collection of Hermes Birkin handbags, Manolo Blahnik heels, and Christian Louboutin stilettos. Her passion for luxury doesn't end with fashion. Her personal car collection is worth over $2 million, featuring a $600,000 Mercedes McLaren, a $500,000 Rolls-Royce Phantom, and rare classics like the Mercedes 220 SE Ponton and Rolls-Royce Silver Cloud. For years, whispers about Melania's prenuptial agreement have fueled public fascination, especially after Trump's former aide Omarosa claimed she was counting down the minutes until she could divorce him. Legal experts suggest that if the couple were to part ways, Trump would keep the bulk of his fortune, while Melania would walk away with her jewelry, full custody of Barron, and a massive financial settlement. One thing is certain, this is no ordinary marriage. And if that prenup were ever made public, it could spark one of the most talked about divorce settlements in history. Being part of the Trump family comes with a strict rule book, from no smoking, no drinking, no drugs, to lessons in disciplined appreciation for wealth. This is how Melania and Donald are shaping the next generation of Trumps. The strict parenting rules of Melania and Donald. From the moment Barron Trump was born in 2006, his life was anything but ordinary. As the only child of Donald and Melania Trump, he grew up in a world where opulence was the norm. Yet despite the wealth that surrounded him, Melania was determined to give her son more than just material abundance. She wanted him to grow up disciplined, grounded, and fully prepared for the heavy expectations of the Trump legacy. When Donald Trump became president, Melania made an unusual choice. She and Barron remained in New York rather than immediately moving to the White House. Her top priority? Stability. Even after they eventually relocated to Washington, she fiercely guarded Barron's privacy, shielding him from the relentless media storm and keeping his focus on his education. She personally oversaw her son's education, starting with homeschooling before eventually enrolling him in the prestigious St. Andrew's Episcopal School in Maryland. Despite having a large staff at her disposal, Melania remained hands-on, even cooking for her son, a rare gesture in billionaire households. Meanwhile, Donald Trump approached parenting with a very different, yet equally strategic mindset. For him, raising children wasn't about handing them wealth. It was about teaching them how to earn it. He followed what he called the 3 no's: no smoking, no drinking, and no drugs. From an early age, he instilled in his children the belief that no one in life would simply give them anything. His philosophy was brutally simple. If you don't make money, you have nothing to spend. Unlike many billionaires who spoil their children, Trump made sure his kids understood the value of hard work, pushing them to build their own success. And the result? A new generation of Trumps. Business-savvy, independent, and determined to protect the family legacy. Donald Trump didn't just raise children, he built a dynasty. Love him or hate him, one thing is undeniable. The Trump family was built to last. What do you think about Donald and Melania's marriage and the way they raise their children? Tell us in the comments below. Don't forget to like this video and subscribe to our channel for more fascinating stories about the world's most extraordinary people. Thank you for watching. The closely guarded secret of Melania Trump has finally been pulled into the light, and with it comes a question that could shake the very foundation of her world. Could this revelation destroy everything she has built? Behind the polished smiles and the glittering facade of one of America's most high-profile marriages lies a hidden prenuptial agreement, whispered betrayals, and a lingering doubt that refuses to fade. Was this union meticulously crafted as a fortress of political power and influence? Or was it born from something far rarer in their world? True, unshakable love. Today we step beyond the headlines and into the private chambers of the Trump marriage, uncovering 8 captivating truths that few have dared to speak aloud. Each revelation peels back another layer, exposing the passion, the strategy, the fractures, and the resilience at the heart of their story. And when we arrive at the final truth, it may just change the way you see them forever. Melania Trump's return to the White House. A remarkable transformation. Melania Trump is making a powerful return to the White House, but this time she steps onto the stage with more confidence, more experience, and a crystal-clear vision for her role. Just days before Donald Trump's second inauguration, she appeared on Fox and Friends, speaking with rare openness about her plans for the next 4 years. She promised that her presence in Washington would be stronger and more visible than before. Yet, one truth remains unchanged. Her life will always revolve around the places closest to her heart: New York, Palm Beach, and above all, her son Barron. For Melania, the role of a mother has always been more than a title. It is her highest calling. Even during Trump's first term, she fought fiercely to protect Barron's privacy, keeping him far from the blinding lights of politics. Now, as Barron continues his studies at New York University's prestigious Stern School of Business, Melania splits her time between Washington and New York, making sure he has both stability and security. But this time, she is no longer just the protective mother or the discreet first lady. She is stepping into a far more dynamic role, one where she fully understands the political landscape and knows exactly how to navigate it. She is no longer the first lady the world saw in 2017. The getting acquainted phase is over. Today, Melania knows the rules of the game and how to bend them when needed. What fascinating of all is her readiness to assert her independence. People see me as the president's wife, but I stand on my own feet. I have my own thoughts. I don't always agree with my husband, and that's okay, she declared, her tone calm but unwavering. Those words are not just for show. She has already proven she is unafraid to take a stance that clashes with Trump's. Her public support for abortion rights, a position directly opposing her husband's, sent ripples through the political world. At the same time, she is determined to revive and expand her Be Best initiative with a renewed focus on children's well-being and online safety. This time, however, her approach comes with an edge. She openly criticized those who failed to support her during the first term. I invited all the major streaming platforms to the White House. I hosted roundtable discussions, but I didn't receive much support. Imagine what we could achieve if they worked with me, teaching kids how to protect themselves online, addressing mental health challenges, and making a real impact, she said, hinting at a more forceful campaign to come. Now, as she prepares to once again take on one of the most scrutinized roles in the world, Melania is making one thing clear. This will not be a repeat of her first term. She is setting her own agenda, playing by her own rules, and proving she is far more than the woman standing beside the president. Their love story did not begin like a fairy tale. It began as a game of power, timing, and bold moves. How could one night at New York Fashion Week change Melania's life forever? Drop a comment saying Melania Trump if you admire them, and let's take a closer look at this extraordinary journey. Melania and Donald Trump's first meeting, the fateful night that changed everything. It was the kind of night that only New York City could create. A glittering evening of high fashion, flashing cameras, and whispered conversations between the powerful and the beautiful. The year was 1998, and the location was the Kit Kat Club during New York Fashion Week. Donald Trump, already a well-known real estate mogul and celebrity figure, arrived with a reputation for making grand entrances. Melania Trump, a striking Slovenian model with a quiet elegance and piercing gaze, was there not to chase the spotlight, but to work, observe, and stay in control of her own narrative. Fate intervened when Donald's date for the evening momentarily stepped away, giving him the chance to approach Melania. But what happened next was not the swooning love-at-first-sight moment one might expect. When Donald asked for her number, Melania refused, not out of disinterest, but out of self-respect. "I'm not giving you my number," she reportedly told him. "You give me yours, and I will decide if I call." That boldness, that refusal to be just another name in his contact list, sparked something in Donald Trump. For weeks, the calls went unanswered, and when she finally agreed to meet him, it wasn't over champagne in a penthouse suite. It was a low-key date that revealed a different side of Donald, one that intrigued Melania enough to let him in. That single night in 1998 marked the beginning of a courtship that would span years, survive public scrutiny, and eventually lead to a marriage that has endured some of the most intense political and personal storms imaginable. Looking back, it wasn't just a glamorous encounter, it was a collision of two worlds. The ambitious model determined to garner independence, and the businessman who was used to getting what he wanted. Neither could have known that their first conversation would set into motion a story that would take them all the way to the White House, inside the $35 million Trump wedding, a celebration of unmatched luxury and power. It wasn't just a wedding, it was a declaration to the world. On January 22, 2005, Donald Trump and Melania Trump exchanged vows in a ceremony that shimmered with more than just romance. It was a display of opulence, influence, and an unspoken message that their union was as much about power as it was about love. The setting was nothing short of breathtaking. The historic Episcopal Church of Bethesda by the Sea in Palm Beach, Florida. Inside, golden pews gleamed under the soft flicker of candlelight. Towering arrangements of pure white flowers filled the air with a delicate fragrance, and every shadow and sparkle seemed lit for a movie scene. This was no ordinary love story. It was a marriage blessed not only by the church, but by the unmistakable halo of wealth, prestige, and the promise of a shared empire. Melania, stepping into the church like a queen in her own modern-day fairy tale, wore a custom-made Dior haute couture wedding gown worth an astonishing $100,000. The masterpiece took over 550 hours to complete and weighed nearly 60 pounds, hand-embroidered with thousands of sparkling crystals and delicate pearls. Her 5-meter silk veil trailed behind her like a river of light, a vision so breathtaking that guests audibly gasped as she walked down the aisle. When the vows were spoken and the church bells rang, the 450 guests, a guest list that read like a who's who of politics, Hollywood, and the global elite, were escorted to Mar-a-Lago, Trump's palatial estate. There, every detail screamed extravagance. French lace tablecloths, flowers flown in from Europe, and hundreds of bottles of vintage Dom Pérignon champagne waiting to be uncorked. The wedding cake alone was a legend in the making. A towering 7-tier confection, standing nearly 5 feet tall, weighing over 200 pounds, and adorned with 24-karat gold leaf and thousands of handcrafted sugar flowers. The menu featured beluga caviar, Wagyu beef, and culinary creations from world-class chefs, each dish plated like edible art. Entertainment flowed seamlessly between live performances from a full symphony orchestra and surprise guest appearances from celebrated singers, turning the night into an experience that was part royal ball, part Hollywood spectacle. Every moment was captured by top photographers, ensuring the night would live on not only in memory, but in history. With a reported cost of $35 million, the Trump wedding wasn't merely about two people joining their lives. It was a declaration. It cemented Donald and Melania's image as one of America's most formidable power couples. In a world where wealth and influence often go hand in hand, their wedding became the ultimate showcase of how love, when intertwined with power, can create a celebration that the world will never forget. The truth behind Melania and Donald Trump's happy marriage. From the outside, the marriage of Donald Trump and Melania might look like a modern American fairy tale. A powerful billionaire and a stunning model walking hand in hand at glittering events, smiling for the cameras, and presenting a united front to the world. But behind the golden curtain lies a far more complex reality, where love, power, strategy, and even distance weave together in intricate ways. Melania, a fiercely private woman, rarely opens up about her personal life. Yet the glimpses she has allowed reveal that she and Donald are not always inseparable. Even during her time as First Lady, she often spent extended periods in New York or Palm Beach, instead of remaining in Washington full-time. This sparked persistent questions in the press. Are they living separate lives, even within the same marriage? One recurring point of intrigue is the prenuptial agreement. Reportedly a detailed and carefully negotiated document designed to protect Melania's interests, and more importantly, those of their only son, Barron. According to sources, the agreement goes beyond finances, allegedly touching on public image, official roles, and personal privacy. But to view the Trump marriage purely through the lens of money and legalities would be to miss an essential truth. This union has endured storms that have sunk other high-profile couples. From headline-grabbing scandals and the crushing pressures of political life to stark differences in personality and worldview, Melania and Donald have managed to maintain a united public front, at least when the cameras are rolling. For Melania, happiness may not align with the traditional definition. She has been blunt in her self-assessment. People look at me and think I am just the president's wife, but I have my own mind, my own life, and I know what is important to me. Perhaps the secret to their marriage is that both understand exactly what the other expects, and neither tries to change the other. So is this a marriage built on love, on strategy, or on a careful combination of both? Only Melania and Donald know the real answer, but one thing is certain: their happiness is not the naive fairy tale many imagine. It is a calculated, disciplined, and at times cool-headed partnership, crafted to survive in the rarefied and ruthless world of power. Melania Trump has just made a move so bold, so unexpected, that it could send shockwaves through the 2024 presidential race. In her soon-to-be-released memoir, Melania breaks years of public silence on one of the most divisive issues in American politics: abortion rights. And to everyone's surprise, she does not stand with her husband. While Donald Trump has repeatedly taken credit for overturning Roe v. Wade, the landmark ruling that once protected a woman's right to choose, and for enabling states to impose some of the strictest abortion bans in decades, Melania strikes a sharply different tone. She insists that women should have full, unquestionable control over their own bodies. A leaked excerpt obtained by The Guardian reveals her unflinching stance, posing a piercing question: why should anyone but the woman herself have the power to decide something so deeply personal? Her words echo far more closely with Democratic values than with the Republican base, creating a rare and startling political divide inside the Trump orbit. And the timing? Chillingly precise, mere weeks before Election Day. Political analysts are already calling it an October surprise, the kind of last-minute revelation that could sway the critical swing states and potentially alter the outcome of the race. Still, the real impact remains fiercely debated. Some argue that this could soften Trump's hardline image, making him more palatable to moderate and undecided voters. Others dismiss it as political theater, pointing out that past First Ladies have occasionally voiced opinions at odds with their husbands without triggering any significant political fallout. One thing is certain: this was no accident. Melania has remained largely absent from the spotlight throughout much of Trump's 2024 campaign. But now she has stepped onto the front page in her own way, with her own voice. Is this a calculated move to help Trump by broadening his appeal? Or is Melania, at long last, speaking her unfiltered truth? The secret prenuptial agreement between Melania and Donald Trump. Before walking down the aisle in 2005, Melania Trump had to agree to one very clear condition from Donald Trump: signing a prenuptial agreement. The exact terms remain closely guarded, but as Business Insider notes, such agreements typically aim to safeguard wealth, real estate holdings, and other high-value assets. Interestingly, these contracts aren't set in stone. They can be renegotiated, often adjusted to reflect the couple's expanding fortunes. In 2016, when Donald Trump won the presidency, Melania didn't immediately move into the White House. Publicly, she explained her decision as wanting Barron to finish his school year in New York. But journalist Mary Jordan revealed in her book, The Art of Her Deal, that Melania used this delay to renegotiate the prenuptial terms. Her top priority? Ensuring Barron's financial rights and inheritance matched those of his half-siblings. And judging by her eventual move to Washington, it seems safe to say she got exactly what she wanted. Melania Trump is more than just a former First Lady. She's a self-made millionaire with an estimated net worth of around $70 million from business ventures, investments, and endorsement deals. She also owns New York real estate, valued between $500,000 and $1 million, entirely separate from Trump's assets. When it comes to luxury, Melania is unapologetically indulgent. She's been spotted in a $5,100 Dolce & Gabbana floral coat, a $10,000 Michael Kors ensemble, and a $7,995 Monique Lhuillier gown. Even her casual outfits cost more than most people's monthly salaries. A $3,701 Gucci coat, a $2,950 Del Pozo dress, plus an inviolable collection of Hermes Birkin bags and shoes by Manolo Blahnik and Christian Louboutin. Her taste for opulence extends to her cars. A $2 million collection that includes a $600,000 Mercedes McLaren, a $500,000 Rolls-Royce Phantom, and classics like the Mercedes 220 SE Ponton and Rolls-Royce Silver Cloud. For years, rumors about the Trump's prenuptial agreement have swirled in the press. Former aide Omarosa once claimed Melania was counting every minute until she could divorce. Legal experts speculate that if the marriage ended, Trump would keep the bulk of his fortune, while Melania would leave with her entire jewelry collection, full custody of Barron, and a massive financial settlement. One thing is certain, this is no kind of ordinary marriage. And if the details of that contract were ever leaked, it could spark one of the most talked about separations in modern history: the strict parenting rules of Melania and Donald Trump. From the moment Barron Trump was born in 2006, his life was anything but ordinary. As the only son of Donald and Melania, Barron grew up surrounded by extraordinary wealth and privilege. But Melania was determined that her son would receive more than just material abundance. She wanted Barron to have discipline, humility, and the resilience to bear the weight of the Trump name. The Trump family established clear rules: no smoking, no drinking, no drugs, paired with lessons in tough love about money and responsibility. For Melania, success was not defined by inherited wealth, but by independence and strength of character. When Donald Trump took office as president, Melania made an unusual decision, and to remain in New York with Barron rather than immediately move into the White House. Her priority was stability, ensuring that her son's life and education would not be abruptly disrupted. Even after moving to Washington, she continued to shield Barron from the media spotlight, focusing on his studies and keeping him away from political activities. Melania took on a hands-on parenting role, something rare for someone in her position. She personally homeschooled Barron for a time before enrolling him at the prestigious St. Andrew's Episcopal School in Maryland. Despite having a large household staff, she would occasionally cook for her son herself, something almost unheard of in billionaire households. Donald Trump's parenting style, meanwhile, was strong-willed and business-oriented. He enforced the 3 prohibitions: no smoking, no drinking, and no drugs, while stressing that wealth must be earned, not simply handed down. His children were taught from a young age that if they didn't earn money, they wouldn't have any to spend. This philosophy has shaped a new generation of Trumps who are ambitious, business-minded, and loyal to the family brand. Whether people see Donald and Melania as a couple living largely separate lives, as individuals managing their own spheres, or as pragmatic partners in a power arrangement, they have nonetheless cultivated the image of a family that values discipline, both in their marriage and in their parenting. Their approach blends calculated public appearances, discreet agreements, and a strong emphasis on self-reliance for the next generation. She's back at the White House, but this time everything is different. Melania Trump, once known for her graceful silence and carefully measured public appearances, has stepped back into the spotlight. Now, once again, the First Lady of the United States, she is no longer staying quiet. After years of mystery, subtle gestures, and cryptic statements, Melania is finally lifting the veil, revealing what no one ever expected. Before we dive into today's story, don't forget to hit that like button, subscribe to the channel, and turn on the notification bell so you never miss an update. And hey, leave us a comment below to let us know what you think about the Trump family's future. Your voice matters. In a rare and candid interview with 5 hosts on Fox News, Melania opened up like never before. She discussed her brand new memoir, promising to reveal everything, not just about her personal journey, but about the man she has stood beside for decades. But what exactly did she mean by everything? Her words weren't vague, they were explosive. From shocking controversies to previously unknown insights about Donald Trump himself, Melania's revelations have sent shockwaves through fans, critics, and political insiders alike. What she's about to share isn't just a personal reflection, it's a reckoning. For the first time, we are getting a raw, unfiltered perspective from the woman who arguably knows Donald Trump better than anyone else alive. Her voice is calm but firm. Her tone is measured, yet unmistakably resolute. Melania says it's time, but what is she really trying to tell us? The former model-turned-first lady is no longer content to stand quietly behind her husband. This time, she's stepping forward with her own message, her own voice, and a book that's already generating headlines. Just weeks before the election, Melania appeared on Fox News with a level of clarity we rarely see from her. She spoke passionately about freedom, especially personal freedom, and emphasized the importance of individual choice and the danger of allowing the government to dictate private decisions. And most notably, she took a strong stance on one of America's most divisive issues: women's reproductive rights. The timing couldn't be more significant. As her husband faces mounting criticism over his conservative stance on reproductive issues, Melania's bold words have rocked both sides of the political aisle. But she didn't stop there. In her memoir, she further solidifies her views, stating that motherhood should always be a choice, never an obligation, and certainly never a mandate from the state. This is more than just a personal opinion. It feels like a declaration. It's bold, it's calculated, and it's shaking up political assumptions about the woman once deemed silent. So what's really going on? Is Melania reaching out to moderate voters? Is she carving out her own legacy, separate from Donald's? Or is this the subtle rebellion of a woman who has played the quiet game for far too long? From behind-the-scenes power plays to quiet acts of resistance, Melania's story is more complex than we ever imagined. And now, with her voice finally unleashed, she may be the one to change everything, not just for Donald Trump, but for the political future of America. This is the story Melania has just begun to reveal. A silent storm brewing for years, now finally breaking the surface. Melania versus Trump, a family divided not just by politics, but by vision, values, and voice. For so long, Melania Trump was seen as the embodiment of loyalty, graceful, composed, and consistently standing a few steps behind her husband. She rarely spoke on policy, and when she did, her words were cautious, diplomatic, and aligned with Donald's message. But this time, something is different. The rules of the game seem to have changed. In an eye-opening interview with Fox and Friends, Melania reflected on her first term as First Lady, not with nostalgia, but with a calm assertion that she had always remained true to herself, even when the public failed to understand her. She spoke of the lack of support she felt, the isolation, and her excitement for a new term filled with intention, purpose, and vision. It didn't sound like a polite nod to the future. It sounded like a promise, or maybe a warning. And then came the memoir. Melania's long-awaited book dropped like a political thunderbolt. Her bold views on abortion, personal freedom, and government overreach weren't softened by careful phrasing or political caution. They were sharp, unapologetic, and completely at odds with her husband's campaign platform. Donald Trump's stance on abortion has been firm and long-standing. He has championed strict state laws, conservative judges, and has repeatedly declared that overturning Roe v. Wade was not just necessary, but a victory. That position has earned him deep loyalty from far-right conservatives. And yet, standing just feet away from him, Melania was delivering a message that sounded like it came from an entirely different party. In her words, Through pages of her memoir and interviews alike, Melania places abortion not in the hands of government or politics, but in the hands of the individual. She speaks of bodily autonomy, of choice, of a woman's right to define her own path. And she does so with confidence, not as a whisper behind closed doors, but as a declaration in front of the world. That striking contrast raises a question we can no longer ignore. If Melania is willing to publicly diverge from Donald Trump on something as monumental as abortion, then what else might she disagree with him on? Her tone may sound spontaneous, but the timing feels anything but accidental. Just weeks before a pivotal election, she voiced deeply personal, politically charged opinions that stand in clear contradiction to the party's platform, and then dismissed the backlash with unwavering calm, simply affirming that every individual has the right to make their own decisions. So what are we really witnessing? Is this bold independence a silent rebellion? Or is it something even more calculated, a carefully crafted message meant to sway the undecided female voters who remain skeptical of Donald Trump? Either way, this is not the Melania of 2016 or even 2020. This is not the reserved First Lady whose presence was defined by restraint. This is a woman emerging from the shadows, stepping onto the stage in her own right, declaring that she does not need Donald's permission to speak her mind. Or perhaps she does have his blessing. What if all of this is part of a broader strategic plan, a deliberate softening of Donald's image through Melania's more moderate voice? We don't know what goes on behind closed doors in their marriage. But what we do know is this: the world is watching closely. And in this political moment, perhaps more than ever before, it's impossible to separate the personal from the political, especially when your husband is one of the most controversial presidents in American history. So is Melania simply speaking her truth, or is she signaling something deeper about Donald Trump himself? Before we dive deeper into the true meaning behind her recent revelations, let's rewind. Let's revisit some of the most talked about moments from her time in the White House, starting with what may be her most symbolic act, her redesign of the White House Rose Garden. Elegant, minimalist, and deeply controversial, Melania Trump's redesign of the White House Rose Garden became an instant flashpoint, not for what it added, but for what it seemed to erase. Earlier versions of the garden were famous for their vibrant bursts of color, lush rose bushes, and sweeping beds of blooming life. It was a place that felt warm, classic, and deeply American. But Melania's interpretation was different. Her version was restrained, geometric, and deliberately muted in tone. Clean lines replaced wild growth. Precision overtook passion. It was exact, almost sterile, and it didn't go unnoticed. Critics, historians, and garden traditionalists pounced. Many accused Melania of erasing decades of American history with a single decision. One prominent presidential historian even went public, claiming her changes stripped away layers of national heritage. Rumors swirled that she had removed roses planted by former First Ladies, though this was later fact-checked and proven false. Still, the symbolic damage had already been done. Eventually, more vibrant flowers were planted again. And when Jill Biden stepped into the role of First Lady, efforts to restore the traditional garden aesthetics were quietly and swiftly put into motion. For many, it felt like a return to grace. But for those paying closer attention, it was clear. Melania's quiet message hadn't ended with the garden. Because then came the coat. It was June 2018. America was boiling. Images of children being separated from their parents at the southern border under the Trump administration's zero-tolerance immigration policy dominated the headlines. The country was angry, heartbroken, and split down the middle. And in the middle of that storm, Melania Trump boarded a plane to visit a child detention facility in Texas, wearing a khaki green jacket with 4 simple words printed on the back. "I really don't care, do you?" Profile visit from the First Lady. Melania Trump stepped out of her motorcade to tour the facility. But what caught the world's attention wasn't the visit itself. It was what she wore while getting on and off the plane. An olive green Zara jacket priced at just $49, with bold white letters scrawled across the back. "I really don't care, do you?" The backlash was swift and brutal. Critics exploded. Supporters scrambled. The internet went into a frenzy. Some called it careless. Others claimed it was a calculated move. Was it a jab at the media? A blind insult to the children she was supposed to comfort? Or was it something else entirely? The White House quickly stepped in to control the narrative. President Trump insisted the message was aimed at the press. Melania's team argued it was just a jacket. Nothing more, nothing less. But then Melania broke her silence, and her version contradicted both. She said the jacket was meant for her critics, those who relentlessly attacked her. It was not about the children, she clarified. It was about showing resilience against public shaming. Yet instead of calming the storm, her words fueled it even further, especially since she delivered that explanation during an interview taped on a trip to Kenya, wearing a crisp white shirt and a colonial-style pith helmet. That helmet, a symbol long associated with the European imperialism, sparked outrage from African historians and advocacy groups alike. 2 outfits, 2 global scandals. And yet, Melania Trump never flinched. If clothing is a statement, then hers said this loud and clear. She didn't care about the backlash. In fact, at times it seemed as though she welcomed it. This willingness to provoke wasn't new. Long before the jacket, before the garden redesign, before any memoirs, Melania had already shaken the political world by striking at the very heart of presidential legitimacy. The speech scandal, the plagiarism heard around the world. It was 2016. The Republican National Convention was underway, and all eyes were on Melania Trump as she stepped onto the stage. This was her moment, her formal political debut. Cameras flashed, the crowd roared. Melania, dressed in pristine white, delivered what many initially praised as a heartfelt speech on values, hard work, and the American dream. But by the next morning, applause had turned into outrage. Whispers of suspicion spread like wildfire. Something about the speech sounded familiar, too familiar. Sharp-eared reporters and keen observers quickly discovered the truth. Large portions of Melania's speech had been lifted, nearly word for word, from Michelle Obama's speech at the 2008 Democratic National Convention. There was one particular moment that captured the attention of the entire nation. Melania spoke passionately about wanting children across America to understand that their dreams and determination are the only limits to their success. The message, however, sounded eerily familiar. The rhythm, the tone, even the choice of words, nearly identical to Michelle Obama's iconic speech years earlier. There was no denying it. The internet exploded. Side-by-side comparison videos flooded social media. Memes spread like wildfire. Late-night talk shows turned it into headline comedy. At first, the Trump campaign followed its usual playbook: deny, deflect, and blame political opponents. Paul Manafort, then the campaign chairman, firmly dismissed the accusations of plagiarism, calling the outrage a manufactured smear. But behind closed doors, Melania knew something wasn't right. In her 2025 memoir, Melania finally addressed the controversy directly. She admitted she had drawn inspiration from Michelle Obama's speech, but insisted the similarities were unintentional. According to Melania, the real blame lay with her speechwriters, whom she felt had failed to properly vet the draft before she stepped on stage. Looking back, she expressed regret, not just for what happened, but for trusting others too blindly at such a crucial moment. But the scandal didn't fade quickly. It lingered. Not just because of the plagiarism itself, but because it raised a deeper, more uncomfortable question. Was Melania truly being herself, or was she simply playing a carefully crafted role? That question has never truly gone away. 2 outfits, 2 global scandals. Yet Melania never flinched. If fashion was a statement, then hers declared this loud and clear. She did not care about backlash. In fact, sometimes it seemed like she welcomed it. And this willingness to provoke wasn't new. Before the jacket, before the Rose Garden redesign, before the memoir, Melania had already drawn attention in a way that struck at the heart of presidential politics. The Melania speech scandal, the First Lady's plagiarism disaster. It was 2016, the Republican National Convention was underway, and all eyes were on Melania Trump as she stepped onto the stage. This was her grand moment, her formal political debut. Cameras flashed, the crowd roared, and Melania, dressed in pristine white, gave a speech many found sincere, about values, hard work, and the American dream. But by the next morning, applause had turned into accusation. Whispers turned into wildfire. Parts of Melania's speech sounded eerily familiar. Too familiar. Sharp-eared viewers and journalists quickly realized her speech mirrored Michelle Obama's 2008 Democratic National Convention address, almost word for word. And the noise didn't die down. In fact, it only grew louder, especially as Melania returned to the White House for a second term as First Lady. The nation was watching. Every move, every word, even every moment of silence was picked apart. But this time the public wanted more than just rehearsed speeches. They wanted answers. And some wanted them fast, especially about a name that refused to disappear from the internet: Jeffrey Epstein. Suddenly, the scrutiny wasn't just about fashion statements or past controversies. People demanded she break her silence on something much darker. And if there's one thing about Melania, it's that her silence always speaks volumes. She is someone who rarely seeks attention, yet somehow sparks intense reaction every time she appears. She moves softly, carefully, strategically, often slipping away from the camera's gaze. But when she speaks, people listen. They lean in, raise eyebrows, analyze every word, every pause, every possible motive beneath that calm, measured tone. And that's exactly what happened in early July 2025. After months of absence from public view, Melania reemerged with a carefully curated Instagram post, praising a new housing initiative to support American orphans. It was meant to be a quiet ceremony, a moment to honor progress, secured funding for vulnerable children, and the continuation of her Be Best initiative, which Melania Trump first launched during her husband's initial term in the White House. Originally centered on children's well-being, online safety, and the opioid crisis, the initiative was always viewed as well-meaning, yet somewhat vague. Critics often mocked the irony of Melania, the wife of one of the most aggressive social media users in history, spearheading an anti-cyberbullying campaign. And when Be Best awkwardly pivoted to fostering the future, a rebranding aimed at supporting children's transition into adulthood, many dismissed it as little more than superficial PR. Still, Melania pressed on. In her post, she thanked lawmakers for passing the legislation and framed the moment as a win for at-risk children. The graphic was polished. The caption was concise. On the surface, it was the kind of pleasant, PR-safe post that might earn a few nods and polite views. But this time, it ignited something else entirely. Almost immediately, the comment section exploded. What should have been a quiet policy victory turned into a digital battleground. Critics, trolls, political skeptics, and even former supporters swarmed the post, not with questions about funding or child development, but with something far more accusatory. They wanted answers about Jeffrey Epstein. Again and again, comments demanded the unsealing of documents related to the convicted sex offender. Not just the volume, but the intensity. Melania's polite tone and well-meaning message quickly found themselves caught in a storm of suspicion and fury. The glamorous surface of her Instagram post began to crack under the weight of online outrage. Some people dug up past controversies, like her infamous 2018 Zara jacket that read, "I really don't care. Do you?" which suddenly returned to the spotlight like a ghost from another era. Others went after her most polished strengths, her image, her brand, twisting them into harsh satire and biting criticism. The message was loud and clear. No amount of pastel hues or humanitarian phrases could drown out the hard questions people now demanded she answer. Behind the backlash was something deeper, a collective frustration that had been simmering for too long. And while Melania largely steered clear of political conflict, her husband remained at the fiery center of it all. Donald Trump, still one of the most polarizing figures of this generation, once again found himself under intense scrutiny as pressure mounted to release files connected to Jeffrey Epstein. Even some of his most loyal MAGA followers began to squirm, troubled by what they saw as his unwillingness to act decisively. Now Melania is caught in the storm. Things took a darker turn just weeks ago when a leaked internal testimony, allegedly from Melania herself, appeared to throw Ivanka Trump and Jared Kushner under the bus. Though she didn't name them directly, her vague yet cutting remarks sparked widespread speculation about deep tensions within the Trump family. The carefully preserved image of a united front is quickly unraveling. But despite mounting public criticism, Melania has remained completely silent. No comments, no clarifications, no official statements. She appears polished, poised, graceful, yet distant. And ironically, it's this very silence that's raising even more suspicions. Critics argue her calm demeanor is simply a shield, masking avoidance, denial, perhaps even fear. Her defenders insist she's misunderstood. But one thing is certain, everyone is watching her now more closely than ever before. The scrutiny has never been more intense. Because this is no longer just about real estate. It's not even just about Epstein anymore. The real question is, what does Melania know? And how far is she willing to go to keep it hidden? Every move she makes now carries weight. Every glance, every post, every pause is dissected like a clue. And with pressure mounting around her husband and those tied to Epstein's dark circle, people are starting to ask questions. Questions Melania might not want to answer, but the era of carefully curated captions and safe statements may be coming to an end. Some believe the truth isn't buried in sealed court files or closed-door testimonies. It might be hiding in plain sight, perhaps even in Melania's own words. Her long-anticipated memoir doesn't just peel back her public image. It opens a window into her often distant and complicated relationship with Donald Trump. What does Melania's memoir really reveal about Donald? Just when you think she's lifting the veil, her book delivers carefully selected lines, enough to spark headlines but never enough to satisfy real curiosity. Her portrayal of their marriage is striking in its restraint. She avoids romanticizing, steering clear of emotional highs and lows or dramatic confessions. Instead, the picture she paints is that of two people coexisting, sharing space, but not necessarily sharing emotions. They sound more like neighbors than soulmates. As described in her writing, their relationship feels rooted in tolerance more than intimacy. They each live their own lives under the same roof. And when it comes to sensitive topics like politics or religion, Melania makes it clear. Donald lets her think for herself, but it's not portrayed as warm or intimate. It's more neutral, as if they never expected to agree on everything, and they simply accepted that. There's a sense that neither of them tried to change the other. They just allowed their own views to exist, largely unaffected by emotion. She also makes it clear that she's not worried about how people view her husband because of her. In other words, she doesn't feel responsible for Donald Trump's public image, nor does she seem to care too much about what others think of him. However, when it comes to describing who Donald really is, her words are carefully crafted, almost elusive. She speaks about his drive, his passion, and his strong personality. But it sounds more like she's describing a public persona than a regular man. So it makes you wonder, is this really Donald Trump, or is it just the image he wants the world to believe? Sometimes it's what's left unsaid that tells the biggest story. What do you think? Share your thoughts in the comments below. Thanks for watching. If you found this video interesting, don't forget to like and subscribe, and stay tuned for the next video. It's coming up on your screen now. You never know what you might uncover next. She is often hailed as the most private and enigmatic First Lady in American history. Yet behind those calm, measured eyes and that understated, graceful smile lies an unseen world, a realm of limitless power, unrestrained luxury, and silent influence. From the dazzling fashion runways of Europe to billion-dollar skyscrapers piercing the Manhattan skyline, from private jets gliding across continents to secret estates hidden from public view, and the secluded splendor of the legendary Mar-a-Lago estate, Melania Trump lives in a reality reserved for the world's wealthiest elite. Before we dive into this captivating story, don't forget to hit that subscribe button and turn on the notification bell. That way you won't miss any of our exclusive stories about power, wealth, and the hidden truths behind the world's most talked about figures. This is not merely the tale of a political wife. This is the story of the woman behind Donald Trump. Elegant, reserved, profoundly thoughtful, and meticulously strategic. Welcome to the billionaire life of Donald Trump's wife. In this rarefied world, Melania Trump is more than a former First Lady. She stands as one of the most discreet and refined women in modern American history. As the life partner of Donald J. Trump, the real estate tycoon and former U.S. president, she has lived a life steeped in grandeur, historic estates, opulent residences, and global influence at her fingertips. Yet behind the glitter and gold lies a life shaped by careful, deliberate moves, not defined solely by wealth, but by control, privacy, and an unwavering presence that commands respect. Take, for instance, her palace in the clouds, the Trump Tower penthouse, a golden jewel high above Manhattan. Before the White House, this was Melania's royal domain, a sprawling 3-floor residence valued at over $100 million. More than just a home, it is a bold statement, an enduring symbol of Trump-style extravagance, inspired by the opulence of France's Palace of Versailles. Inside, 24-karat gold accents gleam under the light of colossal crystal chandeliers. Marble floors stretch from room to room, each surface reflecting an aura of wealth. Hand-painted ceilings adorned with cherubs rise above, while towering columns glisten with pure gold leaf. Her private suite includes a walk-in closet as large as a full apartment, a dedicated beauty salon for her personal rituals, and a full-time staff to preserve every detail in flawless perfection. From this gilded sanctuary on Fifth Avenue, Melania nurtured and raised Barron Trump, while quietly managing her own business ventures and meticulously curating her public image. Every detail, from the way she appeared in front of cameras to the projects she endorsed, was carefully orchestrated. Next comes Mar-a-Lago, known as the Winter White House in Palm Beach, Florida. More than just an estate, it is an enduring symbol. Built in the 1920s by heiress Marjorie Merriweather Post, this 20-acre, about 8-hectare property spans 126 rooms, perfectly positioned between the Atlantic Ocean and the Intracoastal Waterway. As First Lady, Melania hosted world leaders here, including the Prime Minister of Japan, amid soaring white columns and the gentle, salty breeze from the sea. After Donald Trump's presidency ended, this haven became her private fortress, secure, opulent, and entirely her own. Her private quarters are completely separate from Donald's offices and public areas, allowing her absolute control over her space and her time. Then there is the wardrobe of a billionaire First Lady. Melania's fashion was never random. It was a language, a code of status, elegance, and power woven into fabrics and silhouettes. Her multi-million-dollar collection includes custom gowns from Dior, Dolce & Gabbana, Valentino, and Ralph Lauren, each tailored precisely to her statuesque frame. Her accessories whisper exclusivity: Hermes Birkin bags crafted from rare leathers, timeless Chanel classics, and the unmistakable scarlet soles of Christian Louboutin heels. Every public appearance is deliberate. Every glance, every silent message, and every fashion choice reminds the world that this is a woman who understands the art of power without uttering a word. Among her most coveted pieces are those that define global luxury itself: Hermes Birkin bags, classic Chanel designs, and the iconic red-soled heels by Christian Louboutin. In 2010 at the G7 summit in Italy, she famously wore a floral Dolce & Gabbana coat worth $51,500, transforming an outfit into a statement seen around the world. Critics may have called it excessive, but for Melania, that moment cemented her image as a modern icon of unapologetic, unmistakable luxury. Unlike most First Ladies, she never relied on a stylist. Every dress, every coat, every pair of heels was chosen by her own hand. Her wardrobe was not merely fashion, it was a tool, a weapon of subtle yet deliberate communication. Some of those messages were political, others deeply personal. But all of them bore the unmistakable stamp of Melania. Alongside her clothes came the trappings of her billionaire lifestyle: private jets, armored motorcades, and globe-spanning travel. When Melania traveled, it was with the precision and privilege of royalty. The Trump family's custom Boeing 757 was outfitted with a private bedroom, hand-stitched leather seats, gold-plated fixtures, and a fully equipped onboard entertainment room. It was not simply a mode of transportation. It was a palace in the sky. During her years in the White House, she traveled aboard Air Force One and Marine One, often making international trips with minimal publicity. Every itinerary was crafted for maximum security and discretion. Within the United States, she moved in armored motorcades under the watchful eyes of the Secret Service, with security and medical teams shadowing her every step. Even after leaving Washington, Melania's world remained under the highest guard. She continued to fly aboard private jets owned by the Trump Organization. Her travels hidden from the public eye, her destinations known only to a trusted few. In every detail, from the clothes she wore to the way she moved, Melania Trump radiated the same image: elegant, refined, and untouchable. Before the White House, her kingdom was the Trump Tower penthouse in Manhattan, 3 glittering floors worth over $100 million. More than just a home, it was a statement of power, modeled after the splendor of the Palace of Versailles. Inside, 24-karat gold furniture gleamed under crystal chandeliers that caught the light like frozen fire. Marble floors shone with mirror-like polish, ceilings were hand-painted with angels, and towering columns glistened in gold leaf. Her private suite was a world of its own, featuring a custom-designed walk-in wardrobe as large as an apartment, a personal beauty salon, and a full-time staff ensuring perfection in every detail. From this gilded sanctuary on Fifth Avenue, Melania raised Barron Trump, managed her own business ventures, and crafted her public image with surgical precision. Fourth, there was Mar-a-Lago, her winter White House in Palm Beach, Florida. More than just an estate, it was a symbol of America's opulent history. Built in the 1920s by heiress Marjorie Merriweather Post, its 20 meticulously maintained acres stood as a testament to timeless grandeur. 126 rooms, with the Atlantic Ocean stretching out on one side and the Intracoastal Waterway on the other. As First Lady, Melania welcomed world leaders here, including the Prime Minister of Japan, under the soft sea breeze and towering white columns. After leaving the White House, it transformed into her private fortress, an enclave of absolute privacy, opulence, and security. Her personal quarters remained completely separate from Donald's offices and social spaces, a serene domain where she could control every moment of her world. Fifth, the wardrobe of a billionaire. Melania Trump's fashion was never accidental. It was a language, a silent declaration of status, elegance, and power. Her collection, worth millions, boasted bespoke gowns from Dior, Dolce & Gabbana, Valentino, and Ralph Lauren, statement coats and perfectly tailored suits sculpted to her figure. Accessories whispered exclusivity: Hermes Birkin bags in rare skins, timeless Chanel pieces, and the unmistakable crimson soles of Christian Louboutin. Every ensemble was a decision. Every public appearance a calculated message. Every glance a reminder that she ruled without uttering a word. Have you ever wondered what life is like for children born inside golden palaces? Ivanka, the very embodiment of power dressing. Don Jr., cold and razor sharp. And Barron, the silent prince growing up in the most lavish world imaginable. But behind the gilded jets, million-dollar supercars, and $10,000 suits, is there something the world has yet to uncover? Are they merely heirs to an empire, or are they quietly building a new dynasty under the Trump name? Stay until the end of the video, because you won't believe who's funding their extravagant army. Donald Trump's empire of wealth and wheels is not just a collection of possessions. It's a statement carved in gold and steel. Love him or loathe him, his towering presence in the realms of luxury and power is undeniable. From skyscrapers bearing his name to private jets plated in gold and limousines fit for royalty, Trump refuses to live by the world's rules. He writes his own. With an estimated net worth of over $2.5 billion, the true story isn't just in the numbers. It's in how he wields that fortune like a master craftsman, shaping an image. Not simply to display wealth, but to redefine leadership itself. Powerful, dazzling, and never ordinary. One of the clearest symbols of that vision is his Boeing 757, a flying palace worth more than $100 million. Italian leather wraps its interiors, 24-karat gold glints from seatbelt buckles and faucets, and the Trump crest is embroidered on every pillow. They say that when his jet touches down, the engines haven't even gone quiet before the runway bursts into a storm of camera flashes. But the spectacle doesn't end there. His garage holds a Rolls-Royce Phantom Special Edition, a Mercedes Maybach S600, and even a one-of-a-kind Cadillac limousine. the very first armored car he used during his presidential campaign. Insiders whisper of his late-night drives, cruising through New York at 2 a.m., savoring the hum of the city he believes is his. And above it all, high in the Manhattan sky, Trump Tower holds his penthouse. Real gold marble underfoot, hand-painted ceilings echoing the Versailles, and the sweeping views of Central Park, a throne room in the clouds. This is not merely a residence, it is a stage upon which Donald Trump's image plays out. A place where his name transforms into a luxury brand, reinforced by a fortress of security and bulletproof precision. Have you ever wondered what it truly takes to protect one of the most powerful and polarizing figures on the planet? A safe room, an armored car, or perhaps an entire defense system humming like a silent war machine in the shadows? For Donald Trump, safety is not mere defense. It is an elite survival strategy where every detail is engineered to anticipate threats before they even materialize. He is not just a billionaire, a former president, or a symbol of power. He is a living fortress, encased in one of the most intricate security networks and advanced bulletproof technologies the world has ever seen. In his position, danger is never a question of if, but always when. From the moment he stepped into the White House, security around Trump evolved into a precision war machine, not just a protective shield. U.S. Secret Service agents shadow his every move while a three-layered security perimeter operates 24/7. Armored units, satellite data analysis, and thermal sensor cameras installed in every residence he inhabits, from his Trump Tower penthouse to his Mar-a-Lago estate. And then there is the crown jewel of his mobile defenses, the Beast. A specially armored Cadillac One limousine worth over $1.5 million. It is not just a vehicle, it is a mobile fortress. With 8-inch thick steel plating, doors as heavy as those of a Boeing aircraft, bomb-resistant tires, mounted heavy machine guns, 5-layer bulletproof glass, and even a store of blood matching Trump's type for emergencies, it is designed to withstand almost anything the world can throw at it. Whenever Donald Trump takes to the skies, it is never aboard a standard aircraft. Instead, he flies in his personally customized Boeing 757, an airborne fortress armed with missile defense systems, early warning radar, and advanced soundproofing to foil any attempt at eavesdropping. As one Secret Service agent once remarked, when Trump travels, it's not just a trip, it's a rehearsal for the worst-case scenario. Even at Mar-a-Lago, his so-called paradise retreat, lies a hidden underground bulletproof safe room equipped with backup power, emergency rations, and a chemical air filtration system. For Donald Trump, safety is not an option. It is a duty to himself, to his family, and to his nation. In his world, every door that opens does not just lead to wealth. It conceals an intricate survival strategy woven into its frame. And then there is Melania Trump, a woman who is far more than the first lady or the wife of a billionaire. She is a living symbol of power, elegance, and enigma. To be complimented by her, as some close friends say, feels like being crowned with a royal diadem, heavy with grace and sentiment. Now, as promised, I will take you on an entirely new journey, one where Melania Trump emerges not merely as Donald Trump's partner, but as a commanding fashion icon, blending sophistication, allure, and mystery. The video ahead unfolds with smooth transitions and a cinematic elegance, capturing the timeless charm you adore. Let us begin. Have you ever wondered how, amidst the dazzling chaos of American politics, one woman can glide through the spotlight with such grace, elegance, and an irresistible allure that captivates the world? The answer lies in Melania Trump herself. Former model, First Lady of the United States, entrepreneur, and timeless style icon, Melania never needs to speak much. Her very presence does all the talking. With her cool, unshaken gaze, her regal composure, and a body language mastered to perfection, Melania seems untouched by the noise of political warfare. She doesn't walk, she glides, a wave of power wrapped in the finest silks. From Dior gowns to Ralph Lauren ensembles, in the unforgettable white Givenchy coat that stirred global headlines, every public appearance she makes is a statement of soft power. And it's not just the fashion, it's her silence that fuels the world's curiosity. While other first ladies deliver passionate speeches, Melania chooses to stand back, observe, and subtly direct events from behind the scenes. But do not mistake her for just a fashion figure. Her story is far more mysterious and profound than it appears. Yet, behind the elegance, controversy brews. The travel and security expenses for the Trump family have placed a staggering burden on U.S. taxpayers. Have you ever stopped to wonder how much each lavish journey from Mar-a-Lago and Manhattan to their luxurious retreats in Scotland actually costs the American people? It's not merely about first-class flights or opulent vacations. It's an urgent financial strain, a spark of frustration for millions across the nation. From 2017 to 2021, government reports revealed that protecting President Trump and his family cost over $1.4 billion, more than any president before him. For instance, ensuring the safety of Melania and Barron at Trump Tower during the first months of his presidency alone drained nearly $150,000 per day from the federal budget. Every weekend trip Trump took to Mar-a-Lago came with a price tag of roughly $3 million. But the story doesn't stop there. His son Eric once traveled to Uruguay on a business trip unrelated to political duties. Yet Secret Service agents were required to accompany him, racking up $100,000 in expenses, all funded by American taxpayers. Such costs left many wondering, why should my taxes pay for a billionaire's business trip? For some, it was disappointment. For others, outright anger. For many older Americans, those who have paid taxes their entire lives, it felt as though the American dream was being squandered on lavish vacations they never approved. This raises a pressing question. Is this simply the cost of protecting a former president? Or is it the price of maintaining the controversial, high-maintenance Trump brand? Regardless of where one stands politically, there is no denying that Trump's activities left a monumental financial imprint on the nation's coffers. And if you think that's the end, think again. In the next chapter, we'll dive deeper into the colossal expenses tied to the Trump organization, its sprawling luxury real estate empire, and the cost of post-presidential personal security. You may be surprised and start asking, who really pays for power? For the Trump children are more than just offspring. They are heirs to influence, sharp-minded and ever in the global spotlight of politics, business, and fashion. They were not born to linger in the shadows, but to dominate the stage. Ivanka Trump stands as the embodiment of elegance and ambition. Once a fashion model, she built her own brand and ascended to the pinnacle of power as a senior advisor in the White House. Ivanka Trump commands an estimated net worth of $300 million, making her the only woman in the Trump family to wield substantial influence in both business and politics. Her style is a seamless blend of elegance and authority, with a wardrobe curated from Dior, Carolina Herrera, and Chanel. Beside her, Donald Trump Jr. serves as his father's right hand at the Trump Organization. Nicknamed the Financial Warrior, Don Jr. oversees billion-dollar real estate deals with the precision of a seasoned mogul. Valued at approximately $350 million, he lives like a media tycoon, frequently appearing on television, political podcasts, and at major conservative conferences. He embodies resilience and an unyielding fighting spirit. Eric Trump, the steady compass and moral anchor of the Trump Organization, manages international golf courses and luxury hotels stretching from Washington, D.C. to Dubai. With nearly $300 million to his name, he also dedicates himself to philanthropy through his namesake foundation. Discreet yet undeniably powerful, Eric reflects the image of a traditional, grounded businessman. The Trump legacy is not merely about wealth, it's about passing down a dynasty. With every calculated move of the next generation, the empire doesn't fade. It sharpens, it expands, and perhaps becomes even more formidable. And then there's Barron Trump, still shrouded in mystery, yet possibly the next trump card in the dynasty's grand game. The surprises are only beginning. Ivanka and Barron stand as symbols of fashion, influence, and a rarefied world few can enter. In a realm ruled by million-dollar brands and unrelenting spotlights, most struggle to become icons. But Ivanka Trump and Barron Trump, they were born to it. Ivanka is more than a former White House advisor. She's a fashion statement incarnate. She turned heads in a pristine white dress worth $18,880 at the White House, radiating the allure of soft power. At the G20 summit, she captivated the world with the 36,1800 Oscar de la Renta gown, standing as a vision of the modern, intellectual, and empowered woman. And then there's Barron Trump, dubbed by the media as the Silent Prince, a title that carries both mystery and expectation, hinting at the role he might one day claim in the Trump legacy. Without the need for grandiose statements or the glitter of social media, each appearance radiates an innate aristocratic grace. In tailored suits worth $10,000, with a classic hairstyle, a calm gaze, and a confident stride, he embodies the new generation of old money elegance. Discreet, refined, and irresistibly magnetic, without uttering a single word. Ivanka and Barron, one, a woman of power, the other, a young nobleman in the making. Two generations bound by a lifestyle that is subtle, composed, and priceless. If fashion is a language, they speak a rare dialect understood only by the true elite. Beneath the dazzling surface of Ivanka and Barron lies something older, richer, a heritage that transcends wealth, reflecting the mindset of the upper echelons of society. While the younger crowd chases fleeting trends, they stand as symbols of tradition, composure, and timeless stature. For the older generation, this is not just about haute couture gowns or million-dollar suits. It is a lesson in preserving identity amid a changing world. Ivanka and Barron do not flaunt. They live deliberately with depth in every appearance. They remind us of the virtues of a bygone aristocratic age, where elegance and propriety were not optional, but expected, celebrated, and passed down. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a like, share it with your friends, and subscribe to our channel for more untold stories. Your support inspires us to bring you even deeper and more revealing insights into the lives of the powerful. She is the wife of a billionaire, a timeless fashion icon, and perhaps the most enigmatic woman in America's high society. Her journey began far from the glittering towers of Manhattan in a quiet industrial town in Slovenia, where the air smelled of factory smoke and dreams often felt too distant to touch. Yet somehow she carved her own path, one that would take her from cobblestone streets and modest apartment blocks to the marble halls and gilded penthouses of the world's most powerful cities. Melania Trump lives a life that most people can only imagine, a life wrapped in luxury, guarded by walls of power, and hidden away from the world's relentless gaze. Before we dive into this captivating story, don't forget to hit that subscribe button and turn on the notification bell. That way you won't miss any of our exclusive stories about power, wealth, and the hidden truths behind the world's most talked about figures. This is not merely the story of a former First Lady. It is a story of elegance, wealth, and mystery, a life built on discipline, ambition, and an unwavering ability to remain in control of her image. From the small-town girl who once posed in front of a borrowed camera to the woman who would one day walk into the White House draped in couture, Melania's life has been a series of carefully measured steps, each one leading her deeper into the rarefied world of power and privilege. Welcome to the billionaire life of Melania Trump. Born Melania Knovs in the modest industrial town of Sevnica, in what was then Yugoslavia, she was the daughter of a car dealer and a factory worker in the textile industry. Her childhood was simple, disciplined, and far removed from the luxury she would one day know. By her late teens, her striking features and poised demeanor caught the attention of fashion scouts, earning her opportunities to work in Milan and Paris, the heart of Europe's haute couture scene. In the mid-1990s, Melania made the bold leap to New York City, a place that would test her resilience, sharpen her instincts, and eventually define her destiny. She walked for major fashion houses, appeared in high-profile photo shoots, and slowly began to build her reputation among the elite. Then in 1998, at a glamorous party during New York Fashion Week, her life took an unexpected turn. It was there that she met Donald Trump, the brash, larger-than-life real estate mogul, whose name was already synonymous with wealth, controversy, and unshakable ambition. It was a love story that began with tabloid headlines and ended in one of the most talked-about marriages in American history. At first, it was the whispers and glossy magazine spreads, the striking Slovenian model and the flamboyant New York real estate tycoon. Soon that spark would grow into a romance that captured the attention of both society columns and political insiders. And then came the wedding, a celebration that could only be described as royal in scale, dripping in opulence, and perfectly tailored to the Trump name. On January 22, 2005, under the soft glow of Palm Beach's winter sun, Melania and Donald Trump exchanged vows at the historic Episcopal Church of Bethesda by the Sea. The venue, with its timeless Gothic architecture and lush gardens, was the perfect stage for what would follow an extravagant reception at Mar-a-Lago Trump's private club and palatial estate. There, under glittering chandeliers and gilded ceilings, guests were ushered into a world where wealth knew no bounds. Melania's gown was nothing short of a masterpiece, a custom Christian Dior haute couture wedding dress valued at $200,000. The ivory satin creation was adorned with over 1,500 hand-sewn crystal rhinestones, and its voluminous trains swept across the marble floor like a royal procession. It took 4 months of meticulous craftsmanship to complete. The guest list read like a who's who of power and glamour: Hillary and Bill Clinton, supermodel Heidi Klum, legendary journalist Barbara Walters, all gathered under one roof, a testament to the social reach of the Trump empire. Even the wedding cake was a showstopper, a towering 200-pound confection covered in thousands of sugar roses infused with Grand Marnier and crafted to perfection. Every detail spoke of excess and exclusivity, a glimpse into the billionaire lifestyle Melania was now fully a part of. This was not just a union of two people, it was the merging of influence, wealth, and a carefully curated image of grandeur. From that moment forward, Melania's world was defined by marble floors, gilded fixtures, and residences that were as much a statement as they were a home. Her primary residence before the White House was the 3-story, $100 million penthouse atop Trump Tower on Fifth Avenue, New York, an opulent space filled with gold leaf ceilings, crystal chandeliers, and sweeping views of Central Park. Here, every inch told the story of power, privilege, and permanence. Designed in the lavish style of Louis XIV's Palace of Versailles, the penthouse was a symphony of gold, crystal, and marble, a space where every surface seemed to shimmer. The ceilings were encrusted with elaborate stone mosaics, the walls adorned with fluted marble columns, and the air itself seemed to hum with quiet grandeur. Massive 24-karat, gold-plated, crystal chandeliers spilled warm light across the sprawling rooms, while floor-to-ceiling windows offered sweeping, uninterrupted views of Central Park. This was not merely a residence. It was a throne in the clouds, a place where power lived and luxury breathed. Further south, in the sunlit luxury of Palm Beach, lay another crown jewel in the Trump empire, Mar-a-Lago. Nicknamed the Winter White House, this sprawling 126-room estate became Melania's semi-permanent residence after Donald Trump's presidency. Beyond its ornate gates, the property unfolds like a private kingdom: grand ballrooms draped in gold leaf, a world-class spa scented with rare essential oils, a private stretch of white sand beach, and a dedicated staff trained to anticipate every need before it's spoken. Melania's private quarters at Mar-a-Lago remain one of the most secluded spaces on the estate, a sanctuary within a palace. With custom interior design reflecting her personal taste, a pool terrace reserved solely for her, and round-the-clock security, it is a place where privacy is absolute and peace is uninterrupted. Here she can slip away from the flash bulbs and whispers, wrapped in a world entirely her own. When the summer months roll and Melania often retreats to the Trump National Golf Club in Bedminster, New Jersey, a pastoral estate far from the noise and scrutiny of the public eye. Set among rolling green hills and manicured gardens, the property offers championship golf courses, grand terraces for sunset views, and an atmosphere of refined seclusion. It is here that Melania can trade marble halls for open skies without ever leaving the comfort of the Trump standard. And beyond America's shores, the Trump portfolio extends to luxury properties in Scotland, Ireland, and Dubai, each one a playground for the global elite. Whether standing on the windswept cliffs of a Scottish golf resort, strolling through manicured Irish fairways, or overlooking the futuristic skyline of Dubai, Melania's access is unlimited. 4 private jets, motorcades of black SUVs and journeys, planned down to the last detail, mean one thing: the billionaire life of Melania Trump does not include airport security lines. She never flies commercial. The Trump family's private Boeing 757 is more than just a jet, it is a flying palace. Gleaming in the sunlight with its sleek black and gold exterior, the aircraft boasts details that speak to the Trump signature of extravagance. Seatbelt buckles plated in 24-karat gold catch the light as passengers settle into plush leather seats. A master bedroom complete with silk bedding and a private bathroom offers Melania the comfort of home even at 30,000 feet. An advanced entertainment system fit for royalty ensures that every journey is as indulgent as the destination itself. For Melania, this wasn't merely travel, it was an extension of her lifestyle, a symbol of the rarefied air she lives in. During her years as First Lady, Melania often traveled aboard Air Force One, descending its iconic steps with the poise of a queen. Dressed in ensembles worth upwards of $10,000, she seemed untouched by turbulence, both literal and political. Every arrival was a moment, every appearance meticulously choreographed by her own instinct for elegance. Her entourage was a seamless machine: Secret Service agents, scanning the crowd, a personal assistant managing her schedule, and a stylist on hand to ensure not a single thread was out of place. When traveling domestically, she moved in nothing less than a rolling fortress, a motorcade of bulletproof SUVs flanked by elite security teams and medical staff ready for any contingency. Every route was pre-planned, every stop secured a choreography of protection that mirrored the precision of her public image. For Melania, even the shortest journey carried the weight of her status. Her wardrobe, valued in the millions, is more than fashion. It is a silent yet unmistakable statement of power and wealth. Over the years, she has been seen carrying Hermes Birkin bags worth over $100,000 each, their exclusivity matched only by their craftsmanship. Her clothing roster includes custom pieces from Dolce & Gabbana, Valentino, and Christian Dior, each tailored to fit her statuesque frame with precision. Her shoe collection is a gallery of luxury Louis Vuitton, Manolo Blahnik, and Jimmy Choo, with individual pairs reaching price tags of over $5,000. In 2017, she made headlines at the G7 summit by wearing a floral Dolce & Gabbana coat valued at $500, a bold sartorial move that became a media sensation. Yet unlike many first ladies before her, Melania has no permanent stylist. Every choice is her own, every look deliberately crafted to speak without words, often carrying a symbolic weight only she understands. 6. Life inside the White House as First Lady from 2017 to 2021. Melania Trump quietly reshaped what it meant to be First Lady, crafting her role with an almost regal blend of privacy, grace, and quiet determination. Unlike many of her predecessors who embraced the spotlight, Melania preferred to let her actions speak for her. She rarely appeared in the media, yet behind the scenes she orchestrated ambitious projects that bore her signature precision. One of her most notable contributions was the historic redesign of the White House Rose Garden, a project rooted in archival plans from decades past, blending tradition with a fresh modern vision. She also launched the BBUS Initiative, a nationwide campaign focused on the well-being of children, online safety, and opioid abuse prevention. While the public saw her only in carefully chosen moments, world leaders experienced her hospitality in ways the cameras could never fully capture. Private state dinners, choreographed down to the smallest detail, became her stage. Guests included Queen Rania of Jordan, with whom she shared a warm camaraderie, and French President Emmanuel Macron, who praised her poise and refined hosting. Each table-setting, floral arrangement, and menu selection reflected her unyielding attention to detail, a perfectionism that turned even political diplomacy into an art form. Though Melania kept her distance from the media frenzy that surrounded the Trump administration, her subtle influence was everywhere in the elegance of a dinner, the symbolic choice of a flower, and the quiet yet powerful way she represented the United States on the global stage. 7. Motherhood in a billionaire world. Beyond the grandeur of the White House and the glitter of political life, Melania's most cherished role was far more personal, being a devoted mother to Barron Trump. Born in 2006, Barron entered the world under the shadow of a famous last name, but Melania made it her mission to shield him from the glare of public attention. She was determined that he would grow up with as much normalcy as possible, despite living in a world of unmatched wealth and constant scrutiny. Barron attended elite private schools including Columbia Grammar and Preparatory School in New York, and later St. Andrew's Episcopal School near Washington, D.C. When Donald Trump took office in January 2017, Melania made the unusual decision to delay her move to the White House so that Barron could finish his school year in New York, a move that spoke volumes about her priorities. Her parenting style blended discipline with luxury, providing Barron with the best of everything, while also instilling values of respect, structure, and humility. To Melania, motherhood was not something to be delegated even in the Trump household with its vast resources and staff. She personally oversaw his upbringing from his education to his hobbies, ensuring he had space to grow as a child, first not as an extension of a political brand. In a family that often commanded headlines, Melania built a private sanctuary for her son, a place where he could be simply Barron, not Barron Trump. Barron Trump now towers at over 190 meters 6'3", a striking figure not just in height but in presence. Among Donald Trump's children, he remains the most private, the most elusive, the one the public knows the least about. This is no accident. It is the result of Melania Trump's deliberate, almost fierce protective approach to raising her only son. While the other Trump children grew up in the glare of media attention, Barron's childhood has been carefully shielded, allowing him to mature away from the chaos of public life, a luxury few political children ever receive. But behind the image of the quiet, reserved mother lies a woman of sharp instincts and formidable negotiation skills, especially when it comes to securing her family's future. Eighth, financial power and independence. Although her name is often tied to the vast fortune of Donald Trump, Melania has long built her own brand and negotiated her own position of strength behind closed doors. Before stepping into the political spotlight, she earned millions through high-profile modeling contracts gracing the covers of Vogue, Harper's Bazaar, and Sports Illustrated. Her beauty was undeniable, but it was her ability to turn that image into a lucrative business that set her apart. In 2010, she launched the Melania Timepieces and Jewelry collection, which became an instant hit, selling out quickly on QVC. That wasn't just a product launch, it was a calculated move that proved she could monetize her influence independently of her husband. And according to sources close to the Trump family, renegotiations of her prenuptial agreement over the years have only solidified her financial position. Melania ensured not just her own security, but also a substantial safety net for Barron, locking in her place within Trump's billion-dollar empire. Today, her personal net worth is estimated to be between $50 and $100 million, though the exact figure remains a closely guarded secret. Of course, her lifestyle is also supported by the Trump family fortune, which is estimated to exceed $2.5 billion. This combination of personal wealth and access to the family's empire makes her one of the most financially secure women in the political and social elite. Ninth, life after the White House, privacy and power. Since leaving Washington, Melania Trump has all but vanished from the public stage. No book tours, no talk show appearances, no regular interviews. But make no mistake, her life of luxury has not diminished. Instead, she has embraced a quieter form of power, one that does not require constant media validation. Her primary residence is now Mar-a-Lago, the Trump family's sprawling private club in Palm Beach, Florida. There, Melania lives in a world of manicured gardens, gilded ballrooms, and private beach access. She rarely attends public events unless they hold personal or strategic importance. This calculated distance keeps her image intact, untainted by the constant noise of political drama, while allowing her to continue exerting influence from the shadows. Rumors have swirled for months about Melania Trump, whispers of a possible memoir that could lift the veil on her guarded life, or perhaps a quiet return to the world of fashion and business where she once thrived. Those close to her have spotted her at private fundraisers, intimate gatherings of Republican elites, and even at exclusive art auctions, where bidding wars unfold behind closed doors. Always understated, always elegant. She moves through these circles with a grace that seems almost effortless, yet calculated, as if every appearance is part of a larger unspoken strategy. Some say she is quietly working behind the scenes to safeguard Donald Trump's legacy while also protecting the future of their son Barron. It is the life of a billionaire, powerful, refined, and cloaked in mystery. Melania Trump's world is unlike that of any first lady or billionaire's wife before her. She is reserved, meticulous, and content to dwell in the shadows of a vast fortune. While other wives of the ultra-wealthy may chase the spotlight, Melania chooses mystery. While others display their riches in dazzling excess, she conceals hers in layers of sophistication and a distant, almost untouchable aura. Her billionaire lifestyle is not defined by constant public attention, but by the privilege of choice. She can disappear completely in the roar of headlines, only to reappear with precision and poise. Melania Trump has mastered the art of living above the noise, a skill that is as rare as it is deliberate. From a quiet girl in a small Slovenian village to the gilded penthouse of Trump Tower, she has transformed herself into the silent queen of a golden empire. And yet, the more she hides, the more the world seems to want to know her. Rumors have been swirling like whispers through marble hallways, the possibility that she might one day release a memoir, or perhaps return to the glittering yet cutthroat worlds of fashion and business. These aren't just idle speculations. They are fueled by her quiet yet deliberate appearances at private fundraisers, exclusive gatherings of Republican elites, and even high-profile art auctions, where every raised eyebrow carries hidden meaning. She never arrives draped in ostentatious excess, yet she always leaves an impression understated, elegant, untouchable. For those who watch closely, her movements feel calculated, almost like chess pieces, placed on a board only she understands. Behind the calm smile lies a woman fiercely protecting the Trump legacy, and perhaps most importantly, the future of Bear in the Air she guards not only as a mother, but as a strategist. This is the billionaire's life, one steeped in power, elegance, and a lingering veil of mystery. Melania Trump's existence defies every conventional mold of a first lady or the spouse of a tycoon. She is discreet, meticulous, and thrives in the shadows cast by immense wealth. While other billionaire wives chase headlines and glittering spotlights, Melania chooses invisibility as her armor. While others display their wealth like trophies, she hides hers beneath layers of refined restraint and a distant, almost regal detachment. Her billionaire lifestyle isn't dictated by constant exposure, but by the power of choice, the ability to decide when to step forward and when to vanish entirely. Whether it's the silence she keeps amidst the roaring tabloid headlines or her appearances perfectly timed, immaculately composed, Melania Trump has mastered the art of living above the noise. Hers is a journey from a small Slovenian village to the gilded penthouse of Trump Tower, from anonymity to becoming a silent queen of a golden empire. And through it all, she remains a paradox, visible enough to intrigue, hidden enough to be untouchable. Melania's story is not just one of beauty and status. It is a masterclass in transformation strategy and survival in a world where wealth is both a blessing and a weapon. She is not merely the wife of Donald Trump. She stands as a powerful billionaire in her own right, a mother fiercely safeguarding her son's future, and a symbol of high society who has mastered the art of playing the long game. In an age obsessed with noise, perhaps Melania Trump's greatest asset is her silence paired with the extraordinary billionaire life she lives. She does not shout, nor does she flaunt. Yet Melania Trump wields influence, quietly living her billionaire life on her own terms. From gilded hallways to the shadows of global influence, her story remains unfinished. And if you think you've seen it all, think again. Do you enjoy this video? Then hit the like button, subscribe, and tap the bell, because the world of billionaires is deeper, darker, and far more mysterious than you've ever imagined. Have you seen it yet? The world has completely flipped upside down. Melania Trump, strolling arm in arm with Vladimir Putin, while Donald Trump is sitting on the curb begging for spare change. And the twist, Melania and Putin actually toss him a few coins. Looks straight out of a Hollywood blockbuster mixed with a K-drama scene, right? At this point, some of you are probably gasping, thinking, wait, did the world really change that much? Well, you just got trolled. That was nothing more than an AI-generated video. Not real, not breaking news, just proof of how insanely powerful artificial intelligence has become able to create entire fake realities that feel almost believable. And speaking of AI, let's get back to what actually happened on September 5th, 2025. Melania Trump really did appear at the White House Task Force on AI Education, where she hosted a major conference on AI and education. Joined by top tech leaders, including Google's CEO Sundar Pichai. That's the real news, no AI trickery this time. The doors of the White House conference hall opened and the sound of conversation hushed as Melania Trump stepped inside. The space was bright but hushed, filled with people waiting not for a decree or a headline, but for a conversation. She walked with a calm, deliberate pace, her presence carrying a quiet weight that was less about titles and more about the role she had chosen for the day, to guide a dialogue on education in an age of transformation. There was no air of politics in the moment, no echoes of campaigns or debates. Instead, the focus seemed to crystallize on something more timeless, the way a single individual can embody the crossing of tradition and possibility. Melania's composure was steady, her silence meaningful. It was not the silence of detachment, but of a listener preparing to open the floor to invite voices into a shared question. Those in the room shifted in their seats not out of restlessness, but anticipation. Educators, researchers, technologists, each holding their own perspective, looked toward her as though she represented a point of stillness in a world rushing forward. Her role was not to impose answers, but to frame the question, what does it mean to learn when machines begin to think? And what does it mean to teach when those same machines will one day guide us? She stood there as a symbol of continuity in a rapidly changing world, a woman at the front of a gathering where ideas mattered more than authority, where the future of classrooms was not an abstract topic, but a living question. Her presence suggested something understated yet powerful, that leadership can be quiet, that influence can come not from the force of words, but from the courage to ask them. And as the room settled into silence, the event became less about the names on the invitations and more about the shared responsibility to imagine education's next chapter. And as the silence deepened, the gathering became less about the names on the invitations and more about the shared responsibility to imagine education's next chapter. So let me ask you, when machines begin to think, what do you believe will matter more? The knowledge we teach them or the values we choose to pass on? Melania's words lingered in the hall like a slow ripple. Artificial intelligence is like a child. It must be guided, nurtured, and taught before it can teach us in return. The metaphor was simple, but beneath its surface lay a weighty idea that stretched across history. Every generation of humanity has faced the question of how to raise its children, how to prepare them for a world they cannot yet see. Parents send sons and daughters into the unknown armed with values, language, and fragments of wisdom, knowing that one day those children will act beyond their control. And now, with uncanny symmetry, humanity stands before another kind of offspring, not of flesh and blood, but of code and circuits, asking itself how to nurture these new minds. The image of AI as a child forces us to pause. A child is not born with knowledge of morality, empathy, or restraint. These qualities must be instilled, shaped not only by rules, but by example. When we teach a child to read, we are also teaching them how to interpret the world. When we teach them numbers, we are also teaching them order, measurement, and limits. Similarly, when we train an algorithm, when we feed it language, images, and data, we are teaching it not only information, but also patterns of thought. The risk, of course, is that in teaching too narrowly, too blindly, we might create a child who can calculate perfectly, but does not know how to care. Every civilization has wrestled with the balance between hope and fear in raising the next generation. Ancient philosophers spoke of education as the shaping of the soul, while modern societies debate between discipline and freedom, tradition and innovation. Parents look at their children and imagine both brilliance and rebellion, both progress and peril. Today, those same hopes and fears are mirrored in the silicon heart of artificial intelligence. We want it to be brilliant, to solve what we cannot solve, but we also fear it may become unruly, making decisions without our consent, reflecting not our wisdom, but our blind spots. To call AI a child is also to admit responsibility. A neglected child may wander, mislearn, or grow cruel. A spoiled child may become reckless, believing that no boundary is real. The same applies to AI systems left unguided. They replicate biases, echo prejudices, and amplify the noise of a fractured world. Overtrained on raw data without context, they learn not the best of humanity, but its worst, like a child repeating curses overheard on the street. The act of teaching AI then is not technical alone. It is moral, cultural, profoundly human. And yet within the metaphor lies possibility. To raise a child is to believe in the future, to imagine that what we teach today might blossom tomorrow in ways we cannot predict. A child surprises us, outgrows us, sometimes disappoints us, but also carries pieces of us into a time we will not live to see. If AI is our child, then perhaps it too can become a bearer of our aspirations, not just faster computation, but deeper insight, not just efficiency, but creativity, not just obedience, but wisdom. The question is not whether machines will learn, but what we will choose to teach them and what of ourselves we wish them to remember. In this sense, AI becomes a mirror. When we look into it, we see our own methods of education reflected back. Do we teach by fear or by curiosity? Do we value conformity or do we nurture wonder? Do we emphasize memorization or the ability to ask questions? These same choices will shape not only our children, but also our machines. If the classrooms of the past produce citizens, the training data sets of the present will produce algorithms. Both are shaped by what we feed them, and both grow in directions we cannot fully control. The metaphor reminds us that education has always been a gamble of faith. We sow values like seeds, hoping they will take root, knowing they may be twisted by soil weather or chance. So it will be with artificial intelligence. We can no longer think of it as merely a tool. It is a creation that reflects us, absorbs us, and eventually answers us back. The challenge is not simply to code well, but to parent wisely. And so the hall with its polished floors and hushed air became less a site of politics and more a kind of nursery where humanity confronted the strange reality of raising a child that is not human. To see AI this way is unsettling, but it is also clarifying. We are not just engineers of machines, we are teachers of minds. The lessons we give, our clarity, our compassion, our caution, will determine not only the future of technology, but the measure of ourselves. And so the hall with its polished floors and hushed air became less a site of politics and more a kind of nursery where humanity confronted the strange reality of raising a child that is not human. To see AI this way is unsettling, but it is also clarifying. We are not just engineers of machines, we are teachers of minds. The lessons we give, our clarity, our compassion, our caution, will determine not only the future of technology, but the measure of ourselves. Do you agree that teaching AI is not just technical, but deeply human? If yes, comment. 1. If not, comment. The classroom of tomorrow is not bound by walls, chalkboards, or rigid timetables. It unfolds wherever curiosity sparks, guided by the quiet presence of artificial intelligence. To glimpse this future, one does not need to look into science fiction. The stories are already beginning to take shape across the world. In a small village in India, a boy named Arjun sits cross-legged on the floor of his family's modest home. The electricity flickers, but the glow of his old tablet remains steady. On the screen, an AI tutor greets him in Hindi, switching effortlessly to English when Arjun wants to practice. His father, who never went beyond primary school, watches with quiet pride as his son converses with a voice that explains algebra as patiently as a grandmother telling stories by the fire. The AI never grows tired, never scolds, and adjusts its pace to match Arjun's faltering steps. For him, education is no longer a privilege of wealth or geography. It is a dialogue available whenever he dares to ask. Across the ocean in a city classroom, a young girl named Sophia struggles with words that twist and blur on the page. Dyslexia has made reading a constant battle, letters sliding out of place, sentences collapsing into confusion. Yet today, she slips on her headphones and begins to read aloud to an AI program trained in voice recognition. The software does not mock her stumbles. Instead, it gently corrects, highlighting words with color-shaping sounds with visual cues. Slowly, patiently, her voice grows steady. For the first time, reading is not a mountain to climb, but a path that bends with her steps. The technology does not erase her struggle, but it transforms it, turning what once felt like a cage into an open door. Far away in a quiet apartment in Lisbon, an elderly man named Joachim leans toward his laptop. Retired after decades as a carpenter, he had always admired the way his grandchildren spoke about computers, about coding, and apps he barely understood. One evening, he clicked on an icon that opened a conversational AI. "Teach me to program," he typed, his fingers stiff with age. The AI responded not with jargon, but with warmth. "Of course. Let's begin with something simple." Line by line, Wacom learned the rhythm of a new language, Python, though it might as well have been poetry to him. The AI was patient, playful, even telling him stories about loops and variables, as though they were characters in a fable. Slowly his world expanded. The old carpenter who once built tables with his hands now began to build digital worlds with his mind. Each of these stories is small, ordinary, even, but together they sketch a picture of what the future classroom may become. It is not a single place, but a constellation of encounters: a boy in India finding a teacher in a machine, a girl in America discovering her voice through a patient companion, an old man in Portugal proving that learning does not belong to the young alone. The classroom of the future is as wide as the world itself, yet as intimate as a one-on-one conversation. There are, of course, shadows in this vision. The same AI that empowers can also exclude if access is uneven, if technology is priced beyond reach, or if cultural voices are drowned out by a single digital accent. Just as in any classroom, equity must be fought for, compassion must be designed in. But if nurtured with care, the promise is profound. The classroom of tomorrow may not have walls, but it will have voices, millions of them, speaking in every tongue, carrying the same ancient desire to understand and to be understood. And whether it begins in a child's whisper, a student's stumble, or an old man's hesitant keystroke, the dialogue with AI may become one of the most human classrooms we have ever known. We entered this new age believing that artificial intelligence would be our student. We would instruct it, feed it data, and correct its errors until it could perform tasks with machine-like precision. Yet in the process, something surprising began to unfold. The teacher became the learner, and the student began to teach. AI, in its strange mirror-like way, has started to reflect not only our intelligence, but also our blind spots, our creativity, our forgotten selves. One of the earliest lessons is humility. Imagine a conversation with an AI where it highlights a flaw in our reasoning, an inconsistency in an argument, a leap of logic smoothed over by habit. We are so accustomed to overlooking the cracks in our own thinking that when a machine points them out, it is unsettling, even embarrassing. But in that moment of discomfort lies a quiet gift, a chance to see ourselves as fallible, to sharpen our reasoning, and to remember that clarity is not given but earned. AI does not replace critical thinking. It forces us to practice it more carefully. Then comes the lesson of empathy. Trained on vast swaths of human expression, an AI can sometimes echo back to us perspectives we never considered. A student writing about grief may receive not just grammar corrections, but prompts that gently invite them to explore their feelings in words they thought they lacked. A teacher experimenting with new methods may hear from an AI, "What if you tried this from the perspective of a struggling student?" These are not human insights, not truly, but they push us toward humanization nonetheless. In teaching the machine how to recognize tone, context, and sentiment, we end up refining our own ability to listen and to care. Creativity, too, emerges in unexpected ways. Consider the painter who abandoned her art decades ago, convinced that her talent was not enough. When she sketches again, the AI offers suggestions: how to adjust perspective, how to blend colors digitally, how to reimagine her canvas in styles she never dared attempt. The machine does not replace her imagination. Instead, it awakens it, reminding her that creativity is not about perfection, but play. Through this unlikely partner, she rediscovers the joy of making the childlike curiosity that once carried her hand across paper. And what of language, the fragile vessel of memory and culture? For centuries, tongues have vanished, swallowed by empires, migration, and silence. Yet AI, trained on fragments of text and speech, has begun to piece them together again. Picture a small community in the Pacific, hearing their ancestral language spoken aloud for the first time in generations, reconstructed from scattered recordings. The AI may not pronounce it perfectly, but it provides a starting point, a spark that rekindles memory. In this way, machines remind us of voices we thought were lost, pressing us to ask, how much of ourselves are we willing to let disappear, and how much can be revived if we care to teach and be taught again? Even curiosity itself is reshaped. A child once asked why the sky is blue might have waited for a teacher's explanation or turned the pages of a book. Now they can ask an AI and receive not only an answer, but an invitation. Do you also want to know why sunsets are red? The machine does not tire of questions, and in its endless patience, it teaches us that curiosity need not be rationed. In a world of deadlines and exams, this is perhaps the most radical lesson of all, to remain endlessly unapologetically curious. So the roles blur. AI is not a perfect teacher, and it never will be. Its lessons are unintentional, almost accidental shadows of our own humanity, refracted through algorithms. Yet they linger. They remind us of the value of reason, the necessity of empathy, the joy of creation, the urgency of preservation, and the boundless horizon of curiosity. We set out to program intelligence, but in the process, we are reprogramming our own understanding of what it means to be human. And perhaps that is the most unexpected lesson of all, that in trying to raise this digital child, we are discovering the parent. We wish we had been the teacher we wish we had known, and the learner we still have the chance to become. The promise of artificial intelligence in education is dazzling. It can translate instantly across languages, adapt lessons to a learner's pace, and recall information with flawless precision. Yet beneath all this brilliance lies a simple truth. Education has never been only about information. At its heart, it is about values, resilience, curiosity, compassion, and the quiet courage to face the unknown. Machines may model these traits, but they cannot truly carry them unless we as humans decide to teach them what they mean. A child does not remember every fact from school, but they remember the teacher who believed in them when they faltered. They remember the classmate who stayed behind to help them finish a project. They remember the moment they failed and were told not that they were worthless, but that failure is part of the journey. These are not lines of code. They are human imprints that shape the soul. An AI can simulate encouragement, but it cannot believe in you. It can generate words of empathy, but it cannot feel the tremor of your fear or the spark of your joy. And so the question emerges, if AI can teach knowledge, what is it that only humans can teach? Perhaps it is the art of resilience, how to rise when disappointment strikes, how to keep faith when the answer does not come easily. Perhaps it is the gift of curiosity, not just asking what and how, but daring to ask why. Perhaps it is the discipline of compassion to see another person not as a problem to be solved, but as a life to be understood. Consider a future where a student learns history from an AI that knows every date, every battle, every treaty. The facts are flawless, but what does the student carry away? Without the human teacher to connect history to lived experience, the grief of loss, the triumph of survival, the past becomes a sterile list, not a living inheritance. Or imagine a child learning poetry from a machine that can generate endless verses. Without a mentor to ask, "What does this poem make you feel?" the words remain clever but empty. This is why the human element cannot be engineered away. We may design systems that replicate dialogue, but meaning arises only when one person looks at another and says, "I care that you understand this." AI can build the bridge of knowledge, but only humans can decide why it matters to cross. Which leads us to the most difficult questions, the ones no algorithm can answer for us. What kind of values do we want to embed in the next generation, human or machine? If we raise AI without compassion, do we risk raising ourselves without it too? If we let curiosity fade, will we create a future of tools that can answer everything but inspire nothing? If resilience is never modeled, will machines and the people who rely on them crumble at the first sign of struggle? These questions are not meant to frighten but to awaken. The future of education will not be determined only by silicon and software, but by the choices we make as humans. Technology may amplify our reach, but values determine our direction. Machines can extend our minds, but they cannot replace our hearts. So as we imagine the classroom of tomorrow, we must remind ourselves the most important lessons are not written in textbooks or datasets. They are carried in how we treat one another, in the patience we offer, in the courage we model, and in the compassion we choose to live by. AI may become our greatest tool, but it will always remain our reflection, never our replacement. And perhaps the final question is the one each of us must answer quietly in our own way. What kind of humanity do we want our machines to learn from us? And what kind of humanity do we still want to become? The lights in the White House hall shimmer softly as though history itself were pausing to listen. For a moment, the gathering feels larger than the room, larger than the occasion. It is not only leaders and innovators who are present, but the echo of countless voices yet to come. The students, the dreamers, the ordinary people who will live in the world shaped by these conversations. And yet the story does not remain bound to marble walls and polished floors. It stretches outward to a quiet bedroom where a teenager stares at a glowing screen at 2 in the morning, whispering questions into the dark. Why do stars burn? Why do I feel this way? What comes after tomorrow? The same dialogue that begins with formality in grand halls continues in the solitude of sleepless nights. Wherever curiosity exists, the conversation between human and machine already hums steady and unstoppable. Cinematic in its scope, this is not a tale of dominance or submission. It is not about whether we command the machine or whether the machine one day overtakes us. It is about the road itself, the long journey of learning, where each step is both uncertain and extraordinary. We stand at the beginning of something vast, something neither entirely ours nor entirely alien. The question is not who will lead. The question is what we will discover about ourselves as we walk this path together. Machines may sharpen our logic, reflect our flaws, amplify our creativity, even resurrect what we thought was lost. But it is our response, our courage, our empathy, our choices that will determine the meaning of the dialogue. So the screen fades to black, but the story continues. Whether in the grandeur of the White House or in the silence of a teenager's midnight wanderings, the conversation has begun. And perhaps in the end, the real measure of this journey will not be what the machines learn from us, but what we, in their reflection, finally learn about being human. We've explored how AI can be like a child needing guidance, carrying our hopes and fears, and reflecting the lessons we choose to give it. But in the end, the real question is about us. Do you believe the future of education will be defined more by technology or by the human values we pass on? If you think technology will matter more, comment 1. If you believe values will matter more, comment E0.
From a young age, my parents impressed on me.
And Barack and I were raised with so many of the same values.
Your word is your bond, and you do what you say and keep your promise.
That you treat people with dignity and respect.
The summer of 2016 was charged with excitement and tension as the Republican National Convention transformed Cleveland into the center of the political world. Delegates filled the arena, cameras flashed endlessly, and millions of Americans watched closely, waiting to witness the personalities who would shape the next chapter of the nation. Amid the spectacle, one figure quietly captivated attention: Melania Trump. For many, this was the first time she appeared not merely as Donald Trump's glamorous wife, but as a woman stepping into the role of the future First Lady of the United States. The expectations were enormous. Could she command the stage with poise? Would her words reflect her own perspective, or simply echo the campaign's message? The cameras zoomed in on her elegant presence while commentators and social media speculated endlessly about what she might say. Melania's entrance was magnetic. Dressed with understated sophistication, she carried herself with a calm confidence that contrasted the whirlwind of the convention. Every gesture, every measured step toward the podium suggested a woman conscious of history, aware of the scrutiny awaiting her words. She was no longer just a spouse of a candidate, she was a public figure poised to define her own narrative. When she began to speak, her voice was calm, measured, and deliberate. For the first time, millions heard her perspective on family social responsibility and her role alongside Donald Trump. The audience leaned in, eager to capture not just the content of her speech, but the subtleties of her tone, her pauses, and her expressions. Media outlets dissected every line while viewers debated her style and sincerity. In that moment, Melania's presence became a story in itself, a story of grace, influence, and the careful crafting of public identity. What made her speech remarkable was not just the words she chose, but the human dimension behind them. Melania embodied the tension between private devotion and public expectation, between personal identity and national attention. She was acutely aware that every move was being scrutinized, every gesture analyzed, and yet she projected calm confidence and control. By the end of her address, she had transcended the role of candidate's wife to become an emerging public figure whose voice would be closely watched for years to come. The 2016 Republican National Convention was more than a political event. It was a cultural moment that introduced Melania Trump to the American public in a commanding, unforgettable way. Her speech captured attention, sparked debate, and signaled the beginning of her journey on the national stage. In that summer of spectacle and anticipation, Melania stepped forward not just as a figure beside a candidate, but as a woman beginning to shape her own story, one that would intertwine with the country's history in ways the world was only beginning to see. Before we dive into this captivating story, don't forget to hit that subscribe button and turn on the notification bell. That way you won't miss any of our exclusive stories about power, wealth, and the hidden truths behind the world's most talked about figures. When Melania Trump took the podium at the 2016 Republican National Convention, the air was thick with expectation. Millions of Americans were tuning in, eager to hear the words of a woman who would soon step into the nation's most visible and scrutinized role, First Lady of the United States. Her speech promised a personal perspective, a reflection not only of her husband's candidacy, but of the values she held dear. From the very first sentence, it was clear that her message was built around admiration, family, and character. She spoke of Donald Trump with reverence, portraying him as a man of vision and strength, someone devoted not only to his own ambitions, but to the betterment of the country. There was a personal warmth in her tone, a sense that she was speaking from the heart about a partner she had supported through the highs and lows of life in the public eye. Beyond praise for her husband, Melania emphasized the ideals that she believed were foundational to American life. She spoke passionately about family, framing it as the bedrock of society and the source of resilience, guidance, and moral grounding. She highlighted the importance of education, portraying it as a pathway not only to personal success, but to the ability to contribute meaningfully to one's community. And woven through her remarks was a call to kindness and respect, values she framed as essential for nurturing both strong families and a strong nation. Her speech in its structure and tone sought to strike a balance between personal narrative and public aspiration, blending the warmth of a spouse's admiration with the solemnity of someone stepping into a historic national role. Yet what should have been a straightforward introduction of a future First Lady to the American public quickly became the center of controversy. Observers noticed an uncomfortable echo in her words as several passages closely mirrored a speech delivered years earlier by Michelle Obama at the Democratic National Convention. Phrases and sentence structures bore a striking resemblance, and critics and commentators seized upon the similarities, igniting a debate about originality, authorship, and the pressures of political messaging. Some argued that the resemblance was unintentional, a coincidence born from the commonality of certain rhetorical themes in political speeches. Others insisted it represented a clear case of plagiarism, a misstep that raised questions about the speechwriting process and the preparation Melania had received. The controversy added a new dimension to the public's perception of the speech. Suddenly, attention was split between the heartfelt messages of family education and kindness and the more uncomfortable discussion of borrowed language. News outlets highlighted side-by-side comparisons, and social media erupted with analysis, memes, and heated commentary. Every pause, every inflection of her voice, every gesture was now under the microscope, not only for the content she delivered, but for what it revealed about authenticity, preparation, and the pressures facing someone entering such a hyper-visible role. In this way, a single speech became both an introduction and a test, a moment to observe her demeanor under scrutiny, to see how she managed the collision of personal expression and public expectation. Yet even amidst the criticism, there was a sense that Melania's presence and delivery communicated more than words on a page could capture. The speech revealed a woman negotiating an impossible balance, honoring her husband, asserting her values, and navigating the intense gaze of a nation eager to judge every nuance. The admiration for family, the emphasis on education, and the call for kindness resonated with viewers who sought a glimpse of the human being behind the title of candidate's wife. At the same time, the controversy over the borrowed passages reminded the public of the challenges inherent in politics, where every sentence is dissected, every phrase compared, and every gesture analyzed for meaning. Ultimately, Melania Trump's speech at the Republican National Convention was a complex moment of introduction, aspiration, and controversy. It sought to convey love values and vision, but it also highlighted the intense scrutiny that accompanies any public act in modern American politics. Her words, both celebrated and critiqued, offered a glimpse into the dual realities she would face as First Lady: the challenge of communicating personal authenticity while navigating the relentless demands of a national stage, and the constant interplay between public perception and private intention. In that moment, the world saw Melania not just as a political spouse, but as a figure stepping into history, learning to walk the tightrope between admiration and criticism, message and misstep, presence and perception, all in the span of a single unforgettable speech. Almost immediately after Melania Trump delivered her speech at the 2016 Republican National Convention, the reaction from the media was swift and intense. Within minutes, headlines began to appear across major news outlets, each one dissecting her every word, gesture, and pause. The speech, meant to introduce the future First Lady to the American public, became a lightning rod for controversy. Journalists and commentators alike noticed striking similarities between passages in her address and portions of a speech delivered years earlier by Michelle Obama at the Democratic National Convention. The discovery sparked an avalanche of articles, analyses, and opinion pieces, each scrutinizing the parallels in phrasing and structure. Some of the headlines were nothing short of sensational, designed to grab attention and provoke reaction. One particularly bold example read, "Melania Trump accused of plagiarizing Michelle Obama's speech," a line that immediately circulated across both traditional and digital platforms. Television networks ran segments comparing the text side by side, while political talk shows debated the implications of the apparent mimicry. On cable news, pundits and anchors replayed video clips of both speeches, pausing repeatedly to highlight identical turns of phrase, and audiences were invited to weigh in on whether the similarities were coincidental or deliberate. The coverage was relentless, capturing the attention of millions and ensuring that the story would dominate news cycles for days to come. As the story exploded in traditional media, it found an even more frenetic life on social media platforms. Twitter feeds, Facebook timelines, and Instagram posts filled with screenshots, memes, and GIFs illustrating the overlap between Melania's words and Michelle Obama's. Users shared side-by-side comparisons highlighting phrases such as values, education, and family, or work hard and be kind, prompting thousands of retweets, likes, and comments within hours. The controversy became a viral phenomenon, with hashtags trending nationally and even internationally, drawing attention from political observers, media commentators, and ordinary citizens alike. Social media transformed the event from a single speech into a communal debate, with users dissecting every line, speculating about speechwriters, and questioning the authenticity of Melania's message. The viral spread of the story was accelerated by the very nature of online platforms, where rapid sharing, algorithmic amplification, and user engagement magnify even minor controversies. Each retweet, share, or comment acted like a ripple in a pond, carrying the story further and faster than traditional media could have achieved alone. Memes juxtaposing Melania and Michelle Obama proliferated, often with biting humor, and opinionated threads sparked hours-long discussions about political ethics, originality, and the pressures of public life. The story was no longer just about a speech. It became a reflection of how modern media and social networks can amplify, distort, and transform a moment into a global conversation almost instantaneously. Amid the viral frenzy, public reactions varied widely. Some defended Melania, suggesting the resemblance was coincidental or the result of well-intentioned speechwriting assistance, while others criticized her for a lack of authenticity and originality. The debate extended beyond politics into cultural commentary about women in the public eye, the expectations of first ladies, and the intense scrutiny that accompanies any public appearance. Every news cycle renewed the conversation, and social media ensured that the discussion remained alive around the clock, with new analyses, memes, and critiques emerging daily. In retrospect, the media and social media storm surrounding Melania's speech highlighted not only the intensity of political scrutiny, but also the dynamics of information dissemination in the digital age. What might have once been a brief localized story became an international spectacle, amplified by the interconnected web of traditional journalism, social media virality, and public fascination. The plagiarism allegations dominated conversations, but they also provided a window into the broader expectations placed on public figures, the relentless nature of modern news cycles, and the ways in which a single speech can become a defining moment, celebrated, dissected, and debated long after the applause has faded. In the end, Melania Trump's 2016 convention speech was remembered not just for its content, but for the media maelstrom. It unleashed a vivid example of how modern political communication and digital culture collide in real time. The public reaction to Melania Trump's 2016 Republican National Convention speech was immediate, polarized, and intense, spilling across social media platforms in a wave of opinions that seemed impossible to contain. Within hours of the speech, millions of Twitter posts, Facebook comments, and Instagram discussions erupted, reflecting the raw, unfiltered spectrum of American public sentiment. For some, the speech was a shocking moment, a glaring example of what they saw as blatant plagiarism. Side-by-side comparisons with Michelle Obama's previous convention address fueled these accusations, and hashtags condemning the speech surged across platforms, often accompanied by GIFs, memes, and biting commentary. Critics labeled the speech a copy-and-paste misstep, questioning Melania's authenticity, her credibility, and the legitimacy of her role in a campaign that had already drawn intense scrutiny. The language of the criticism was sharp sometimes, merciless, reflecting the unrelenting expectations placed on public figures, particularly women stepping into historically scrutinized roles. Yet alongside the criticism, a wave of defense emerged equally fervent. Many social media users and commentators rushed to Melania's side, emphasizing the fact that she was a newcomer to the political stage, entering a world where every gesture, word, and pause is dissected and judged. They argued that the resemblance to Michelle Obama's speech was a minor oversight, at worst a coincidence at best, and certainly not a reflection of intent to deceive. Supporters highlighted the pressures of public speaking, the challenges of crafting a speech under intense political and media scrutiny, and the inherent difficulty of navigating a hyper-visible debut. For them, the speech was less a scandal and more a moment of human vulnerability, a reminder that even those in the most glamorous and scrutinized positions are still learning, still adapting, and still finding their footing. The online discourse quickly transformed into a battleground of perspectives, with sharp lines drawn between those who interpreted the similarities as an ethical lapse and those who framed it as an understandable misstep. Memes, opinion threads, and viral posts reflected both sides. Some mocked the apparent mimicry with biting humor, while others posted messages of encouragement, urging the public to consider the humanity of someone thrust into the unforgiving spotlight of American politics. On platforms like Reddit and Twitter, long threads dissected the minutiae of every sentence, while YouTube commentators produced side-by-side analyses, drawing hundreds of thousands of views. The story became not only about Melania's words, but about the very nature of public judgment, media amplification, and the way a single speech could ignite a national conversation about originality, intent, and fairness. Interestingly, this polarized public reaction also underscored a broader cultural discussion about women in the political spotlight. Many defenders of Melania pointed out that she was navigating a world historically dominated by men stepping into a role with almost no prior experience and doing so under the microscope of a nation that tends to scrutinize women far more harshly than men. For some, this context transformed the controversy from a simple question of textual similarity into a reflection on the double standards women face in public life, especially women who are married to powerful men and expected to balance support, visibility, and independence all at once. Even amid jokes, criticism, and viral commentary, a segment of the public seemed to recognize the delicate balancing act she faced, maintaining dignity, expressing personal values, and asserting a sense of agency while contending with extraordinary public attention. In the end, the public reaction to Melania Trump's speech was a vivid display of the polarized nature of modern American discourse, amplified by social media's immediacy and reach. For every accusation of plagiarism, there was a defense rooted in empathy, context, and recognition of her inexperience in politics. For every mocking meme, there was a post celebrating her poised composure and the effort required to step into a national stage under such intense scrutiny. The incident revealed not only the power of social media to shape narratives in real time, but also the deeply personal and emotional nature of public judgment, where admiration, skepticism, and criticism coexist in an often overwhelming cacophony. Melania's debut on the political stage was in this sense not only an introduction, but a trial by fire, one that would define public perception, challenge her resilience, and illuminate the complex interplay between celebrity politics and the relentless gaze of an engaged, vocal, and divided public. The controversy surrounding Melania Trump's 2016 Republican National Convention speech left a lasting mark not only on public perception, but also on the way the media, political analysts, and the American public viewed her role in the political sphere. Almost immediately, questions arose about her involvement in the crafting of her own speech. Had she written it herself, or had she relied entirely on speechwriters? And if she had, how much control did she truly have over the words she delivered on such a critical stage? The allegations of plagiarism, whether intentional or not, cast a shadow over her political debut, prompting a broader discussion about authenticity, agency, and the role of spouses in highly publicized political campaigns. For many observers, what had begun as a ceremonial introduction to the future First Lady transformed into a test of credibility and competence. In the months and years that followed, every appearance Melania made was scrutinized in the context of that initial speech. The media tracked her closely, analyzing the tone, content, and style of her public remarks, looking for continuity or deviation from what had been presented in Cleveland. Comparisons were made with other First Ladies, with commentators dissecting her mannerisms, word choices, and even her body language. Interviews, televised appearances, and public addresses became opportunities for journalists and the public alike to evaluate her presence and influence. The scrutiny highlighted an unspoken reality in the political world. Every word, gesture, and expression carries weight, and past controversies can linger indefinitely, shaping the narrative around a figure's competence and authenticity. The lasting impact of the speech controversy extended beyond Melania herself to the broader political landscape. It served as a cautionary tale for campaign speechwriters and public figures, illustrating the importance of meticulous preparation, thorough review, and rigorous sourcing. In today's media environment, where every speech can be recorded, archived, and instantly compared to historical texts, even minor lapses can spiral into major controversies. The lesson was clear: political messaging is not just about the ideas conveyed, it is about the perception of integrity, originality, and accountability. A single misstep can ripple through the public consciousness, influencing how a figure is perceived for years to come. Beyond the technical lessons, the episode also underscored the human dimension of political life. Melania's experience illustrated the challenges faced by individuals stepping into the spotlight for the first time, particularly in roles that carry symbolic and cultural significance. The scrutiny of her speech, while often harsh, highlighted the delicate balancing act required to maintain both personal dignity and public credibility. It revealed the pressures of navigating an arena where personal expression, political loyalty, and public expectation intersect in ways that few civilians ever experience. For Melania, the controversy became a defining moment, an initiation into the realities of public life at the highest level, where every action is analyzed, every word measured, and every gesture interpreted for its political resonance. Ultimately, the 2016 convention speech controversy left an indelible mark on Melania Trump's public persona. It illuminated the complexities of political debut, the intense scrutiny faced by those in the public eye, and the enduring significance of preparation and authenticity. While the incident brought criticism and skepticism, it also provided a powerful learning experience, highlighting that in politics, perception is as crucial as content, and that even minor lapses in diligence can become magnified under the unrelenting gaze of the media and the public. The episode served as a reminder that the role of a public figure is never static. It evolves continuously under observation, where every speech appearance and action contributes to the ongoing construction of reputation, influence, and legacy. In the end, the lesson was unmistakable in political life. Meticulous preparation, careful sourcing, and awareness of public perception are not just advisable, they are essential. The 2016 Republican National Convention was more than just a political event. It was a moment of symbolic significance, marking Melania Trump's first steps into the glaring spotlight of American politics. On that stage, she moved with poise and grace, introducing herself to a nation that had long known her as a model, a wife, and a mother, but now faced the emergence of a public figure navigating the complexities of political visibility. Her speech, while carefully crafted, sparked a question that lingered in the minds of viewers. Was the resemblance to Michelle Obama's words merely a coincidence, or was it intentional? This ambiguity captivated the public, leaving an open-ended mystery for debate. Beyond the controversy, Melania's presence highlighted a distinctive style that would come to define her political persona: subtle yet noticeable, reserved yet commanding attention through elegance and measured gestures. In stepping into the national stage, she demonstrated that influence in politics is not always loud or overt. Sometimes it is the quiet, composed presence that leaves the strongest impression. And as we reflect on that moment, the question remains: do you see it as coincidence or deliberate? We'd love to hear your thoughts. Leave a comment below and share your perspective. And don't forget to subscribe to our channel for more deep dives into the lives and stories behind public figures. Be best, just two simple words, yet loaded with ambition, controversy, and symbolism. When Melania Trump stood before the cameras in May 2018 to unveil her signature initiative as First Lady, she asked America a question without saying it directly. Could her campaign truly change the lives of children, or was it destined to be remembered as just another polished performance in the relentless theater of Washington politics? The words themselves carried a kind of universal hope. Be best, a call for children to be their strongest selves, their healthiest selves, their kindest selves. Melania declared that this campaign would take on three of the most pressing issues facing American youth: the rise of online bullying, the silent crisis of mental health, and the need to teach children how to navigate the digital world responsibly. She positioned herself not as a politician, but as a mother who knew the worries of raising a child in an age of constant screens and endless online noise. The launch was carefully staged. Standing in the White House Rose Garden, Melania spoke softly but firmly, her accent still thick with the cadence of her Slovenian roots, reminding the world that she was unlike any First Lady before her. Cameras captured her elegance, her composure, her ability to draw attention without ever raising her voice. To her supporters, this was a rare moment of authenticity, a glimpse of a woman who wanted to use her platform for good. To her critics, however, it was hard not to notice the contradiction. How could the wife of a president who wielded Twitter like a weapon now stand as a champion against cyberbullying? Yet in that moment, Melania seemed determined to carve out her own path. The Be Best initiative, at least in its spirit, was built around values that resonated with parents across the country. Every parent, no matter their political belief, knew the fear of seeing their child become the target of online cruelty. Every teacher recognized the hidden struggles of children battling anxiety or depression. And every family understood the urgent need to guide young people through a digital landscape more treacherous than any generation had ever faced before. The question that lingered was not whether the message was noble; it clearly was. The deeper question was whether Melania's effort could survive the cynicism of politics, whether it could grow into something real and lasting. Was Be Best truly for the children of America, or was it a neatly packaged image campaign designed to soften her husband's controversial presidency? From the very beginning, the initiative carried the weight of both promise and doubt. And as we revisit its origins, we are left with the same haunting curiosity that first surrounded it. Was Be Best the First Lady's heartfelt attempt to make a difference, or simply one more carefully crafted performance in the grand political stage of America? Before we dive into this captivating story, don't forget to hit that subscribe button and turn on the notification bell. That way you won't miss any of our exclusive stories about power, wealth, and the hidden truths behind the world's most talked about figures. When Melania Trump first presented the vision behind Be Best, it was clear she wanted to aim higher than a slogan. At its heart, the campaign carried a simple but profound goal: to shield children from the crushing pressures of a modern world where technology, social media, and society itself often seemed overwhelming. Melania framed her initiative as a protective shield, one that could give children the tools to grow, not only strong, but also kind, resilient, and confident in a digital age that often stripped them of innocence far too soon. She spoke about the dangers lurking in the unseen corners of the internet, cyberbullying that could break a child's spirit, peer pressure, magnified by likes and comments, and the silent burden of mental health struggles that children were often too afraid to express. In Melania's words, children deserved to know that they were valued, that their voices mattered, and that they had the right to a safe environment where their well-being came before clicks, views, or retweets. It was a vision rooted in compassion, and in many ways it was also rooted in her own personal story. Because Melania Trump was not just the First Lady. She wanted the world to see her as something more, a mother. A woman who, like millions of parents, worried about the future of her child Barron growing up in a time when the digital world was no longer optional but inescapable. By placing motherhood at the center of her campaign, she sought to draw a line between her identity and her husband's divisive presidency. She was not only the wife of Donald Trump, she implied. She was her own voice, her own advocate, her own brand of influence. This was perhaps the deeper meaning of Be Best. It was not simply a public health initiative. It was Melania's attempt to define herself on her own terms, in her own language, in her own chosen role. For years, she had been perceived largely through the lens of her husband, his business empire, his controversies, his power. With Be Best, she reached for something that was distinctly hers. She wanted to show America, and perhaps even herself, that she could step out from the shadow of the Trump name and stand in the light of her own purpose. The vision was ambitious, even idealistic. Melania did not promise sweeping legislative reform or billion-dollar budgets. What she promised was a voice calm, steady and maternal, reminding the nation that children were fragile and deserved protection. Her critics dismissed it as vague and toothless, but to her supporters, the strength of the campaign was precisely in its humanity. It was a reminder that in the loud and chaotic world of politics, there was still space for empathy, still space for a mother's touch. And in shaping Be Best this way, Melania Trump sought not only to protect America's children, but also to redefine herself, no longer just an accessory to power, but a voice of her own, carrying both the softness of compassion and the quiet strength of independence. The unveiling of Be Best was more than just the launch of a First Lady's initiative. It was a carefully orchestrated moment of theater, staged in one of the most symbolic places in America, the White House Rose Garden. The afternoon sun filtered gently through the leaves, the podium gleamed with the presidential seal, and rows of reporters from every major news outlet sat waiting, pens and hand cameras, ready to capture every detail. This was Melania Trump's moment, and the world was watching. When she stepped onto the stage, there was no thunder, no sharp edge, none of the political fire that had become synonymous with her husband's presence. Instead, Melania appeared in her signature calm, almost serene composure. Her movements were graceful, her voice soft yet deliberate, and her expression carried that air of distance that had always made her an enigma. To those present, the contrast was striking. While Donald Trump's politics were defined by volume, confrontation, and spectacle, Melania embodied the opposite: subtlety, stillness, and a kind of quiet elegance that seemed almost foreign in Washington's noisy arena. The cameras lingered on her as she spoke. For a moment, the headlines were not about chaos in the West Wing, not about fiery tweets or political storms. Instead, they captured an image of a First Lady who stood apart, a woman who, without shouting, demanded attention through her very restraint. The media had often portrayed her as distant, even reluctant, but in that moment, Melania was deliberate. She was telling her story on her own terms, framed not by her husband's booming voice, but by her own quiet determination. The symbolism was unmistakable. In a White House dominated by controversy, Be Best was presented as something pure, almost apolitical. Melania was framed as a gentle counterbalance, her campaign a softer melody playing against the drumbeat of division. To her admirers, this contrast was refreshing, a reminder that leadership did not always have to roar, that sometimes it could whisper and still be heard. To her critics, however, the elegance was only surface deep, masking a campaign with little substance behind the polished optics. Yet no one could deny the power of the image. The sight of Melania poised, elegant, measured, standing at the very heart of American political power represented her attempt to carve out her own chapter in history. This was her stage, her message, her vision broadcast across every network and printed in every major paper. For once, the spotlight was not shared, and in the midst of the noise of American politics, that moment of quiet, Melania's quiet was perhaps the loudest message of all. No sooner had Be Best been launched with elegance and ceremony than the storm of criticism began to gather. For all the polished speeches and carefully staged images, skeptics quickly asked, what exactly does this campaign do? Beyond the slogans, beyond the soft words, critics pointed to the lack of concrete projects, measurable goals, or large-scale initiatives. To them, Be Best felt more like an echo than a voice, a campaign with style but without substance, a headline without a story. Editorials in major newspapers questioned its depth. Commentators on television labeled it thin, unclear, even hollow. They argued that while Melania had spoken of protecting children from online bullying, improving their mental health, and guiding them through the digital world, there were few signs of real programs that could make those ideals a reality. Parents and educators who wanted tangible resources, funding, or nationwide programs often found only brochures, speeches, or symbolic appearances. It was a campaign that seemed to hover above the surface without ever diving into the trenches where real change was needed. And then there was the contradiction, one so glaring, it became the defining criticism of Be Best. How could Melania Trump, the wife of a president who used Twitter daily as a weapon of ridicule, claim to lead a national effort against online bullying? Donald Trump's social media was infamous for its sharp insults, mocking nicknames, and relentless public attacks on his opponents. To many, this was hypocrisy. In its purest form, the White House could not preach kindness online while simultaneously setting the very opposite example from the highest office in the land. Late-night comedians seized on the irony, turning Be Best into a punchline. Headlines framed it as do, as I say, not as my husband tweets. Critics accused Melania of trying to polish the image of an administration built on division, of offering a gentle mask to cover a harsher political reality. To them, the campaign was not just vague, it was insincere, even fake in its very message. But within the criticism was also something more complicated. Some wondered if Melania was quietly pushing back against her husband's style, trying to create a softer counterweight in a household defined by conflict. Was Be Best an act of hypocrisy, or was it her subtle rebellion, a way of drawing her own line, even if the contradictions made it impossible to fully succeed? In the end, the controversy became inseparable from the campaign itself. Be Best could not escape the shadow of Donald Trump's Twitter feed, nor could Melania fully silence those who dismissed her efforts as empty. The vision she presented, noble in words, collided with the brutal reality of politics, leaving behind a campaign remembered as much for its contradictions as for its intentions. Yet for all the storms of criticism, Be Best was not without defenders. Beyond the noise of political debate, there were voices softer, less amplified, but sincere, that rose to remind the public of something important. Melania Trump, despite all the contradictions of her position, genuinely seemed to care about children. To them, her campaign was not a hollow echo of public relations strategy, but the heartfelt effort of a woman who had lived under the harsh glare of power and still chose to focus her energy on the fragile hearts and minds of the next generation. Supporters pointed to the way Melania spoke about children, not as political pawns or symbols, but as individuals who deserve safety, kindness, and respect. They noted how she emphasized mental health, an issue that had long been ignored in American politics, especially for young people. While Be Best might not have rolled out sweeping federal programs, its supporters saw it as a reminder, a nudge for families, schools, and communities to take the well-being of children seriously in an age when bullying could follow them home through their phones and anxiety could grow silently behind closed doors. They argued that the campaign, though modest, was deeply personal. Melania had not come into the White House with a background in politics or activism. She was a first lady in one of the most combative administrations in modern American history, where every gesture was scrutinized, mocked, or dismissed. And yet, instead of choosing a glamorous cause or a safe ceremonial role, she chose something tender and human, protecting children. In this light, Be Best was less about policy and more about principle, less about politics and more about compassion. Some defenders even suggested that Be Best was Melania's quiet rebellion, her way of softening an environment dominated by conflict and division. If her husband's presidency was defined by confrontation, then perhaps her initiative was defined by care. Supporters saw her as a woman trying to carve a space for gentleness in a political climate that left little room for it. And while critics called it vague or insincere, her defenders insisted that not every effort needed to be measured in bills passed or budgets signed. Sometimes the value of a campaign lay in its symbolism, in its ability to start conversations and remind a divided nation of shared values. For those who chose to see it this way, Be Best was not a failure. It was a testament to the fact that even in the harshest political storms, there could be an attempt, however small, to put children first. And for them, Melania Trump's legacy as First Lady would always include that effort, the quiet, imperfect, but undeniably human act of standing up for the youngest and most vulnerable. Despite the swirling debates and fierce criticisms, Be Best did leave its mark, albeit in ways quieter and subtler than the public spectacle might have suggested. The campaign's tangible contributions were measured not in sweeping legislation or headline-grabbing reforms, but in practical tools, collaborations and awareness that slowly but steadily reached children, parents, and educators across the nation. One of the most notable outcomes was a series of educational resources and guidelines designed to help families navigate the complex, often treacherous world of social media. These materials covered topics from online safety and digital etiquette to mental health tips, offering parents a roadmap for conversations that might otherwise feel impossible in the chaotic pace of modern life. Beyond printed materials and brochures, Be Best forged partnerships with organizations committed to child welfare and mental health. Foundations, nonprofits, and advocacy groups joined forces with the First Lady's office to expand the reach of the initiative. Through workshops, campaigns, and public events, these collaborations helped embed the principles of Be Best into communities, schools, and programs that were already working to protect and empower children. While the initiative never aimed to replace existing social programs, it created a bridge between government attention and grassroots efforts, amplifying the voices of those already fighting for young people. Perhaps the most enduring achievement of Be Best was its ability to spark conversations. In homes, classrooms, and public discourse, discussions about cyberbullying, responsible technology use, and children's mental health became slightly more prominent than before. Parents were prompted to ask their children harder questions, schools were nudged to consider policies on social media use, and public attention was drawn to challenges that often existed quietly behind closed doors. Even critics acknowledged that for all its flaws, Be Best had managed to raise awareness about issues that were often overlooked, reminding the nation that children's welfare was not a partisan concern, it was a universal one. In the end, the impact of Be Best was neither dazzling nor revolutionary, but it was real. The initiative offered a collection of tools, partnerships, and conversations that quietly reinforced the value of protecting and nurturing young people. It was a modest legacy, yet in a world of constant noise, its subtle contributions were all the more meaningful. Melania Trump, through her careful and measured approach, had created a space for dialogue and reflection, leaving behind a campaign whose echoes could still be felt in classrooms, homes, and communities across America. In that sense, Be Best succeeded not through spectacle, but through the quiet persistence of its message that the well-being of children matters every day in ways both small and profound. Perhaps the most powerful part of the campaign is not what it accomplished in concrete terms, but what it provokes in reflection. It invites us to ask difficult questions. Can an initiative led from within the walls of power ever escape the influence of the political environment around it? Can sincerity exist in a sphere where optics and strategy are inseparable from action? And ultimately, the most personal question, did Melania Trump truly believe in the message of Be Best? Or was it another form of performance in a world where every gesture is scrutinized, debated, and dissected? These questions remain open, unresolved, and perhaps that is exactly the point. Be Best is less a completed project and more a mirror reflecting our hopes, our skepticism, and our desire to see the young people in our society treated with care, dignity, and respect. And as the debate continues, one thing is certain: the conversation about the welfare of children, about kindness in a digital age, and about the roles we assign to those in power has been sparked. And it is up to each of us to decide in our own hearts and minds whether Be Best is a legacy worth remembering or merely words written on paper. So we leave the question with you. Do you believe Melania Trump sincerely invested in this campaign, or do you see it as another layer of political performance designed more for optics than impact? And now, as we reach the close of our reflection on Be Best, The story does not end here. It begins a conversation, one that depends on you, the audience, to continue. We've explored the campaign from every angle, its inception in the White House Rose Garden, the idealistic vision of advocating for children, the applause, the criticism, and the debates that followed. We've seen both the skepticism and the support, the contradictions, and the small but tangible impacts. But ultimately, what Be Best means is not for me, nor for the media, nor even for political commentators to decide alone. It is a question that belongs to you. So we ask directly, what do you think was Be Best, a sincere effort by Melania Trump to protect and guide children in a complex digital age? Or was it largely symbolic, a performance designed to convey compassion and initiative without fundamentally changing the system around it? How do we judge the effectiveness of campaigns like this, especially when good intentions are entangled with the harsh realities of politics? Your voice matters because public discourse is not just about listening, it's about engaging, questioning, and holding up a mirror to the society we all share. Comment below with your thoughts, reflections, and even disagreements. Share your perspective. Did Be Best touch real lives, or did it remain a polished phrase on a podium? By discussing it, you help shape the narrative and remind us that children's welfare, mental health, and responsible use of technology are issues that go beyond politics and personal opinion. Every comment, every story, every perspective adds nuance to our understanding. And it is through these collective conversations that we gain insight, empathy, and even inspiration. And if you found this analysis enlightening, thought-provoking, or simply worth your time, make sure to like, share, and subscribe. By doing so, you will join a community committed to diving deeper into social and political issues, unpacking the layers of intention, impact, and human consequence that often lie beneath headlines. Together, we can continue exploring, questioning, and learning not just about campaigns like Be Best, but about the forces that shape our culture, our leadership, and our values. So take a moment, reflect, and participate. The story of Be Best is ongoing, and your voice is part of its living legacy. Engage in the conversation, challenge assumptions, and let us know in your view, is Be Best a genuine effort, or is it a symbolic gesture crafted for optics? The discussion starts now, and it begins with you. Thank you for watching. We'd love to hear your thoughts. What do you think about Be Best, and what questions or topics would you like us to explore next? Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe so you never miss our latest videos. The story begins with a striking contrast: two women standing on the same political stage, yet embodying entirely different energies. On one side, we see Melania Trump, graceful, composed, and deliberately distant, a first lady who often allowed silence to speak louder than words. On the other, Ivanka Trump, vibrant, articulate, and ever-present, standing confidently beside her father at rallies, boardrooms, and world summits. These images, so often replayed across news channels and splashed on magazine covers, created a fascinating tension in the public imagination. And so the question arises, why has the media time and again drawn comparisons between Melania and Ivanka? Why do these two figures, both powerful in their own right, become locked in a narrative of competition and contrast? Is it simply because they are women within a dynasty dominated by men? Or does the answer lie deeper in politics, ambition, and the delicate balance of influence inside the Trump family? This documentary seeks to explore those questions not with shallow gossip, but by peeling back the layers of image power and hidden rivalry. For Melania, her power was understated, expressed through elegance, distance, and careful control of her role as First Lady. For Ivanka, it was unmistakably direct speeches, policy discussions, and her father's open acknowledgement of her as a trusted advisor. The comparisons then were inevitable. They weren't just about fashion choices, though the world certainly dissected Melania's couture gowns against Ivanka's sleek corporate dresses. They weren't just about personality, though journalists often painted Melania as the enigmatic figure in contrast to Ivanka's polished accessibility. At the core, these comparisons were about power politics and the invisible struggles for influence within America's most polarizing family. This is where our journey begins, not merely to retell the headlines, but to understand the symbolism, the tensions, and the unspoken dynamics between Melania and Ivanka Trump. Two women, one family, and a stage called America. Before we dive into this captivating story, don't forget to hit that subscribe button and turn on the notification bell. That way you won't miss any of our exclusive stories about power, wealth, and the hidden truths behind the world's most talked about figures. In the public eye, Melania Trump and Ivanka Trump were not merely family members of a president, they became symbols, each embodying a different facet of the Trump legacy. Their images, so distinct yet intertwined, shaped how the world viewed the Trump administration and, more importantly, the internal dynamics of the family itself. For Melania, her role as First Lady was defined by restraint and silence. She rarely gave interviews, seldom revealed her emotions, and often appeared as a figure of elegance and distance. Unlike her predecessors, who made the East Wing a hub of activism and social reform, Melania preferred to remain in the background. When she did step forward, it was through carefully orchestrated appearances, walking silently by Donald Trump's side, maintaining a calm, almost impenetrable expression. To many, this quietness became her identity. Some admired her mystery and composure, interpreting it as strength. Others criticized her for being disengaged, even cold, at a time when the country expected a more vocal, empathetic First Lady. Her signature initiative, Be Best, was meant to define her legacy. Focused on children's well-being, online behavior, and anti-bullying campaigns, it carried noble intentions. Yet critics quickly pointed out its contradictions, especially considering Donald Trump's famously combative style on social media. To many observers, Be Best felt symbolic but shallow, a campaign more memorable as a slogan than as a movement that reshaped lives. While Melania defended it as her heartfelt contribution, the shadow of skepticism lingered, and the campaign's true impact remained contested. In stark contrast, Ivanka Trump embodied ambition and visibility. She was not a ceremonial figure, but an active participant in her father's administration. As senior advisor to the president, she took part in high-stakes policy discussions, sat across from world leaders, and represented the United States at global forums. Cameras captured her in boardrooms, international summits, and behind the resolute desk in the Oval Office itself. To her supporters, Ivanka symbolized a modern professional woman bridging politics and business. To her critics, she blurred the line between family loyalty and political power, wielding influence without accountability. The media, always hungry for narratives, framed her as the de facto First Lady of Donald Trump's presidency. While Melania's silence left a vacuum, Ivanka's constant presence filled it. Every time she accompanied her father abroad or offered polished statements on policy, journalists highlighted the irony: the daughter seemed to perform the very duties traditionally reserved for the wife. This perception, fair or not, deepened the sense of rivalry in the public imagination. Together, these contrasting images formed a dynamic that the public could not ignore. On one side, Melania, the quiet, elegant First Lady, whose guarded demeanor invited curiosity but kept her at a distance. On the other, Ivanka, the ambitious, polished advisor, stepping boldly into the political arena. Side by side, they represented two models of female power within the same family: one through silence, the other through visibility. And it was this very opposition that led the media and the public to constantly measure them against one another. Every gesture, every outfit, every public appearance became material for comparison. Was Melania truly distant or merely misunderstood? Was Ivanka genuinely powerful or simply playing the role her father allowed? These questions did not have simple answers, but the comparisons once planted grew into one of the most persistent storylines of the Trump era. When historians look back at the Trump presidency, one of the most fascinating dynamics they will examine is the question of political power inside the family. Beyond the rallies, the policies, and the controversies, there was always the lingering presence of two women whose roles were constantly contrasted: Ivanka Trump and Melania Trump. Each of them carried influence in very different ways, and the gap between their political footprints became one of the central narratives of Donald Trump's time in office. Ivanka was not just the president's daughter, she was one of his most trusted advisors. From the earliest days of the 2016 campaign, Donald Trump relied on her instincts, her polished demeanor, and her ability to soften his rougher edges with certain audiences. She was present in strategy sessions, lending advice on how to frame policy proposals and appeal to suburban women voters. And once Trump entered the White House, Ivanka's role only grew. She officially took the title of senior advisor to the president, but her real influence often stretched far beyond the formality of the position. Her fingerprints could be seen across multiple areas of governance. In matters of personnel, Ivanka was said to have had a voice in hiring decisions, particularly when it came to figures who shaped the administration's public image. In economic policy, she championed initiatives like paid family leave and workforce development, positioning herself as the socially conscious face of the administration. In foreign affairs, she became a visible presence, sitting in meetings with world leaders, accompanying her father on trips abroad, and even attending the G20 summit as a representative of the United States. To some observers, this was refreshing, a young woman stepping into arenas historically dominated by men. To others, it was alarming, a blending of family loyalty and political power that raised questions of nepotism and accountability. Her influence was further amplified by her marriage to Jared Kushner, another senior advisor to the president. Together, they were described as the power couple in the shadows. While Trump dominated the headlines, Ivanka and Jared quietly maneuvered within the administration, shaping decisions behind the scenes. Jared handled sensitive issues such as Middle East peace talks, criminal justice reform, and technology innovation. Ivanka balanced this by focusing on social policies and women's empowerment. The two of them, young, ambitious, and well-connected, became an axis of influence inside the White House, one that few could challenge openly. In stark contrast stood Melania Trump. Her role, though equally scrutinized, remained closer to that of a traditional First Lady. She chose not to immerse herself in policy debates or political battles. Instead, she focused on family, protecting her son Barron from the relentless glare of the media, maintaining the family's public image, and standing by her husband in moments of crisis. Her speeches were rare, carefully measured, and usually tied to symbolic events such as state dinners, holiday celebrations, or commemorations of national tragedies. To many, Melania represented grace and stability, the quiet counterpart to the chaos of Donald Trump's presidency. But compared to Ivanka's active engagement, Melania's distance from politics made her appear less influential. American media often highlighted this imbalance, portraying Ivanka as the unofficial First Lady while casting Melania in the shadow of her stepdaughter. Whether intentional or not, this framing shaped public perception. Ivanka was seen as the political actor, Melania as the ornamental figure. Of course, the reality was more complex. Melania's choice to remain distant from politics was in its own way a form of power. By refusing to be drawn into controversy, she preserved her independence and shielded her son. Yet the relentless comparisons with Ivanka made it difficult for her to step out of that shadow. Every article, every television segment, every photograph seemed to reinforce the same narrative: one woman ambitious and politically engaged, the other graceful but sidelined. And thus the image of imbalance became one of the most enduring storylines of the Trump years. It wasn't just about two women. It was about how America defines power, how it perceives influence, and how even within one of the most powerful families in the world, women are measured against each other in ways that men rarely are. When it comes to style and fashion, few political families have drawn as much global attention as the Trumps. Within this family, Melania Trump and Ivanka Trump became two contrasting yet equally captivating figures, both admired, both scrutinized, and both turned into fashion icons in their own right. Yet the way they expressed themselves through clothing told two very different stories. Melania, a former international model, carried with her the aura of high fashion long before she stepped into the White House. Having graced runways in Paris, Milan, and New York, she understood the language of couture better than most First Ladies before her. Her wardrobe as First Lady was a continuation of that legacy, refined, elegant, and unmistakably European in taste. Whether it was a Dior gown for a state dinner, a Dolce & Gabbana coat during a diplomatic visit, or a sharply tailored Ralph Lauren suit, every piece seemed chosen not merely as clothing, but as a statement of grace and prestige. Fashion magazines around the world celebrated her as one of the most stylish First Ladies in history, often placing her alongside icons like Jacqueline Kennedy and Michelle Obama. To her admirers, she embodied timeless sophistication, a woman who could turn any public appearance into a runway moment. Ivanka Trump, on the other hand, represented a very different aesthetic. Her fashion was not about couture glamour, but about projecting the image of a modern working woman. Blending femininity with authority, she often chose sleek, sheath dresses, tailored blazers, and minimalist jewelry outfits that could move seamlessly from boardroom to international summit. Long before her father entered politics, Ivanka had already built her own fashion brand, one that mirrored her personal style, polished, accessible, and aspirational for career-driven women. Her looks communicated not only elegance, but also power, the kind of understated authority that reflected her role as both a business leader and a senior advisor in the White House. The contrast between them became a constant fascination for the press. Side by side, Melania's European luxury stood against Ivanka's pragmatic modernism. Headlines often played into this dynamic, asking provocative questions like, "Who is the real style icon of the Trump era?" These comparisons, while often framed as lighthearted, carried deeper undertones. For the media, fashion became another lens to explore the rivalry between the First Lady and the First Daughter, another way of measuring influence, image, and identity within America's most watched family. In the end, both women carved out their own spaces. Melania, with her couture glamour, elevated the role of First Lady into a global fashion spectacle. Ivanka, with her working woman chic, presented herself as a symbol of modern female ambition. Together, they reflected two visions of womanhood at the heart of the Trump dynasty, one rooted in elegance, the other in power. In the battle of perception, the media has always played a decisive role in shaping how Melania Trump and Ivanka Trump are remembered. American outlets, from glossy magazines to political talk shows, often placed Ivanka in the spotlight, portraying her as the sophisticated, approachable, and ambitious daughter who helped soften the often harsh image of Donald Trump. Whether standing beside her father at international summits or delivering carefully crafted speeches on women's empowerment, Ivanka was presented as the bridge between Trump's controversial persona and the more progressive, palatable face that the administration wanted to project. To many journalists, she was the modern cosmopolitan woman who could balance elegance with political relevance. Melania, by contrast, was often trapped in a colder narrative. Despite her striking beauty and undeniable presence, the press repeatedly painted her as distant, aloof, and sometimes even unwilling to embrace her role as First Lady. The label Ice Queen followed her through headlines and late-night monologues, reducing her carefully chosen silences into an emblem of detachment rather than dignity. For Melania, who valued privacy and who spoke fewer words than most of her predecessors, the media's tendency to equate quietness with indifference created a lasting struggle between perception and reality. The public, too, was deeply divided. For one group of Americans, Ivanka was overstepping, a daughter intruding into the role that by tradition and symbolism belonged to the First Lady. They saw her constant visibility and political influence as an overshadowing of Melania, a mother figure sidelined within her own household. Another group, however, viewed Melania's silence not as weakness, but as strength. To them, her refusal to play into political theater was a deliberate choice, a way of guarding her identity and protecting her son Barron from the glare of publicity. And so every headline, every photograph, every moment of contrast between the glamorous daughter and the enigmatic wife became fuel for a narrative larger than the two women themselves. The media, knowingly or not, transformed their differences into a recurring drama, one that continues to spark debate about image influence and the true meaning of power inside the Trump dynasty. Among all the comparisons between Melania and Ivanka, Trump, none stirred more debate than the moments when the lines between First Lady and First Daughter seemed to blur. During Donald Trump's presidency, there were several occasions when Ivanka appeared more prominently than Melania, particularly during foreign trips and high-profile summits. Photographs of Ivanka seated at international roundtables or engaging with world leaders sparked a flurry of questions. Who is really the First Lady of the Trump White House? These images traveled across front pages and social media feeds, fueling whispers that Ivanka was in practice replacing Melania in the eyes of both domestic and global audiences. This was not just speculation, it became a narrative the media revisited time and again. Reporters noted how Melania, who preferred privacy and carefully managed her appearances, seemed absent during moments when Ivanka stepped into the spotlight. In the eyes of critics, the contrast was glaring. Ivanka leaned into visibility while Melania leaned away from it. The result was a storyline that cast them as rivals in influence, whether or not such rivalry truly existed behind closed doors. Rumors of coolness within the Trump family only deepened the intrigue. Gossip pages and political commentary alike highlighted moments when Melania and Ivanka appeared to avoid each other at public events. Cameras captured fleeting glances, stiff body language, or the conspicuous lack of interaction. To the media, these were more than coincidences. They were evidence of a frosty dynamic between stepmother and stepdaughter. Headlines screamed of tension in the Trump dynasty, magnifying the smallest gestures into proof of division. The tension reached its peak between 2018 and 2019. During this period, Ivanka was often presented by the press as the de facto public face of the Trump administration's softer side, attending events that traditionally would have been within the First Lady's domain. From state dinners to global summits, Ivanka's presence frequently overshadowed Melania's absence. For critics, it seemed as though Ivanka had taken on not only the symbolic weight, but also the ceremonial responsibilities of the First Lady, leaving Melania sidelined. To some Americans, this was scandalous, a breach of tradition that diminished the role of the First Lady and undermined Melania's dignity. To others, it was simply a reflection of personality. Ivanka thrived in the spotlight, while Melania chose to step back. Yet whichever interpretation people believed, the perception of rivalry became a powerful narrative of its own. The daughter and the wife were no longer simply two women in Trump's orbit. They were cast as emblematic opposites, locked in a quiet but very public struggle over visibility, symbolism, and legacy. The comparisons between Melania Trump and Ivanka Trump were never just about fashion, influence, or public image. At a deeper level, they were also reflections of the complicated stepmother-stepdaughter dynamic inside one of the world's most scrutinized families. Behind the carefully staged smiles and polite exchanges lay an invisible boundary shaped not only by personality differences, but also by their positions within the Trump household. For Melania, her energy and devotion centered on her son Barron. She often kept herself out of the political spotlight to safeguard his childhood from the relentless glare of the media. This maternal instinct gave her life in the White House a sense of restraint. Her priority was not expanding influence, but preserving a safe space for her child. Ivanka, on the other hand, was drawn to her father's political orbit with a natural ease. Already experienced as a businesswoman and public figure, she seamlessly transitioned into becoming Donald Trump's trusted advisor. Her bond with him was rooted in shared ambition and mutual trust, and she did not hesitate to step into arenas of power that Melania deliberately avoided. The result was an unspoken divide. Melania represented the private protective sphere of family, while Ivanka embodied the public ambitious pursuit of political influence. Though both women consistently maintained civility in public appearances, standing together at events exchanging formal gestures, observers could sense the distance. It was not open conflict, but rather the kind of quiet separation that exists when two lives move in parallel, yet rarely overlap. This invisible boundary fascinated the media and the public alike, turning every photograph and every interaction into a subject of speculation. In truth, perhaps, neither Melania nor Ivanka sought direct rivalry. Instead, their contrasting roles highlighted the complexity of blending family with politics, where maternal instincts and political ambition can coexist under the same roof, yet remain worlds apart. The contrasting roles of Melania and Ivanka Trump left behind two very different public legacies. For Melania, the persistent label was that of a passive first lady, someone who fulfilled ceremonial duties but rarely stepped into political battles. Her silence was often mistaken for detachment, and critics dismissed her as a background figure. Yet with time, some began to reinterpret her restraint not as weakness but as dignity, a quiet form of strength that prioritized family over politics. To many, she may ultimately be remembered as the First Lady who chose to protect her son and her privacy, above all else becoming a symbol of silence in an era of noise. Ivanka, on the other hand, was cast as her father's political heir, the ambitious daughter positioned as a potential successor to the Trump legacy. Her role as advisor, her visibility on the world stage, and her branding as a modern woman of influence created the image of someone preparing for a future in politics. Yet that image has also proven fragile. Despite her visibility, Ivanka has not yet fully transformed into an independent political figure. To some, her legacy is less about actual power and more about potential never fully realized. Thus, the two women stand as reflections of different choices. Melania, as the guardian of family identity, Ivanka as the experiment of political inheritance. Time will continue to reshape how history judges them, but their contrast will remain one of the most striking narratives of the Trump era. The comparison between Melania Trump and Ivanka Trump is not just about fashion elegance or who has greater political influence. It is in truth a mirror reflecting the complexities of family dynamics within one of the most scrutinized households in the world and the burdens that society places on women who step into the political spotlight, whether by choice or by circumstance. In Melania, the world sees a first lady who appeared distant, perhaps reserved, but who might have been quietly exercising a unique form of power, the power of silence. Her choice not to constantly engage with the media or political games could itself be read as a statement of defiance, an act of self-preservation, or even a subtle assertion of control. She stood apart, almost untouchable, allowing mystery to become her shield. In Ivanka, the world sees an ambitious daughter who eagerly embraced her father's political orbit. She projected confidence, intellect, and modernity, carefully curating her image as a woman capable of stepping into the political arena. To some, she became the political heir, while to others she represented the blurring of family and governance. Yet despite her influence, her journey showed the challenges of carving out an independent legacy when one's identity is so deeply tied to a powerful parent. When these two figures are compared side by side, what emerges is not simply a rivalry, but a broader story, one about the roles women are expected to play in politics and the double standards they face. Melania's silence was often criticized as passivity, while Ivanka's visibility was both celebrated and condemned. Neither path was free from judgment. And so the question remains for us to consider, did Melania truly want to be compared at all, or was her silence her ultimate form of power? Was her refusal to compete a hidden victory in itself? In the end, the narrative of Melania versus Ivanka is not just about them, it is about us, the audience, and the way society demands women in power to constantly prove themselves. Now, I want to turn the question over to you. What do you think was Melania's silence weakness, or was it her quiet strength?
I've said that if Ivanka weren't my daughter, perhaps I'd be dating her. You know.
Stop it! Your daughter?
Well, I was going to say sex, but I can't relate that.
If Ivanka weren't my daughter, perhaps I'd be dating her, Donald Trump once joked. A remark that sent shockwaves through the media. But beneath the headlines and sound bites lies a deeper narrative. A family shaped by ambition, power, and an undeniable craving for the spotlight. The Trump versus Trump dynamic isn't just about business or politics. It's a spectacle, a drama fueled by competition and intense family loyalty. And no one understands the stakes better than Ivanka herself. Her father, Donald Trump, has always professed his unwavering faith in the American people. In Ivanka's eyes, he isn't just the 45th president of the United States. He's the fiercest believer, the most passionate supporter, and the most loyal advocate anyone could ever hope for. Before we dive into this story, if you agree, give this video a like. If you disagree, leave a comment with the number 1. Let's see if we share the same perspective. Don't forget to subscribe and turn on the notification bell so you never miss the content that matters to you. Thank you so much. On the surface, Ivanka Trump and Melania Trump often appear calm, poised, and united. Two graceful women standing beside one of the world's most powerful men. But behind their polished smiles and elegant gowns lies a relationship riddled with subtle tension and quiet rivalry. From the grand halls of the White House to high-stakes political moments, whispers of a frosty dynamic have trailed them for years. Could these two iconic women, seemingly in sync, actually harbor quiet resentment toward each other? It's a question that lingers and one worth exploring. Ivanka's $1 million inauguration look wasn't just fashion, it was a message. During her father's inauguration, she stunned the world with a breathtaking collection of jewelry worth $1.1 million from the luxury brand LVV. The night before the big day, she wore a custom Oscar de la Renta gown embellished with shimmering crystals and pearls, paired with an iconic set of platinum drop diamond earrings worth an astounding $900,000. Then came the inaugural ball. Ivanka, radiant as ever, wore a 50-carat diamond necklace worth $180,000 and matching 10-carat diamond earrings priced at $60,000. It wasn't just beauty, it was statement, grace, and a calculated display of power. At the inaugural ball, Ivanka stepped into a scene straight out of a Hollywood fairy tale. Dressed in a white off-shoulder gown by Carolina Herrera, inspired by Audrey Hepburn's timeless elegance in the 1954 film Sabrina, Ivanka moved with the grace of a modern-day princess. Dancing with her husband, she appeared as if she had been plucked from the pages of a royal fantasy. And even before the ceremony, at the private pre-wedding event, she radiated poise in an emerald green pencil dress with a matching coat, perfectly styled hair, and refined accessories that echoed the subtle sophistication of British royalty. Ivanka Trump, daughter of Donald and Ivana Trump, isn't just a style icon. Standing at 1.8 meters tall with the silhouette of a runway model and the poise of a born diplomat, the 40-year-old mother of three has earned praise for her timeless fashion sensibility. Whether she's commanding attention in powerful neutral-tone suits at global summits or embracing minimalist elegance in her daily life, Ivanka's wardrobe speaks volumes. Her style is a seamless blend of modern polish and classic refinement, a reflection of her role as both a fashion symbol and a figure of quiet political significance. Even after stepping away from the political spotlight, Ivanka Trump continues to captivate. Her elegance remains undiminished, and her influence lingers far beyond the White House gates. On social media, her posts, ranging from sparkling jewelry showcases to uplifting glimpses into her personal life, still draw millions of eyes. Ivanka remains not only a symbol of luxury, but of grace and determined ambition. There's a magnetism about her that refuses to fade. Among Ivanka's most notable accomplishments is her role in securing the $150 million acquisition of Trump National Doral Miami, a sprawling golf resort valued at nearly $1 billion. The deal stands as a landmark achievement, showcasing her business prowess and confidence in handling complex negotiations. But real estate is only part of her empire. Ivanka ventured into fashion, launching her own brand of jewelry, clothing, and footwear, all of which found success across global markets. Her signature line became a staple not only in the US but also in luxury hubs from Europe to the Middle East. Her accomplishments haven't gone unnoticed. Ivanka was named a young global leader by the World Economic Forum and earned a coveted spot on Forbes' list of the world's 100 most powerful women at just 19 years old. Later, during her tenure at the White House, she served as a senior advisor to the president, wielding real influence in shaping policies related to women's empowerment, workforce development, and economic growth. Her role was more than symbolic, it was impactful. From her sprawling $24 million mansion in Miami to her enviable collection of fine jewelry, from Tiffany, Dior to Hermes, Ivanka's lifestyle is one of curated elegance. Her poise and personal brand have transformed her from a privileged heiress into a self-made powerhouse. In every detail, from her fashion to her public statements, she crafts an image of success that is both aspirational and uniquely her own. And in the world of political fashion, Melania Trump made her own statement. Her Inauguration Day outfit radiated timeless elegance, a tribute to classic style with a modern twist. With every public appearance, she exuded the kind of quiet confidence and grace that reminded many of Jacqueline Kennedy. Simple, poised, unforgettable. On January 20th, the world watched as Melania Trump stepped into history with her husband, Donald Trump, during his presidential inauguration in Washington, D.C. That day, she radiated poise and dignity, captivating the nation in a custom navy blue double-breasted coat designed by American designer Adam Lips. It wasn't just an outfit, it was a statement. Lips himself described the ensemble as a tribute to American democracy and craftsmanship, proudly showcasing the creativity and excellence of some of the nation's finest artisans. The internet lit up with praise for the First Lady's impeccable style. Social media buzzed with comparisons to Jacqueline Kennedy, the fashion icon whose legacy still defines elegance. Phrases like, "the most elegant First Lady since Jackie Kennedy," and "timeless and sleek" flooded online platforms. While Melania often favored luxury European labels, Valentino, Dior, Hermes, Alexander McQueen, her Inauguration Day choices proudly spotlighted American design. In that moment, she seamlessly blended refinement and symbolism, solidifying her image as a modern fashion icon. But behind the elegance and grace, a more turbulent story was unfolding within the Trump inner circle. The relationship between Melania and Ivanka Trump has long been the subject of fascination and speculation, often painted as a power struggle between two towering figures. According to Stephanie Winston Wolkoff, Melania's former advisor and longtime confidant, tensions between the two women peaked during the 2016 inauguration. In her memoir, Melania and Me, Wolkoff revealed a secret initiative known as the Operation Block Ivanka. According to her, Melania orchestrated a behind-the-scenes plan to ensure Ivanka was kept away from center stage during her husband's historic swearing-in. Melania was reportedly frustrated with Ivanka's persistent attempts to position her side of the family at the heart of the ceremony, which she believed should be solely about Donald Trump. She allegedly worked to minimize Ivanka's presence in key photographs, determined to make it clear that the day did not belong to the president's daughter. It belonged to the president himself. The rivalry wasn't merely ceremonial. Wolkoff also claimed that Ivanka had tried to cast herself as America's first daughter, a title that suggested a role more prominent than the traditional first lady. The power dynamics, the blurred lines, and the quiet tension, these elements painted a portrait of a family where every public step was also a strategic one. In the relentless struggle to secure influence within the Trump dynasty, the internal power game didn't just create tension between Melania and Ivanka, it sparked friction with other key players inside the Trump administration. One of the most explosive confrontations came when Steve Bannon, then a senior strategist, openly criticized Ivanka for bypassing traditional White House protocols. In a heated exchange, Ivanka reportedly fired back with a statement that only fanned the flames. "I'm not a staffer, I'm the first daughter." Adding to the turmoil, Jared Kushner, Ivanka's husband and senior advisor, allegedly stirred resentment when he attempted to secure office space in the East Wing for his team. This move deeply aggravated Melania, who viewed the East Wing as the symbolic and functional domain of the First Lady. In private moments, Melania reportedly referred to Ivanka mockingly as the princess, revealing an undercurrent of sarcasm and resentment. Melania and Wolkoff, working closely behind the scenes, devised a calculated plan to manage the family's presence during the inauguration ceremony. Their goal was subtle but strategic, to ensure Ivanka's face would be hidden or obscured in key camera angles, while Melania and her son, Barron Trump, would remain front and center. Some observers called it petty, but to Wolkoff, it was about Melania asserting her role as the rightful First Lady and preventing Ivanka from stealing the spotlight. The rivalry didn't end there. In the months that followed the inauguration, Ivanka reportedly tried to co-host key White House events, such as International Women's Day celebrations and the annual luncheon for governors' spouses. But Melania pushed back firmly. "This is my event," she allegedly told staff, drawing a clear line in the sand. Wolkoff also claimed that Melania grew increasingly irritated with Ivanka's attempts to claim credit for projects she hadn't led, accusing her of wanting to dominate rather than support. Even in the fiercely competitive world of fashion, Ivanka Trump stood out as the first daughter of America. She wasn't just a businesswoman, an advisor, or a socialite. She was an emblem of ambition wrapped in elegance. But her rising star came at a cost. According to Melania's former friend Stephanie Winston Wolkoff, Ivanka's presence was so strong that the First Lady herself took defensive measures. Milan fashion insiders allegedly refused to share the stage with Ivanka, seeing her as too politically polarizing. Wolkoff even revealed that if Melania saw Ivanka wearing a particular designer, she would blacklist that brand from her own wardrobe. For example, after Ivanka appeared in a Kaufman Franco gown, Melania reportedly crossed that designer off her personal list, a silent, stylish protest. This power dynamic extended far beyond fashion. It was the tale of a love story built on ambition, strategy, and survival. The saga of Ivanka and Jared, Washington's ultimate power couple. Ivanka Trump, the glamorous daughter of President Donald Trump, has long captivated America. With her sharp business sense and undeniable charisma, she emerged not just as a figure of privilege, but of power. At only 19, she made Forbes' list of the world's 100 most powerful women, a stunning feat for someone still on the cusp of adulthood. By 2017, she had solidified her place as her father's most trusted confidant, holding a key advisory role at the White House. and leaving an indelible mark in both politics and business. Raised with intense expectations and a rigorous work ethic, Ivanka's upbringing was anything but ordinary. Despite her family's immense wealth, Donald Trump insisted on instilling independence in his children. He agreed to cover only basic living expenses. The rest, Ivanka had to earn. So she modeled through high school, juggling a budding career with rigorous academics. She became fluent in several languages and graduated from the prestigious University of Pennsylvania with a degree in economics. From her father, she inherited sharp intellect and strategic instincts. From her mother, Ivana, she absorbed elegance and composure. Her rise in the Trump organization was meteoric. She quickly climbed the ranks to become executive vice president, overseeing massive real estate projects. One defining moment, her negotiation of the Trump National Doral Miami deal, securing the $1 billion property for only $150 million. Alongside her brothers, Ivanka expanded the Trump brand across the globe, spearheading luxury hotel developments and fortifying the family empire. But Ivanka wasn't content to merely follow in the family's footsteps. In 2007, she struck out on her own. She launched her own fashion and lifestyle brand, appealing to a new generation of working women. Her label became a reflection of her, poised, modern, and fiercely ambitious. Despite its eventual closure in 2018 due to political conflicts, it marked Ivanka's declaration of independence. She wasn't just a Trump, she was a force of her own. Ivanka Trump, the unshakable allure of power and privilege. From her very first public appearances, Ivanka Trump stood out, not just as the first daughter of the United States, but as a fashion icon and a force to be reckoned with. So much so that even the Milan fashion scene, known for its high standards and intense competition, once refused to share the stage with her. According to whispers in the fashion world, if Melania Trump ever saw Ivanka wearing a particular designer, that brand would mysteriously vanish from her own wardrobe. Case in point, after Ivanka dazzled in a Kaufman Franco dress, Melania reportedly blacklisted the designer entirely. But Ivanka's story is more than just fashion rivalries or White House dynamics. It's a tale of ambition, resilience, and reinvention. A true American power couple story when she's paired with Jared Kushner. Her journey from privilege to prominence isn't one of shortcuts, but of strategy and strength. Ivanka Trump, the poised and radiant daughter of President Donald Trump, has long captivated the public with her mix of business acumen and undeniable charisma. Born into a life of wealth and access, Ivanka refused to let privilege define her. Instead, she carved her own path to power, earning a spot on Forbes' list of the world's 100 most powerful women by the time she was just 19. By 2017, she had become one of her father's most trusted confidants, taking on a senior advisory role in the White House. Her influence straddled both politics and enterprise, leaving a mark that defied simple categorization. Raised with high expectations and an intense work ethic, Ivanka's upbringing was anything but ordinary. Despite the family's immense wealth, Donald Trump insisted his children earn their way. He covered only the essentials. Ivanka had to model during high school to afford her extras. She juggled a growing modeling career with a school, became fluent in several languages, and later graduated from the University of Pennsylvania with a degree in economics. She inherited her father's sharp intellect and business instinct, but also carried the grace and composure of her mother, Ivana. After joining the Trump organization, she quickly rose through the ranks to become executive vice president, overseeing monumental real estate ventures. A standout moment, her negotiation to secure Trump National Doral Miami for just $150 million, despite it being valued close to $1 billion. Together with her brothers, Ivanka expanded the Trump brand globally, spearheading the growth of Trump hotels and elevating the family empire. But she wasn't content to merely inherit success. She wanted to build her own. In 2007, Ivanka launched her own fashion empire. Her fashion line, which included jewelry, shoes, and clothing, became an instant success. From high-end jewelry collections to stylish footwear, Ivanka's brand sold in major markets like the US, Canada, and even the Middle East, proving her global appeal. Ivanka Trump's name resonates far beyond the confines of Wall Street boardrooms or the corridors of political power. Having been recognized as a young global leader by the World Economic Forum and named to Fortune's prestigious 40 Under 40 list, She exemplifies the rare blend of inherited prestige and self-made success. Ivanka's rise from the privileged daughter of a billionaire mogul to a dynamic businesswoman and influential political figure has captured the imagination of millions. Her path has been anything but passive. She has worked tirelessly to shape her identity, not merely as Donald Trump's daughter, but as a powerful and independent woman in her own right. Her legacy continues to unfold, inspiring women around the world who strive to turn privilege into purpose. Whether commanding the boardroom with bold decisions or walking confidently through the halls of the White House, Ivanka Trump has become a lasting symbol of strength, sophistication, and quiet determination. She's not just admired for her elegance, but respected for her ability to adapt, lead, and thrive in both business and politics, traditionally male-dominated arenas. The beginning of Ivanka and Jared's love story reads like something out of a modern fairy tale. From the moment Jared Kushner first met Ivanka Trump, he was captivated, not just by her striking beauty, but also by her intelligence, wit, and magnetic presence. It wasn't long before casual introductions turned into long, lingering lunches and private coffee dates, where the two would laugh, dream, and build a connection that quickly became inseparable. These intimate moments were more than simple courtship. They laid the foundation for a profound bond that neither of them could ignore. But like any compelling love story, theirs was not without challenge. After nearly a year of blissful romance, reality tested their relationship. The major obstacle? Religion. With Jared being a devout Orthodox Jew and Ivanka not yet converted, this cultural divide proved more difficult than expected. Despite their deep affection, the couple made the painful decision to part ways. The breakup, although brief, left many in their circle wondering, had one of the most promising love stories of their generation come to a premature end? Fate, however, had a different script in mind. Several years later, in an almost cinematic twist of destiny, Jared and Ivanka found themselves together again, this time aboard a luxurious yacht owned by Wendy Murdoch, the elegant and influential former wife of media tycoon Rupert Murdoch. As the oceans sparkled around them, so too did old emotions rekindle. The chemistry, still potent and impossible to ignore, drew them back together. This wasn't just a chance meeting, it was a sign. This time, they weren't going to let love slip away. Sparks reignited with more clarity and conviction, and by October 2009, the two sealed their love with an opulent wedding at the Trump National Golf Club in Bedminster, New Jersey. Over 500 elite guests, business magnates, political figures, and celebrities gathered to witness the union of two powerful legacies. The wedding wasn't just a social event, it was the public celebration of a partnership rooted in devotion, resilience, and shared ambition. Since then, their love story has only grown deeper and more complex. Now, as parents to three beautiful children, Arabella Rose, Joseph Frederick, and Theodore James Kushner, the couple embodies the modern ideal of a family rooted in tradition, but unafraid to evolve. They've navigated the turbulent worlds of business, politics, and public life together, emerging stronger and more united with every challenge. For nearly 15 years, Ivanka and Jared have not only balanced their personal lives with extraordinary professional responsibilities, they have become one of the most closely watched and admired power couples of the 21st century. Their marriage is not just built on love, but on mutual respect, shared values, and an unshakable partnership. Their story is more than just romantic. It's a narrative of loyalty, vision, and the kind of success that comes not just from ambition, but from unity. Together, they have built a life that combines luxury with legacy, purpose with privilege. Their journey reminds us that true power often lies in quiet strength, and that behind every public triumph, there's a private promise to grow together. Known for his calm demeanor and preference for working behind the scenes, Jared has played a crucial role in shaping key political moves and international deals during Trump's presidency. Jared was immediately captivated by Ivanka's dazzling beauty and sharp intellect. The two quickly began dating, indulging in long lunches and cozy coffee dates. However, after a year of romance, they encountered a major challenge: their differing religious backgrounds. This led to a brief breakup, sparking speculation about whether their love story had come to an end. But fate had other plans. A few years later, Jared and Ivanka crossed paths again, this time aboard a yacht owned by Wendy Murdoch, the ex-wife of media tycoon Rupert Murdoch. The chemistry was undeniable, and the couple rekindled their romance. In October 2009, their love culminated in a lavish wedding held at Bedminster, New Jersey, attended by 500 esteemed guests. Through the years, their bond has only grown stronger. Today, they share 3 beautiful children: Arabella Rose, Joseph Frederick, and Theodore James Kushner. For nearly 15 years, Ivanka and Jared have managed to balance family life, business, and politics, emerging as a global power couple admired around the world. Their journey, marked by romance, resilience, and unwavering commitment, stands as a powerful testament to the love they share and the luxurious life they lead. A quiet but commanding presence behind Donald Trump, Jared is a master strategist. Jared Kushner, the soft-spoken yet powerful son-in-law of Donald Trump, is a name that resonates across both political and business spheres. By age 35, he was already a millionaire, a real estate mogul, and the owner of the New York Observer. Known for his calm demeanor and behind-the-scenes influence, Jared played a critical role in Trump's ascent. Despite never holding an official title, Jared served as one of Trump's closest advisors during his presidency. Born into immense wealth, Jared was raised in a world of privilege in Livingston, New Jersey. His grandparents were Holocaust survivors who escaped Poland and settled in the United States in 1949. His father, Charles Kushner, built a powerful real estate empire, though not without controversy. Charles Kushner ended up serving time in prison for tax evasion and illegal campaign contributions, a scandal that drew widespread attention, especially since the prosecutor was none other than Chris Christie, the future Republican presidential candidate and Trump ally. Yet despite his family's scandals, Jared's influence only grew. He attended Harvard, reportedly after his father made a $2.5 million donation, and showed strong business acumen early on. By the age of 20, he had already purchased a skyscraper at 666 Fifth Avenue near Trump Tower. Like his father-in-law, Jared had both inherited great wealth and made bold real estate moves that shaped his identity. His connection to Trump went beyond business. Jared played a central role in Trump's campaign, reportedly advising him to choose Mike Pence as his running mate and helping to orchestrate key personnel changes, including the firing of campaign manager Corey Lewandowski. While Trump was known for his brash style, Jared's calm and collected demeanor provided a needed counterbalance, earning him the president's trust and respect. Trump himself publicly praised Jared for his intelligence and strategic thinking in Washington. Jared's behind-the-scenes role as a quiet political strategist elevated him to the ranks of true power players in Washington, without ever holding an official title. His influence on Trump-era decisions, from foreign policy to personnel shifts, sparked both admiration and concern. Unlike the traditional political operatives, Jared applied cold, calculated business principles to governance, reshaping the very tone of the Trump White House. While he shied away from the spotlight, his impact was undeniable. In the modern quarters of American power, Jared Kushner emerged not just as a Trump son-in-law, but as one of the most influential backroom figures in recent political history. And now, stepping by the $24 million sanctuary that Ivanka Trump calls home. Tucked away on the ultra-exclusive Billionaire Bunker Island in Miami, her mansion is more than just real estate. It's a lifestyle statement. Elegance meets extravagance at every turn. Before settling into this paradise, Ivanka and Jared had purchased an empty lot nearby for $32.2 million, previously owned by Spanish music legend Julio Iglesias. That lot now serves as the crown jewel of their family's ambitions. The home itself boasts a serene atmosphere that feels more like a luxury wellness retreat than a traditional residence. A sparkling pool glistens beneath palm trees, surrounded by manicured gardens and sleek tiles. This is where Ivanka often meditates, plays with her children, or hosts intimate gatherings. On Instagram, fans have glimpsed her quiet mornings spent on the patio or cozy moments indoors with her 3 children. Recently, she celebrated her birthday in the home, decorating the dining room with soft, neutral-tone flower arrangements, an echo of her refined, understated style. Despite the scale of her wealth, Ivanka's aesthetic remains rooted in a curated simplicity. Every choice in the home reflects this: luxury without excess, elegance without arrogance. Let's dive into the world of irresistible glamour. Join us as we explore the most iconic pieces from Ivanka Trump's exquisite jewelry collection. A perfect blend of elegance, luxury, and power. Her refined taste shines through each item, many of which are sourced from the world's most elite fashion houses, including Tiffany, Dior, and Hermes. One of the crowning jewels of her collection is the Tiffany Victoria necklace, worth a staggering $75,000, accompanied by the Elsa Peretti diamond bracelet, priced at $15,000. Both pieces reflect a sophisticated femininity that Ivanka has made her signature. From Dior, she owns the stunning Rose de Vent necklace, estimated at $30,000, and several dazzling Dior joaillerie rings, each valued up to $440,000. Masterpieces that reflect her taste for exclusivity and fine craftsmanship. Hermes also makes a strong statement in her collection. The Click H bracelet, worth $88,000, and the exquisite Kelly ring, valued at $25,000, add a modern yet classic French elegance to her personal style. Ivanka's love for luxury doesn't stop at jewelry. She's also a connoisseur of timeless watches. Her collection features iconic pieces like the Rolex Day-Date President, ranging from $40,000 to $50,000, and the Cartier Ballon Bleu, with models priced between $25,000 and $115,000. These watches are not just accessories, they are statements of power and legacy. Her refined taste extends to her impressive car collection, which balances practicality and opulence. For daily use, Ivanka relies on a $160,000 Dodge Ram for family activities and a $270,000 GMC Yukon for school runs or family getaways. With its spacious interior, the Yukon offers both comfort and command. She also owns a Chevrolet Suburban worth $275,000, combining rugged power and luxury, a fitting choice for her fast-paced lifestyle. But perhaps the crown jewel of her automotive taste is the vintage Mercedes 220 SE Ponton. This post-World War II luxury sedan, valued at $50,000, reflects her appreciation for timeless elegance and classic design. From her sprawling Miami estate to her jewelry box filled with diamonds and her garage lined with elegant machines, Ivanka Trump embodies the pinnacle of modern sophistication and success. She is not merely wealthy, she is curated, composed, and in full control of her world. But her influence goes beyond luxury. Ivanka Trump resides in a star-studded network of power, prestige, and unmatched connections that stretch across politics, business, and entertainment. She and her family have cultivated relationships with some of the most influential names in the world. Among her most notable connections is her long-standing friendship with Kim Kardashian and the Kardashian-Jenner family. Ivanka and her husband, Jared Kushner, have frequently been seen attending lavish parties, charity galas, and exclusive vacations with Kim and her then-husband, Kanye West. Ties that grew even stronger during Donald Trump's presidency when Kim became an outspoken advocate for criminal justice reform. Criminal justice reform was just one chapter in Ivanka Trump's ever-growing sphere of influence. Behind the scenes, it was Jared Kushner, her husband, who helped broaden her access to the elite social world. His connections spanned billionaires like Leon Black, tech moguls such as Mark Zuckerberg and Larry Page, and philanthropic giants like Bill Gates and David Koch. These relationships opened doors not just to global business ventures, but also to impactful philanthropic insights. From Silicon Valley power lunches to rubbing shoulders with influential political leaders like Michael Bloomberg, Ivanka's network became a masterclass in modern power play, a seamless blend of status, strategy, and sophistication. So what captivates you most about Ivanka Trump? Is it her wealth, her ambition, or her unmatched ability to navigate multiple worlds with ease? Let me know your thoughts in the comments below. I'd love to hear from you. If you enjoyed this deep dive, hit the like button and make sure to subscribe so you'll never miss another episode about the world's most fascinating figures. Thanks for watching.
That one, and we did a lot of them, and he respects them all. He understood.
In the world of politics, control is everything. Strategy, power, and image that are carefully curated and fiercely guarded. But even in the most calculated environments, there remains one wild card, one element no one can predict or fully prepare for: family. And within the Trump dynasty, that unpredictable force has a name: Barron. Before we dive into today's story, don't forget to hit that like button, subscribe to the channel, and turn on the notification bell so you never miss an update. And hey, leave us a comment below to let us know what you think about the Trump family's future. Your voice matters. For years, Barron Trump was a shadow, quiet, distant, almost invisible. He appeared briefly in public, towering beside his father, yet offering nothing but silence. A ghost in the gilded palace. But behind those tightly closed doors of Mar-a-Lago, something was changing. Something profound. And on January 20th, 2025, before millions of stunned viewers in Washington, D.C., Barron stepped forward, not with words, but with presence. And in that unforgettable moment, Donald and Melania Trump could not hold back their tears. The Trump family is no stranger to spectacle, but this was something different. For the first time, cracks began to appear in the polished, impenetrable wall the family had built around their youngest son. What had happened to Barron? Even those closest to him were caught off guard. The once reclusive teen had emerged transformed, and he didn't have to say a single word. The world saw it, and they felt it. Once just the quiet boy in the background while his siblings stole the spotlight, Barron's transformation stunned even the most cynical observers. Yes, he had grown, now standing at an astonishing 6'9", towering over even his father. But it wasn't just his height. There was something in the way he stood, the way he carried himself. Confidence, presence, command. That day didn't just mark Donald Trump's return to power. It revealed something even more unexpected: the quiet arrival of his son. No longer a boy, but a young man claiming his place in the world. He had once shied away from cameras, deliberately avoiding the media frenzy that consumed his father. But on that day, his quiet strength brought two of the most unshakable figures in modern politics, Donald and Melania Trump, to tears. This wasn't just about growth or maturity. It was something deeper, something powerful. A silent declaration of identity, a moment that said, "I am here." How did the most protected, most hidden member of the Trump dynasty go from being invisible to commanding the gaze of the world? This isn't just the story of any teenager. This is the rise of a secret weapon, a force the world had forgotten but may soon have to reckon with. Barron Trump, once overlooked, has become something no one expected. A symbol of change, of legacy, and possibly of the future. So who is Barron Trump, really? The youngest and most mysterious member of the Trump dynasty, Barron William Trump, was born on March 20th, 2006, in New York City. From the very beginning, his life was not just lived, but meticulously crafted. And the architect behind that carefully guarded upbringing? His mother, Melania Trump. A former model from Slovenia, Melania took on a new role with fierce devotion: protector, mentor, and soul guide to her only child. She made it her mission to shield Barron from the chaos, the flashing lights, and the political storms stirred up by his famous father. While Ivanka, Donald Jr., and Eric embraced the spotlight, giving interviews, launching business ventures, appearing at rallies, Barron lived in a separate universe, tucked away in his own private floor at Trump Tower. Melania didn't hire nannies. She didn't outsource parenting. Instead, she personally selected Barron's private tutors and teachers, ensuring every influence in his life was intentional and aligned with her values. Education for Barron was not just about academics. It was about diplomacy, etiquette, and rhetoric. And more than anything else, there was one unbreakable rule in their household: absolute privacy. During the 2016 presidential campaign, while the world scrutinized every Trump child, Barron remained a blank slate in the public eye. Rarely seen at events, his presence was like a whisper in a storm, and that was by design. While his older siblings were trained to engage, speak, and represent the family brand, Barron was trained to observe, listen, and grow in silence. A boy raised in the shadows, not by neglect, but by deep, intentional care. He didn't play by the same rules as his siblings, and that message was crystal clear. While Ivanka dazzled on the world stage and Don Jr. stirred up crowds with his speeches, Barron stayed firmly out of the spotlight. It wasn't because he couldn't handle attention. It was because he wasn't meant to, at least not yet. To Melania Trump, her son was not a pawn in the political chess game. He was the king she was quietly preparing. And the world? It may have overlooked him for years. But as Barron Trump grows into his own, the silence is beginning to speak louder than words. So while the Trump family was engulfed in political firestorms and headlines screamed with chaos, Melania built a fortress, not for herself but for her son. She stood between Barron and the insatiable hunger of the media. She shielded him from the relentless pressure of public life. And in doing so, she gave him a priceless gift, a childhood that wasn't consumed by politics, but protected from it. Barron, the youngest and most elusive Trump, chose a different path, a path that veered away from legacy, from fame, and from the crushing expectations that came with the family name. While his siblings leaned into the spotlight, he slipped quietly into the world of complex code, digital landscapes, and silent creation. Even as a child, Barron didn't dream of applause. He dreamed of architecture made of algorithms. Reports quietly surfaced that during his father's most recent campaign, Barron wasn't just watching, he was participating, and not in the way the world expected. Behind the scenes, away from the cameras, Barron was reportedly crafting digital strategies, designing algorithms, and fine-tuning hashtags to engage younger voters. It wasn't politics that moved him. It was the math behind persuasion, the system behind the system. His talents never sought a podium. They sought a purpose. He gravitated toward technology, design, and the rhythm of systems more than speeches or stages. Under Melania's quiet guidance, Barron also nurtured a surprising passion: music. More specifically, drums. Loud, unpredictable, primal. A far cry from the polished, calculated world of politics. But it fit him perfectly. Melania embraced the chaos that came with creativity. She didn't silence the noise. She let it echo. In a world obsessed with image, she let her son be real. How ironic, then, that the loudest instrument in the Trump household belonged to the quietest member. So what truly sets Barron apart from his older siblings? Was it the silence he cultivated so carefully? Or something deeper, a sense of destiny shaped not by headlines, but by intention? Did Melania's fierce protection and commitment to privacy quietly prepare him for something greater? Perhaps Barron Trump's silence wasn't accidental at all. Perhaps it was a strategy. And now it's beginning to change everything. For years, the world saw Barron Trump as shy, reserved, a boy carefully tucked away behind heavy curtains and guarded walls. He rarely spoke, never gave interviews, and seemed almost uninterested in the family business of politics. To many, he was the invisible Trump, a blank space in the dynasty's otherwise loud and crowded timeline. But the Barron of 2025 is something entirely different. He walks differently. He carries himself like someone who knows something others don't. No longer a boy hidden in the shadows, but a figure emerging with a quiet power that's impossible to ignore. To political observers, this was the clearest signal yet, that something was brewing. Because in politics, the loudest voice isn't always the most powerful. Often, it's the silence that shakes the ground. Barron had been silent for nearly 2 decades, but now he was showing the world what silence can become when it's intentional. He didn't speak, but his presence spoke volumes. He moved like a man with a plan. He stood like a leader. He watched like a strategist. And the question no one could shake was, what if this isn't the end of Barron's story, but the beginning? This transformation wasn't just about age or height. It wasn't just a teenager growing into his features. It felt like a calculated unveiling, a mysterious figure stepping intentionally into the light as a possible heir to something far greater than wealth, legacy. And that's when things became unsettling. No one truly knew his role, not his older siblings, whose spotlight now seemed dimmer in his towering presence, not the media, who had spent over 15 years barely acknowledging him and now found themselves scrambling to understand a story they had ignored. Barron gave them nothing, no interviews, no speeches, no quotes, just presence, distance, control. Even after his father returned to the White House, Barron remained largely invisible. Many had assumed that the Trump family would move into the White House immediately after the 2016 election. But that never happened. Melania made a different choice. She stayed in New York with Barron, allowing him to finish the school year. But in hindsight, that move wasn't just maternal. It was strategic. The space Melania created between her son and Washington wasn't just physical, it was symbolic. It was a line drawn in the sand, a statement. My son is not your pawn. And even now, with all eyes on him, Barron Trump appears only in moments that are tightly managed and deeply intentional. His mystery remains intact, his silence remains his armor, and his story is just beginning. He mostly remains silent, hidden in the background. Yet even that was enough to attract attention. Just a single photo of Barron standing next to his father could spark a wave of speculation about his posture, his towering height, and his unreadable expressions. Every rare public appearance raised more questions than answers. Who is this quiet young man choosing silence while standing at the edge of immense power? Is it for protection, indifference, or some invisible force at play? The less the world knows about Barron, the more his absence from the spotlight becomes more intriguing than his actual presence. This lack of information has only fueled widespread curiosity. Online communities have formed dedicated to analyzing his habits, his posture, even his health. But as time passed, one thing became increasingly clear. Barron is not just a quiet teenager. He possesses unique interests that seem far removed from the political legacy of his family. While his older brothers dove headfirst into business ventures, Barron found comfort elsewhere, in music, in technology, and in sports. Ironically, the more he tried to disappear from the public eye, the more attention he attracted. And this is precisely where silence transformed into a quiet form of influence. Behind the reserved exterior, Barron was slowly building a different kind of power. Eventually, Barron made a choice that has surprised many. He enrolled at the Stern School of Business at New York University, not just for the name, but to chart his own path. Even more surprising, he opted to live alone in a private apartment in the city rather than stay in the dorms like most freshmen. It was a quiet, defiant step toward independence. In a rare interview with Fox News, Melania spoke candidly about her son's new life and her feelings as a mother. She expressed deep pride in Barron's decision and how well he had adapted to the rhythm of college life. Her words were simple, but they carried weight. She said, "I cannot say he's a soulless child. I raised Barron to be an independent individual, to make his own choices and live by them. That was his decision, and I respect it." But what did she mean by soulless? Was it a hidden jab at public perception? Or a quiet acknowledgement that Barron had grown beyond her reach? Could his sudden independence be a silent rebellion, a sign of distance growing within the family? Or merely the natural process of breaking free from his mother's watchful eyes after so many years? Was it merely an offhand comment? Or a subtle message that something much deeper is stirring beneath the surface? A moment so powerful it brought tears to their eyes? Until now, Melania Trump had only shown raw emotion publicly once, after the shocking assassination attempt on her husband. In the wake of that horrifying moment at the campaign rally in Butler, Pennsylvania, Melania gave her first public address. In front of the cameras, she broke down. She recalled seeing the bullet hit her husband and realizing in a flash that her life, and their son Barron's, might never be the same. She thanked supporters for mourning with them. It was a hauntingly vulnerable moment for the Trump family, still grieving the tragic loss of a close confidant who died shielding the former president. Now, with Donald Trump sworn in again as President of the United States, that dark chapter seems to have been closed. But on Inauguration Day, something unexpected happened. For the first time since that near-death moment, Melania showed another rare surge of emotion. Known for her elegance, calm, and icy composure, Melania doesn't often show her feelings, but something within her shifted in the most beautiful way on the day she watched her son Barron step into the global spotlight. He stood tall, calm, and dignified, the image of poise before the world. Of course, all eyes were on Donald Trump as he took the oath of office for a historic second term. But in just a few seconds, the narrative shifted. Standing beside the newly re-inaugurated president was his youngest son, Barron, stunning in a Navy suit. The shy little boy from 2017 who used to stand quietly in the background was gone. In his place was a composed, confident young man, one who didn't fade into the crowd but stood as if he belonged there. He owned the moment. For a split second, even Donald Trump seemed taken aback. A flicker of surprise crossed his face, mixed with the deep pride only a father can feel, as if he was silently asking, "When did you grow up?" The crowd chuckled warmly when Trump joked about Barron's towering height. But then, as the applause quieted, it was Barron's turn. Calmly, playfully, like a natural, he lifted his hand to one ear, inviting more cheers. It was a quiet yet powerful gesture, one that exploded across social media like fireworks on the 4th of July. The video went viral, reaching millions across the globe. Hundreds of thousands hailed Barron as the new symbol of silent strength, while others dubbed him the quiet prince of Trumpism. Was this the beginning of Barron's own story? Without a doubt. The world thought they knew Barron Trump, but this was someone entirely different. What touched people most wasn't the public reaction. It was a private moment, quietly captured. Melania was seen discreetly wiping away tears as Barron stood beside his father, radiating a commanding presence that silenced the entire room. For someone so young, it was a dazzling and unexpected glow. And for Melania, that single tear carried the weight of 1,000 emotions. The pride of a mother watching her only son, her baby boy, step into the spotlight, not merely as the son of a president, but as his own man, as Barron Trump. It symbolized every silent sacrifice she made behind the scenes to raise him, shield him, and prepare him for this very moment. Years of restraint, privacy, and self-control, all culminating in this instant. No amount of preparation could have braced her for it, and her reaction said everything. This wasn't just another ceremonial appearance for Melania Trump. The question now lingers. Will Barron continue into the spotlight? In his recent public appearances, Barron has been described as confident and articulate. Despite his rising fame, he has never spoken publicly. No interviews, no statements, no political comments. He has appeared in public only a few times, but always with a serious expression and an undeniable presence. And that's where the story begins to get truly fascinating. Some believe Barron's passion for technology is more than just a hobby, that he's actively working on software projects and is closely tied to tech incubators. Others have linked him to innovative projects that blend social storytelling, data analytics, and digital politics. But these are only speculations. Nothing has been officially confirmed or denied. In reality, Barron holds more potential power than his older siblings because he has no scandals, no past controversies, and no media baggage that could spark public backlash. Essentially, he is a blank slate, and in politics, that's a massive advantage. It means his image is untainted, adaptable, and can evolve with the times without carrying the weight of past mistakes. Yet, because his last name is Trump, one of the most polarizing names on the planet, tied to lawsuits, aggressive political tactics, and constant controversy, people can't help but judge him through that lens. Though Barron never asked for it, he carries the heavy legacy of a name that has become synonymous with conflict and sensational drama. That is the real challenge. Can he reinvent such a notorious brand? Some experts already call him the post-Trump Trump. Unlike his predecessors, Barron doesn't make grand promises, which may explain why the public has such high hopes for him. He presents himself as elusive, modern, and more strategic than divisive. Yet he doesn't seem to have the same drive or ambition as the rest of his family. When it comes to whether Barron actually seeks attention, sources close to the 19-year-old New York University student say he is entirely uninterested in politics. Barron doesn't care, one student told News Nation. He's nothing like his fiery and outspoken father. Barron Trump has always been described as calm, reserved, and highly private, traits he seems to have inherited from his mother, Melania, rather than his controversial father, Donald Trump. While Donald thrives on the spotlight, Barron has taken the opposite road, choosing silence over spectacle and calm over chaos. He doesn't try to be the center of attention at school either. According to sources close to the family, Barron stays focused on his studies and avoids unnecessary drama. Politics isn't really his thing, the insider revealed. He doesn't get involved. That's just not his style. Unlike his father, Barron prefers a quiet life, far away from public scrutiny. And there's something else that keeps him grounded: love. He has a wonderful girlfriend and spends a lot of time with her, the source shared. He does have friends, but unlike Donald, he stays far away from the cameras. So if you imagine Barron leading campus rallies at NYU, sporting a MAGA hat, or preparing speeches for conservative conferences like CPAC, think again. Even student political leaders on campus have confirmed Barron keeps his distance. His social life is refreshingly normal for someone with such a famous last name. As reported by the Daily Mail, most of Barron's interactions happen online after school hours. He prefers gaming and group chats to cocktail parties and media appearances. And truth to be told, adjusting to life at NYU may have been more difficult for him than for most freshmen. Fame, after all, is a double-edged sword. But even though Barron avoids politics, politics doesn't always avoid him. When your last name is Trump, complete privacy becomes nearly impossible. Barron can't walk across campus without turning heads, and sometimes attracting whispers. That's the price of being born into one of the most talked about families in America. His older brother, Eric Trump, had a few words of caution. "My advice to Barron," Eric told The Independent, "is that he's probably the most watched, maybe even the most followed single young man in the world right now. So he needs to be careful. There are eyes on him everywhere." Even tech billionaire Elon Musk once spoke about Barron. Musk mentioned having a conversation with Barron about consciousness and video games, two things that teenage Trump is said to be deeply interested in. For a young man living in a political hurricane, gaming and philosophy may be the only safe spaces left. A social media influencer praised him as someone who can both run a business successfully and connect with people from all walks of life. Some students at New York University even noted a significant shift in the political landscape since his father, President Donald Trump, was re-elected. With his rising fame, is Barron beginning to reshape his own legacy? While he may be stepping away from the political spotlight, he is certainly not avoiding attention. And it's not just because of his famous last name. Standing at nearly 6'7", that certainly doesn't hurt. Until now, Barron has been shielded, either by his own choice or through the careful protection of his mother. But the world has taken notice, and this moment will not be forgotten. His story began in public view on the day his father was inaugurated, but where it goes from here is entirely up to him. He could choose to disappear again, dive deep into tech, and quietly become a global force behind the scenes. Or he might surprise everyone and enter politics himself. What's clear is that, for the first time, a branch of the Trump dynasty is breaking the mold. One that doesn't shout, doesn't push, and doesn't aggressively sell itself. In a world where everyone is desperate for attention, perhaps the most radical move is to reject it entirely. The question is now different. Will Barron Trump be the one to redefine power in the 21st century? Or are we witnessing a mirage crafted by media fascination, an image shaped by mystery and high expectations? This story is far from over. But one thing is certain. We cannot talk about the political future of the United States without mentioning Barron Trump. Not because of what he has said, but because of what he has not said. Do you think Barron is stepping into a public role? Or is he simply growing up? Could he be preparing for something bigger than politics? Is he the wild card no one saw coming? Whatever the answer may be, there's one truth we can't ignore. Barron's transformation is real and deeply emotional for his parents. Could this be the beginning of Barron's era, or the final chapter of the Trump dynasty? Let us know your thoughts in the comments below. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. And if you enjoyed this video, make sure to click on the next one waiting for you on your homepage. Are you ready to uncover one of the most captivating and mysterious love stories in American politics? Let's dive deep into the hidden layers of Donald and Melania Trump's marriage. From their multi-million-dollar wedding to Melania's bold political stance, and the whispers of a prenuptial agreement that could change everything. Is Melania truly the loyal wife standing by Trump, or is she playing a strategic game of her own? Don't miss this video. Leave a comment if you enjoy the content, and make sure to subscribe as we explore the complex world of the Trumps. Melania Trump returns to the White House with a stunning transformation. She's stepping back into the national spotlight with renewed strength and quiet power. But this time, she's not just the supportive wife. Known for her elegance and discretion during Trump's first term, Melania now projects a bold independence, a woman with purpose and vision for her role. Just days before Donald Trump's second inauguration, she sat down with Fox and Friends, outlining her plans for the next 4 years and making it clear, she's not just the president's wife, she's her own force. One of the most striking moments in the interview was Melania's firm emphasis on family. Though she plans to be more present in Washington this time, her life continues to revolve around what matters most: New York, Palm Beach, and above all, her son Barron. Her role as a mother remains her top priority. During Trump's first term, she fiercely protected Barron's privacy from the media and the public. But now she's proud to share that he's grown in studying at NYU's Stern School of Business, her greatest source of pride and inspiration. But Melania is not just a protective mother or a silent first lady. She's emerging as a more active political figure, someone who understands the complexities of Washington and how to navigate them. The Melania of today is far removed from the woman of 2017, who was just beginning to adapt to the whirlwind of politics. She's grown past the learning curve, gaining deeper insights into power and how it operates. That growth has fueled her confidence to champion her own policies and initiatives. "People see me as the president's wife, but I stand on my own," she said. "I have my own thoughts, and I don't always agree with my husband, and that's perfectly okay." These weren't just words. Melania backed them up with actions. One of the most powerful examples, her public support of abortion rights, a stance that directly opposed her husband's strong anti-abortion position. Her bold stand sent shockwaves through the political world and earned her respect from women across the country. While Donald Trump commands the stage with fiery speeches and political bravado, Melania remains the enigmatic contrast, calm, reserved, and meticulously poised. But don't let that silence fool you. Her influence often works behind the scenes in quiet but powerful ways. She's been known to shape key decisions in Trump's inner circle, acting as a voice of restraint when tensions run high. Even former White House staff have admitted when Melania speaks, Donald listens, even if he doesn't always follow through. Her priorities may differ from her husband's, but they aren't any less powerful. While Trump thrives on confrontation and loyalty, Melania champions dignity, image, and legacy. During her first term, she launched the Be Best initiative, focusing on children's well-being and online safety. Though often underestimated, the program reflected her deeper values, using her platform to foster decency in a deeply divided era. But Melania's true mystery lies in her long game. She's a woman of few words and fewer public appearances. But when she moves, it's deliberate. Many insiders believe Melania is not just safeguarding her son and her privacy, she's preserving her own brand, a brand that could eventually separate from Trump's chaotic orbit or evolve into something more independent, even iconic. There have been whispers, unconfirmed of course, that Melania has quietly renegotiated her prenuptial agreement. Some speculate that this move could be tied to Donald Trump's growing legal troubles, or a possible future without him. Regardless, it's a reminder that Melania is always thinking ahead, guarding her future and Barron's. She's not just enduring the Trump presidency, she may be calculating what comes after it. So who is Melania Trump? Really? An elegant outsider? A silent strategist? Or a woman preparing for life beyond the Trump dynasty? Perhaps she's all three. And perhaps, like all great figures in history, her silence is not weakness, but a weapon. She may not speak often, but when she does, the world listens. What do you think about Melania's quiet strength and mysterious power? Is she simply the loyal First Lady, or is she shaping a future we haven't yet imagined? Leave your thoughts below and don't forget to like, subscribe, and turn on notifications. We'll keep uncovering the most fascinating stories behind America's most powerful family. We're right here on American Adventure. It all began on a dazzling night at New York Fashion Week in 1998, a glittering event where every invite was a passport to prestige. Among the stylish crowd was Melania Trump, an up-and-coming model at the time, stepping into the exclusive party with the quiet confidence of someone just starting to leave her mark on the fashion world. Unbeknownst to her, this night would alter the course of her life forever. The lights shimmered, the music pulsed, and the room buzzed with energy. But nothing could have prepared Melania for what was about to happen. A brief encounter that would become the turning point of her destiny. Across the room stood Donald Trump, a real estate tycoon already well known in New York society. At his side, a glamorous blonde companion. But amidst the crowd and the noise, his attention shifted entirely to Melania. Their connection transcended appearances or status. It was an instant spark, a chemistry that needed no explanation. Their conversation unfolded effortlessly, as if two old souls were reconnecting. Donald, ever the charming conversationalist, asked about her time in New York, her Slovenian heritage, and the travels that had shaped her. At first, the exchange seemed casual, but for Donald, it was unforgettable. As he returned to his date, something within him had shifted. That woman, Melania, lingered in his thoughts. Unwilling to let the moment slip away, Donald approached her once more. This time, he wasn't there for small talk. He wanted her number. But Melania, confident and composed, flipped the script. "You give me your number," she said without hesitation. Her directness caught him off guard, but in a way that intrigued him even more. Without missing a beat, Donald agreed. He scribbled his number onto a business card, but only if she promised to call him. That gesture, so simple yet intimate, marked the beginning of something far greater than either of them could predict. Not long after, Donald invited Melania on a weekend getaway to visit a vast property he was considering for a golf course development. Though technically a date, the mood was more serious. Donald, still in the midst of his divorce from actress Marla Maples, was transparent with Melania. Despite the complications of divorce and the high-profile life he led, Melania was undeterred. There was something magnetic about their bond, something undeniable. This wasn't just a fleeting flirtation. It was the beginning of something truly meaningful. By '99, their relationship was official, and soon the world began to take notice. Their romance became a topic of fascination, not just in the US, but internationally. A love story unfolding in the limelight. Their marriage was more than a union of two people. It was a collision of two worlds. A powerful American businessman and a poised European model who proved she could stand beside or even ahead of any man. Their love story marked a new chapter, not only in their personal lives, but in American public life. Inside their $35 million wedding, luxury reigned supreme. The 2005 ceremony between Donald Trump and Melania Trump wasn't just a celebration, it was a spectacle. Held at the historic Bethesda by the Sea Church in Palm Beach, Florida, Donald wanted the entire event broadcast on NBC, but Melania, ever graceful and private, insisted on keeping the ceremony intimate. Still, it radiated opulence only a multi-million-dollar wedding could deliver. Inside Trump's $35 million wedding, a spectacle of wealth and power, love and legacy that made headlines across the globe. The 2005 wedding of Donald Trump and Melania Trump was more than just an event. It was a real-life fairy tale staged with unmatched opulence and grandeur. The ceremony took place at the historic Bethesda by the Sea Church in Palm Beach, Florida, a Gothic-style structure echoing tradition and grace. While Donald Trump wanted the wedding to be broadcast live on NBC in true showman fashion, Melania had other plans. She insisted on privacy, a sacred moment between two people, not a public performance. But even so, the ceremony radiated elegance, exclusivity, and the kind of beauty only a multi-million-dollar wedding can capture. It all began on a dazzling night during New York Fashion Week in 1998, a moment suspended in glitz and glamour. The room was alive with flashing cameras, swirling gowns, and the electric anticipation of the fashion world's elite. Among them walked Melania Trump, a rising Slovenian model with quiet confidence and a graceful presence that made her stand out. She stepped into the exclusive party, not knowing that this seemingly ordinary evening would become the turning point of her entire life. That night, under the golden chandeliers of Manhattan's most opulent ballroom, fate was quietly preparing to introduce her to a man who would alter her future forever. Across the room stood Donald Trump, already a larger-than-life figure in American business and media. He was accompanied by a stunning blonde, as usual, but as his eyes scanned the crowd, they locked onto Melania. For a brief second, everything else faded. In that moment, there was no media mogul, no real estate empire, just a man struck by the elegance and mystery of a woman he had never met. Donald, with his signature charm and sharp instincts, made his way toward her. What followed wasn't a flashy pickup line, but a conversation that unfolded like a rediscovered memory. They spoke of life in New York, of her Slovenian roots, of his love for architecture and world affairs. The conversation was warm and fluid, unfolding in a rhythm only two curious souls can create. Yet despite the chemistry, they parted ways at the end of the night. Melania remained poised, neither dazzled nor desperate. But Donald, used to being in control, walked away with a rare feeling. He couldn't stop thinking about her. A few days later, Donald made his move. He approached Melania once more, this time with direct intent. But when he asked for her number, she surprised him. "Why don't you give me yours instead?" she replied with calm certainty. That simple shift in power intrigued Donald even more. Rather than chase her, he now found himself being quietly pursued by the idea of her. And Melania, she waited. Not because she played games, but because she knew her worth. Their first getaway wasn't to Paris or the Caribbean, but to a plot of land Donald was eyeing for a future golf course. He picked her up in a sleek black Mercedes, mixing business with romance and classic Trump fashion. But the mood was more serious than one might expect. Donald was still untangling the complexities of a divorce with his second wife, actress Marla Maples. And yet, he was transparent. He laid it all out. And Melania, rather than be scared away, leaned in closer. Something between them felt undeniable. Inside Trump's $35 million wedding, it wasn't just a marriage, it was a spectacle. A union of fame, wealth, and legacy, wrapped in gold and lace. On January 22, 2005, Melania now became Melania Trump in a lavish ceremony that could have been pulled straight from a royal fairy tale. It was held at the Episcopal Church of Bethesda by the Sea in Palm Beach, a majestic venue chosen for its timeless elegance. The bride wore a custom Dior gown designed by John Galliano, made with over 300 feet of satin and reportedly weighing 60 pounds. The gown alone was valued at $100,000. With a 13-foot train and a dramatic veil, Melania looked every bit the queen she was becoming. The bride wore a custom Dior gown designed by John Galliano, made with over 300 feet of satin and reportedly weighing 60 pounds. The gown alone was valued at $100,000. With a 13-foot train and a dramatic veil, Melania looked every bit the queen she was becoming. The reception was held at the Trump-owned Mar-a-Lago estate, transformed into a palace of luxury. Crystal chandeliers hung from above, 10,000 white roses bloomed in ornate arrangements, and a 5-foot-tall wedding cake with 7 tiers stood at the center, covered in 3,000 icing flowers. The guest list was a who's who of American power: Hillary and Bill Clinton, Barbara Walters, Rudy Giuliani, and even Simon Cowell. The event was opulent, exclusive, and choreographed to perfection, a true Trump production. But beyond the spectacle was a marriage that would soon take center stage in American political history. Melania, once a model from Slovenia, now stood as the wife of a billionaire tycoon, soon to be First Lady. When Donald Trump won the 2016 presidential election, Melania's world shifted forever. From penthouse suites and runways, she now stood beneath the cold lights of political scrutiny. The supermodel became the most watched woman in America overnight. But Melania didn't rush to Washington. Breaking tradition, she chose to stay in New York with her son Barron for months before officially moving into the White House. Critics saw it as distant. Supporters saw it as maternal devotion. Once in the White House, Melania chose a quiet role, measured, elegant, and reserved. She launched the Be Best initiative, focusing on children's well-being, cyberbullying, and opioid abuse. Though it received mixed reactions, it reflected Melania's cautious and calculated approach. She rarely gave interviews, avoided partisan speeches, and often appeared emotionally distant in public. Yet her silence created mystery and power. Melania's quiet presence became her armor. She was not Michelle Obama. She wasn't Hillary Clinton. She was Melania, the First Lady who walked her own path, one velvet step at a time. When the Trump presidency ended in January 2021, Melania disappeared from the spotlight with a grace as deliberate as her silence. While Donald Trump returned to political rallies and headlines, Melania stepped back, retreating into a life of private luxury and quiet resolve. She rarely made public appearances, only seen at select events. Always poised, always controlled. There were no tell-all memoirs, no explosive interviews. She remained enigmatic, and that mystery only deepened the public's fascination. In Palm Beach, Florida, at the opulent Mar-a-Lago estate, Melania curated a new kind of First Lady image, one that no longer belonged to Washington, but to a private kingdom where she reigned on her own terms. She focused on family, especially Barron, who was growing into a tall and reserved teenager. She championed small-scale charitable causes, made careful appearances at elegant galas, and stayed loyal to a small circle of trusted confidants. Rumors swirled. Was she happy? Was she planning to leave Donald? Was she secretly preparing for something bigger? But Melania, true to form, let the whispers swirl while she walked forward, calm, elegant, and unreadable. In 2016, when Donald Trump was elected the 45th president of the United States, the world turned its gaze to the White House, expecting an immediate transition of power and family. Yet one figure stood apart from the tradition: Melania Trump. Unlike first ladies before her, she chose not to move into the White House right away. Her official reason: she wanted to allow her son, Barron, to finish his school year undisturbed in New York. But behind that carefully worded explanation, a deeper, more strategic move was underway, one that would reshape the financial future of her only son. Far from the spotlight of Washington, D.C., Melania quietly laid the foundation for what insiders would later call Barron's Golden Shield. While pundits speculated about marital rifts or media avoidance, Melania was negotiating privacy, legacy, and leverage. She wasn't retreating, she was building. In the gilded halls of Trump Tower, guarded by gold-plated elevators and private security, she orchestrated a plan to protect her son, not just from the press, but from politics. She was determined to give Barron something no Trump child had ever had: a childhood out of the limelight. No campaign trails, no reality shows, no photo ops at construction sites, just school, security, and structure. In this deliberate stillness, Melania wielded quiet power, a style completely her own. She reminded the world that true strength doesn't always roar. Sometimes it whispers behind closed doors. When she finally arrived at the White House in June 2017, it wasn't with spectacle, it was with precision. Every detail of her public presence was carefully measured. The powder blue Ralph Lauren coat at the inauguration, the subtle nod to Jackie Kennedy, the stoic expression. She wasn't seeking applause. She was sending signals. Melania Trump was not here to play the expected role. She came with her own agenda. Even her silence became a language of its own. In a world where tweets and sound bites defined political narratives, Melania's restraint stood out. Critics called it cold, supporters called it composed. But either way, she became one of the most enigmatic first ladies in modern history. Her aloof presence was not a void, it was a mirror. It reflected what people feared, admired, or misunderstood about the Trump era. Throughout Trump's presidency, Melania's public appearances were like rare jewels, polished, calculated, and never excessive. While others chased headlines, she remained a step behind the noise and a step ahead of the narrative. Whether walking beside foreign leaders or planting trees in the Rose Garden, she maintained the same calm composure. Critics called her distant, but beneath that stillness was a woman fiercely guarding something more valuable than approval ratings: her son's future, her family's dignity, and her personal autonomy. And then came the moments that broke the silence, the "I really don't care, do you?" jacket, the Christmas decor deemed icy, and the leaked recordings. Each time the media pounced. Each time Melania absorbed the storm without flinching. To some, she was a symbol of complicity. To others, a prisoner in a golden cage. But Melania never rushed to correct the narrative. She let the world speculate while she moved with quiet deliberation. She understood something few in Washington ever grasp: that perception is a weapon, but silence can be armor. In a world addicted to outrage and spectacle, Melania chose something rarer: stillness. Her refusal to explain became a form of control, and in that refusal, she quietly redrew the boundaries of what it meant to be First Lady. She wasn't Michelle Obama, she wasn't Laura Bush, she wasn't Hillary Clinton. She was something else entirely, unapologetically private, fiercely protective, and unshakably poised. As Barron grew taller and the Trump family's future shifted into new terrain, Melania's influence only deepened. She negotiated new living arrangements, refused public pressure, and even skipped campaign events that clashed with her principles. Her loyalty to Donald was real, but not unconditional. It had rules, and one of them was this: Barron came first, always. After the White House gates closed behind her, Melania didn't seek the spotlight. No tell-all books, no interviews on late-night TV. While Donald Trump launched a media storm and political comeback, Melania vanished into the shadows, by choice. But behind the marble columns of Mar-a-Lago, she wasn't idle. Sources say she restructured staff, curated Barron's education, and even began crafting her post-First Lady legacy on her own terms. Her fashion choices grew even more symbolic. The muted dresses, the tailored coats, the deliberate minimalism. Every appearance said, "I'm still here, just not yours to scrutinize." For Melania, silence wasn't retreat. It was power, refined, redefined, and reasserted. She reemerged occasionally, standing beside Donald at fundraisers or greeting guests at Mar-a-Lago. But each moment felt choreographed, intentional. She wasn't returning to the stage, just reminding the world that she had never really left. And as Barron Trump approached adulthood, whispers began. Would he enter politics? Would Melania step forward once more if Donald returned to the campaign trail? The answers remained elusive. But one thing was clear: Melania had rewritten the rules. She proved that you could be elegant without being loud, present without being exposed, powerful without ever raising your voice. In the end, Melania Trump may go down in history not just as a first lady, but as a force of elegance and silence. A woman who defied the chaos, stood by her family, and never let the world decide who she was. She was never just an accessory to power. She was its quiet architect. Melania Trump's story, for now, pauses like a chapter left unfinished. As America moves forward, her image lingers, a portrait in stillness, framed not by politics but by mystery. In a world where every whisper becomes a headline, Melania chose something rarer: dignity and discretion. And maybe that's why she fascinates us still, not because we saw too much, but because we never truly saw enough. She may return, she may never speak again, but her legacy lives, subtly shaping the way we view women in power, in silence, in strength. And as the world watches the Trump family's next chapter unfold, one can't help but wonder, will Melania surprise us again? Or has her final act already been performed? Quietly, without applause, behind golden doors. Now, we want to hear from you. What do you truly think about Melania Trump? Was she a silent protector or a distant observer? Is her mystery part of her power or just a well-crafted image? If this story gave you a new perspective, don't forget to hit like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends and family. There's so much more coming, from untold tales of the powerful to behind-the-scenes drama that history books never mention. This is American Adventure, where truth meets storytelling and silence speaks volumes. Stay tuned. For years, Barron Trump lived in the shadows, quiet, elusive, and nearly invisible beneath the weight of one of the most polarizing dynasties in American history. He was the silent figure at the edge of every camera frame, the youngest Trump, often seen but rarely heard. But now that silence is beginning to crack. Barron is stepping forward, and what he has to say may forever alter the way the world sees Donald Trump. What is life really like inside the towering walls of the Trump empire? What truths has Barron witnessed while the world remained fixated on his father? This is not just a tale of privilege. It is a raw, personal glimpse into the man behind the myth, told through the eyes of the son who lived it. Father and son, two titles, one bond, infinitely complex. To the public, Donald Trump has always been larger than life. A real estate tycoon, a former president, a figure of endless spectacle and controversy. But to Barron, he is, first and foremost, just dad. And that role carries a level of complexity that few outside their golden walls could ever truly grasp. From the outside, it's easy to assume Barron grew up wrapped in luxury, constantly surrounded by opulence, fame, and unimaginable power inside gleaming, gold-plated towers. But behind closed doors, his relationship with his father tells a much more nuanced story, one shaped by the very forces that forged the legend of Donald Trump. Ruthless ambition, deep pride, and a relentless need to project strength. Yet within that storm of pride and ambition lie rare but powerful glimpses of tenderness. Moments when Donald Trump, the man of marble, softens into something more human. He has never shied away from speaking about Barron in public. Time and again, he praises his son's intelligence, his intuition, and his sharp understanding of the modern world. In a recent interview, Trump admitted how much Barron had influenced him, especially in navigating today's chaotic media landscape. Barron knows everything about the younger crowd. He knows people I've never heard of, like Aiden Ross. I asked him, "Who is that?" And he tells me, "Dad, he's a huge deal. You've got to listen to him. He's very smart," Trump remarked, visibly impressed. It was one of the few moments where the former president seemed genuinely in awe. Not of himself, but of his son. What may surprise many is that Barron's influence isn't confined to quiet dinner table advice. It's translating into real-world impact. According to senior advisor Jason Miller, Barron's recommendations on digital platforms like TikTok and podcasts have driven unprecedented traffic. Every suggestion he makes goes viral, Miller shared. He's done an amazing job behind the scenes. This revelation exposes a lesser-known side of Donald Trump, not just as a father being advised by his son, but as a man humbled by the changing tides of a generation he never fully belonged to. In Barron, we don't just see a son, we see a quiet architect of influence, shaping the Trump brand for a new era. A proud father, increasingly leaning on the instincts and digital fluency of his son to keep up with a media world that moves faster than ever before. Barron Trump is no longer just a quiet presence in the background. He has become a trusted confidant, a silent strategist, and most importantly, a crucial bridge to the tech-savvy generation that Donald Trump needs in his corner. Yet, behind every public compliment and glowing praise from his father lies a more complicated truth, a burden that only a son in Barron's position could understand. For Barron, admiration from Donald Trump comes with a price, a high expectation, spoken or unspoken, that never leaves the room. Standing at an astonishing 6'7", 2.03 meters, Barron often becomes the center of attention at public events, where Donald Trump takes every opportunity to highlight his son's intellect. These moments frequently go viral, shared across social media as symbols of legacy and pride. But behind the bright lights and public adoration lies a more intimate reality, one forged in quiet resilience. Barron has grown up not just as the son of a former U.S. president, but as a witness to his father's evolving identity, a showman, a strategist, a master of his own narrative, but also a father who listens deeply when his son speaks. For Barron, this relationship has never been black and white. It has always walked a delicate line between deep affection and a sharp awareness that in the Trump household, both love and legacy are woven into every moment, every decision, every word. Those closest to Barron describe him as thoughtful and perceptive, someone who has long understood the thin line between personal loyalty and the weight of public expectation. For him, the remarkable achievements that define his father's legacy also come with their own silent costs. The endless hours, the blinding spotlight, and the steep emotional price of maintaining an unshakable identity in a world built on image. And so Barron remains a quiet observer of both the man and the myth. He absorbs it all, the spectacle, the pressure, the performance. But he also carries forward something more enduring, lessons learned, moments felt, a blueprint of what to keep and what to change. He is, in many ways, shaping his own identity under the looming shadow of one of the most divisive figures of our time. A more reserved Trump in the public eye, perhaps, but no less conscious of what it means to carry the name. But beyond the dazzling spotlight and larger-than-life persona lies a man few ever truly see. A man Barron Trump understands in a way no journalist, biographer, or critic ever could. The real Donald, contradictory and complex, a man fiercely protective, yet emotionally distant, driven by image, yet deeply vulnerable beneath the surface. These are truths the cameras never quite capture. Barron has seen the moments that disrupt the carefully curated public perception. He's witnessed the nights when Donald, far from the flashes of the press, wrestled with doubt, wondering if a deal was truly good enough, worrying how headlines would portray him the next day. This was not the invincible tycoon the world expected, but a father grappling with fear, frustration, and flickers of uncertainty. In those quiet, unguarded moments, Barron discovered something few could imagine, that even the most confident man on earth carries seeds of doubt. He began to understand that loyalty was not just a value for his father, it was a filter through which every relationship was judged. For Donald Trump, loyalty isn't optional, it's the currency of trust. And once it's spent or broken, it's rarely forgiven. Staff, friends, even longtime business partners who disappointed Donald were often cast aside with startling speed. For Barron, this was a double-edged lesson. It taught him the weight of standing by those he loves, but also the fragility of even the closest bonds in his father's world. Behind the power suits and televised speeches, there were rituals, quiet, almost invisible, that Donald used to hold himself together. Barron watched his father make late-night calls to trusted confidants, pore over newspapers, or simply stand alone at the window, gazing out over the city he once conquered. To the public, Donald was always charging forward, but to Barron, these private pauses revealed something else: introspection, weariness, and sometimes regret. What intrigued Barron most was how his father managed his emotions. In front of the cameras, Donald was fire and thunder, blazing speeches, sharp retorts, bold declarations. But behind closed doors, he was reserved, measured, even silent. Barron began to realize that this man, so publicly expressive, was, in private, remarkably restrained. His father rarely spoke of fear, sadness, or doubt. Instead, much of his energy was spent preserving control, a quiet fight to keep the cracks from showing. These revelations left Barron with much to reflect on. They revealed a deeply complex man, often worlds apart from the bold, unshakable public persona his father had carefully crafted over the decades. These were private moments off stage, far from the flashes, when the performer, the fighter, and the dealmaker disappeared. And in their place, Barron saw a man still carrying those roles long after the crowd had gone home. As Barron matured, he began to see the hidden side of that performance. Not just the man, but the machine. He saw how the shadows shaped decisions, forged alliances, and ignited conflicts. Forces that would ultimately mold the Trump legacy. To the outside world, the Trump empire looks like a symbol of towering wealth, power, and global prestige, a glittering network of hotels, golf courses, real estate, and international deals stretching from New York to Dubai. The glistening marble of Trump Tower, the sweeping greens of the Trump National Golf Clubs, the grand gold-lettered signs bearing his name, all were proudly displayed victories designed to impress. But growing up inside that empire, Barron saw something far less glamorous. He understood the inner workings of the machine, the immense complexity of keeping it all alive, and the quiet toll it exacted on everyone involved. From a young age, Barron became familiar with the inner pulse of the Trump brand. While tourists marveled at the glimmering chandeliers and polished marble floors, he moved through those very same corridors with a quiet awareness of the pressure pulsing beneath. He watched his father obsess over the smallest details, from the perfect curve of a logo to the exact thread count on hotel linens. To the outside world, such meticulousness might seem like mere perfectionism. But to Barron, it was something far more revealing. It was the mark of a man burdened by the knowledge that a single mistake, a missed opportunity, or a misstep in presentation could unravel decades of work. He came to understand that this empire wasn't built solely on business deals. It was built on image, carefully designed, tirelessly maintained, and endlessly scrutinized. His father's success wasn't measured solely by square footage or stock values. It was also in the headlines, the television ratings, and the ability to shape public perception. Barron had watched endless meetings with media consultants, attorneys, and advisors, all with one goal: crafting the Trump narrative, turning failure into opportunity, turning criticism into fuel, turning rivals into stepping stones. The Trump empire was both legend and real estate. Its founder, a brand; its protector, a warrior. Throughout Donald Trump's presidency, under intense scrutiny over business entanglements, his inner circle worked relentlessly to deflect accusations. In May, White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt publicly addressed these concerns. "I think everyone, everyday Americans, can see how absurd it is to suggest that this president is profiting from the office. He was wildly successful before ever stepping into politics. He gave it all up to serve his country," she stated firmly. For Barron, these statements weren't mere sound bites. They were part of an unending war to defend not just a fortune, but a legacy forever under the microscope, constantly judged, endlessly speculated upon. What impressed Barron most was how personal business was to his father. A deal was never just a transaction. It was a battle. Every negotiation was a test of strength. Every victory brought fierce pride. And every loss, no matter how small, left a wound deeper than outsiders could comprehend. Barron saw Donald celebrate wins with raucous joy, but he also saw the sleepless nights, the tense phone calls, and the quiet moments when the weight of those battles pressed down on his father's shoulders. The invincible aura began to flicker as Barron glimpsed the deeply human frailty beneath the Trump empire's glossy surface. He saw beyond the facade, the executives burning the midnight oil to close last-minute deals, the staff keeping the properties humming, and the loyal supporters who stood by through scandals and triumphs alike. To witness firsthand the weight his father had to bear, the relentless labor, the unforgiving scrutiny of the public eye, and the ceaseless pressure to stay ahead, left a profound mark on young Barron Trump. As he grew older, a question began to stir quietly within him. At what point does a great empire stop serving the man who built it and begin consuming him instead? It was a life that shimmered with power yet cast long shadows. While the world followed Donald Trump's meteoric rise from the sidelines of celebrity to the presidency of the United States, Barron experienced that same ascent from the quietest corners of the stage. As the youngest son of one of the most polarizing figures in modern history, Barron spent most of his life behind the curtains, present during pivotal moments, yet rarely speaking. His expressions were dissected. His voice, if ever heard, remained within the intimate circles of trust. To the public, he was merely the boy standing beside the spectacle, the silent son next to the man who dominated headlines. But Barron's reality was far more nuanced. He wasn't just a bystander. He was a quiet witness to history in motion, navigating the harsh glare of the spotlight while struggling to shape an identity of his own. From campaign trails to corridors of the White House, Barron remained ever observant. He watched his father deliver fiery speeches, absorb ruthless criticism, and weather both triumphant celebrations and public scandals with unwavering resolve. Where Donald Trump thrived in attention, drawing it in and wielding it like both shield and sword, Barron instinctively stepped back. Those closest to him often describe him as remarkably perceptive, thoughtful, and mature beyond his years. But Barron didn't just study his father, he studied the world's reaction. He saw how allies could morph into enemies overnight. He noticed how a headline, a careless tweet, or even a photograph could transform praise into condemnation. These weren't just anecdotes, they were living lessons in loyalty, influence, and the ever-changing nature of public opinion. And with them came a deep, almost invisible loneliness, one that clings tightly to anyone raised in the eye of the storm. Despite growing up in some of the world's most iconic landmarks, from the gold-trimmed marble floors of Trump Tower to the historic elegance of the White House, Barron's world was startlingly small. Tight security protocols, rigid schedules, and the ever-looming threat of public scrutiny confined every step he took. In a world that seemed limitless on the outside, simple things, like forming friendships, became complex challenges. The ordinary experiences of adolescence, shopping trips, parties, or even just walking the streets unnoticed, were rare privileges for Barron Trump. For most teens, these moments are spontaneous, fleeting joys. But for Barron, they were distant luxuries, often traded for privacy, protection, and protocol. The invisible wall built by proximity to power separated him from the world beyond his family's orbit. And yet, within this isolation, Barron absorbed something far more profound: how to quietly navigate the relentless tides of his father's complicated world. He watched deals get made, saw the maneuvers behind the scenes, and learned how every word, every gesture was a deliberate act crafted for impact. He saw tensions flare, caught glimpses of doubt, disappointment, and fatigue, emotions seldom shown in public. Barron wasn't merely a son in the background. He was a silent student of power, witnessing the architecture of legacy and the strain it placed on the builder. Observers have noted striking parallels between father and son. But unlike the grandiosity and bombast that define Donald Trump's public persona, Barron displays a quieter strength, a subtle gravity that sets him apart. Through these silent studies, Barron came to understand the true cost of living in perpetual conflict, of always needing to be seen, and the deep loneliness that often shadows great power. These formative experiences didn't just shape his understanding of legacy, they redefined it. As Barron enters adulthood, the world waits to see whether he will follow in his father's footsteps, or carve a path entirely his own. One not driven by echoes, but by a voice finally ready to be heard: Donald Trump and the power of image. Few figures in modern history that have mastered the art of image making quite like Donald Trump. Long before he became president, he understood one key truth: in the age of spectacle, perception is power. He didn't merely want to be successful, he wanted to look successful. He cultivated a brand of unapologetic opulence, gold-plated interiors, soaring skyscrapers, and a persona that radiated dominance. The name Trump itself became a symbol, not just of wealth, but of winning, of bravado, of an unrelenting presence in any room he entered. This image-making began in the brutal world of New York real estate. From the polished lobbies of Trump Tower to his iconic turn on The Apprentice, every move was curated for maximum visibility. The phrase "you're fired" wasn't just a catchphrase, it was a declaration of control. Trump knew that in branding, simplicity was power. It was never just about selling real estate or television shows or even a lifestyle. What Donald Trump sold most masterfully was Donald Trump himself. That larger-than-life image, carefully built and relentlessly promoted, blurred the lines between reality and performance. Each gold-plated room, each booming soundbite, each headline, whether positive or scandalous, fed into the myth. It wasn't merely a career, it was domination. It was spectacle. It was power dressed in a red tie and confidence too loud to ignore. Trump's mastery of image became his sharpest weapon when he stepped into the political arena. Unlike traditional candidates who courted donors, party leaders, or think tank endorsements, Trump's brand was the campaign. His name alone was louder than any slogan. Every rally, every tweet, whether impulsive or strategic, reinforced a singular message. This was the outsider, the fighter, the man who could not be bought or tamed. To his supporters, he was never just a politician. He was a symbol of defiance, of disruption, of payback against a system they believed had failed them. He was their fist on the table, their scream into the void. But what young Barron saw, often behind the curtain, was not the performance. It was the tireless effort required to keep the performance intact. Behind that effortless bravado was strategy, precise, exhausting, and obsessively managed. The legend of Donald Trump the outsider wasn't a fluke. It was constructed, brick by golden brick. Every gesture, every word, every silence was weighed. Nothing was left to chance. The myth had to be protected at all costs. Trump's team operated like a war room, constantly shaping headlines, spinning narratives, reframing failures as strength. A scandal wasn't a setback. It was proof of resilience. An insult wasn't weakness. It was bait. Even when bruised, the myth stayed standing, dusting itself off, pointing a finger at the enemy, and walking back into the fight. And so, the battle was never only about protecting Donald Trump, the man. It was about defending Donald Trump, the myth. The myth of the undefeated, the unbreakable, the man who never apologizes, never falters, and never loses. That myth was powerful. That myth sold. And for Barron, growing up beneath the towering shadow of that image, it meant learning early that perception wasn't just part of politics. It was politics. Public perception is not just a reflection. It's a force, a kind of invisible power that can uplift, shield, and even inspire. But in the wrong hands, or in moments of deep vulnerability, it becomes something far more dangerous. It becomes a weapon. And that is perhaps the most chilling lesson Barron Trump absorbed from growing up in the eye of the storm. That perception isn't passive. It's constructed, controlled, and at times weaponized, not just to win, but to erase, deflect, and dominate. To live in the shadow of a myth is to carry the weight of the truth, and Barron carries it quietly, watching, learning, questioning. He knows now that shaping public image is not merely a part of the politics. It is politics. And perhaps more than that, it is power in its purest form. If this glimpse into Barron Trump's secret world has offered you a new lens through which to view Donald Trump, we invite you to join us on this journey. Like the video, subscribe to our channel, and don't forget to tap the bell icon so you'll never miss our next major reveal. We have more stories to tell, stories that peel back the layers, challenge assumptions, and reintroduce the people you thought you already knew. And now we want to hear from you. Do you think the world is finally ready to listen to Barron's side of the story? Share your thoughts in the comments. And while you're here, click on the next video on your screen. It just might change everything you thought you knew.
You know, how are you qualified to be president? Because I'm good, okay? I'm sure, okay. And Hillary, hi, Mouse. And he just says, yes. Oh, yeah? Donde está la biblioteca?
What do you do? How are you even qualified to be president? Because I'm good. All right, I'm very good. I know how to do it. All right. You know, you can have Ukraine. All right. I never even... What does it take to dismantle a myth? Apparently, just 8 repetitions of the word all right in a throwaway line about Ukraine that sounded like it came from a confused GPS. In under 10 seconds, Dana Carvey achieved what panels, prosecutors, and pundits had failed to do for years. He distilled Donald Trump's entire presidential persona into a single, razor-sharp punchline. The audience exploded into laughter, and then silence. Because this wasn't just an impression, it was a mirror that didn't distort, didn't exaggerate. It simply turned on the light. If that hit you too, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this moment with someone who needs to see it. And that mirror didn't just reflect Trump's voice. It shattered the illusion. What followed wasn't just comedy. It was a symphony of, pardon the word, many people, and the most chaotic teleprompter freestyling ever recorded on live television. Every single clip in this video is real. Every moment publicly available. Nothing here is fabricated, so please stick around.
Excuse me, Manny, you're gonna be happy. You're gonna be happy, like you know me. You're gonna be happy, I know a lot of happy. It's a sin.
The impression was hilarious, but it was Trump's reaction that truly stunned. Many people, sorry. A lot of people, sorry. Many people, sorry. You have to be happy. Be happy. You will be happy. Happy like you know happy. You will be happy. Sorry. A lot of people, sorry. You will be happy. Trump's real-life cadence matched the parody to a T. It wasn't a speech, it was a carousel, a wild spiraling symphony. Are you not entertained? And then, the crescendo. Dana wasn't just mimicking Trump's tone. He had translated the self-referential, circular syntax into a full-blown chorus of sorry and many people. Not a political statement, not an attack, just a spotlight. And what it revealed was terrifying in its accuracy. By the third repetition, you're no longer sure if you're watching a rally or a remix. And the scariest part? This isn't an exaggeration. Trump is just slightly louder than usual. So what happens to that language when there's no teleprompter to blame? He starts with the teleprompter, sure, but then halfway through, he turns it off, midway. But there's not much left to say. Yes, we're going to do a lot of things when in these countries. A lot of people are going to be very happy. And then he moves into the center. You're going to be happy. You're going to be happy. Because once the teleprompter blinks, the real show begins. Trump goes off script only to loop himself back into a verbal dead end of many people, and you will be happy. No policy, no direction, just the echo chamber of his own approval, looping like a broken GPS. And somehow it always ends with everyone being very happy, even when no one really knows what he just said. But let's see what happens when that same logic gets applied globally. Still with me? Good. Because what's coming next makes Bibliota sound like a State Department briefing. Terrible guy, Mr. Donald J. Trump. Let me tell you, this is going to be great. It's going to be great. We're going to say a lot of things. Let me tell you, a lot of things you wouldn't believe. We're going to say so many things. We're going to say them. I'm telling you, has anyone ever told you you look Mexican? Let me tell you something. I'm Mexican. I love Mexicans. I love your people. Your people are great. I love your guacamole and your choo-choo chopra. I love it. I love your biblioteca. That's a library. A lot of Mexicans don't know that. Okay, this isn't diplomacy. This is a caricature of diplomacy, wrapped in guacamole, delivered with the confidence of a man who thinks biblioteca is a campaign slogan. In Carvey's hands, this wasn't just a joke. It was a diagnosis. Trump doesn't talk to people to understand them. He speaks just enough to sound like he cares and hopes the applause will drown out the ignorance. He's not speaking with people. He's speaking at them, louder, faster, emptier, until it loops back on itself. What did he say? What did he say? What did he say? He's a smart guy. He's a tough guy. He's a cookie giant. This guy, he's smart. Everyone talks about it. He's tough like a ship. Sorry, everybody knows that. And no one works harder than Trump. He's a smart, tough guy. He's a cookie giant. He's a doom loop. You know the doom loop. You remember the doom loop. This is where language stops working and starts orbiting around Trump's ego. In Carvey's version, even compliments about other people are detoured through Trump's own mythology. Smart, tough, Lorna Doone monster cookie. It's not a vocabulary. It's a delusional dessert tray. But listen closely. He's not complimenting others. He's using them as a mirror. Every adjective becomes a reflection. Every sentence an excuse to say Trump is great, just in disguise. What is a presidential trait? Be rude. Don't be rude. You used to be nice. Now you're not nice. I know. Nice. Everyone is nicer than me. No one is nicer than me. Sorry. Everybody says so. Even Kim Jong-un, little Kim, tiny feet. The smallest feet you've ever seen. And I'll tell you, my feet are fine. He's tiny. Let me tell you, he's a tiny Kim. Last week when we had yogurt at Mar-a-Lago, he told me he likes vanilla. He likes swirl. All right, he likes it. He likes vanilla and chocolate together. But I said, no thank you. I like my frozen yogurt like I like my voters. White and runny. All right, beautiful. All right. When asked about presidential qualities, Trump tells a story about frozen yogurt. In Carvey's version, the answer veers off from not being rude to Kim Jong-un's tiny feet into dessert preferences and then crashes into a racial metaphor. Không chỉ lạc đêm, mà là lạc đề cấp độ cao. Trump không hề trả lời câu hỏi. Ông ta trình diễn câu hỏi to hơn, lọ hơn, trang hơn, cho đến khi bản thân câu hỏi bốc hơi, giống như tờ quảng cáo Freo trên trang nhất của Florida Sun. Yes, Santos recently said he thinks Trump is becoming woke. That's his take. I heard about it from the Disney thing. And Trump is awake because he always scores a 10, right? He'll work harder than anyone. I'm so awake, you wouldn't believe it. I'm telling you, what's happening with these transgender female athletes, it's a disgrace. They should be allowed to compete with the girls and get in there. But people say no. You can't do that. People say no. Sorry, and I don't care if they're 6'4" with hands and feet like flippers. You gotta throw them in the pool. They've got kangaroo feet. They look like they're on jet skis when they walk. They're 4 feet tall. Throw them in the pool, and there it is. A parody, but somehow strangely familiar. Carvey mimics Trump's fury over transgender athletes, but the jokes sound eerily like real quotes. Kangaroo feet, jet skis, push them in the pool. This isn't satire inflating a controversy. It's satire keeping pace with reality. Because in Trump's world, policy isn't crafted from facts. It's built from fear, noise, and bravado. If you think that's as absurd as it gets, stay with us. The next part dives headfirst into Trump's romantic life. And there's nothing sweet like marmalade about it. What makes me laugh? There's too much to say. People call him Marmalade or the Orange Man or whatever. But I like Marmalade, a giant man charging at you with lustful intent. And just when you think the language couldn't get more unhinged, Dana gives us an image no one asked for. A mountainous, lustful man Marmalade hurling himself at you. Ridiculous. It's oddly specific, but somehow it fits. Because when language collapses, sometimes all that's left is a chaotic orange blob barreling straight at you. So far, it's been noise, shark fins, cookies, and chaos. But now it's personal. With one punchline, Carvey didn't just mock Trump's voice. He marched straight into the most guarded corner of Trump's life and lit a match. If you thought the jokes were cruel before, wait until you hear what he says about Melania. These are what we call sniper shots. I'd go as far as to say we're officially entering Trump's chaos era. And I say that now without hesitation. Just 6 hours ago, I divorced Melania. And now I am officially legally married to Stormy Daniels. Stormy Trump, Mrs. Stormy Trump, and she can't testify against her husband. Case dismissed. Once again, I did it. This wasn't a joke. It was a fully formed legal strategy, lifted straight from a surreal episode of the Comedy Channel. Carvey delivered the mock wedding announcement with such deadpan detachment that you almost stopped laughing and started wondering, was this comedy or a leaked deposition? Did Trump marry Stormy just to shut her up in court? This wasn't satire anymore. It was strategic fiction with real implications. And quick poll for the comments. Would you rather be mocked by Dana Carvey or marry him? Stormy Trump, really? Okay, Mr. Trump, what's going to be different in your next 4 years? We're going to have a better wife. We're going to look forward to a better wife. She's going to be beautiful. Some people say Ivanka, but I tell you, we're considering a lot of great candidates. And just when you thought the air couldn't get any colder, a hypothetical second term kicks off with a hypothetical upgrade to the First Lady. She'll be very beautiful. Some people say Ivanka. That's not a campaign strategy. That's a therapy session with a punchline. But seriously, if a job interview includes replacing your spouse, maybe we should check what position this man is actually applying for. Let us know in the comments. Should loyalty be a presidential requirement or just a scorecard? Yes, a majority of Americans probably want Donald Trump to run into oncoming traffic. Sure, no one is begging Donald Trump to run more than his cardiologist. That's right, Trump has all the best doctors. I just took him for a checkup at the Mayo Clinic. Not the hospital, the mayonnaise shop in Rancho Cucamonga. I haven't seen anyone this intoxicated and energetic since I had martinis with Zaza Gabor at the Tonga Hut. Only 7 more to go. Let's do this. And Melania hears Trump might run again. She books a one-way ticket on Air Force Done. This might be Carvey's cruelest joke, but also the one Melania is quietly nodding to somewhere in a spa. She heard Trump's running again and instantly bought a ticket off the continent. Not in protest, just to miss the re-election. And let's be real, if someone says they're coming back and your instinct tells you to flee, then please, maybe that marriage wasn't exactly built on hope. What do you make of this, Melania? Oh, she'll be a beautiful woman. So mysterious. That kind of permanent quiet face, no matter the moment. Yes, I know. Yes, strange, isn't it? Right. You always wonder what it's like. We all wonder. Everyone wonders what it must be like at 2 a.m. to be Melania Trump and to have a man the size of a marmalade mountain lunging at you. And then, the image none of us wants but can't unsee. Melania at 2 a.m., a marmalade mountain coming in hot with lustful intent. It's not just a metaphor, it's a psychological thriller disguised as a comedy. You laugh, you flinch. You know you did. He can take the criticism. He survived the scandals. But one joke about his marriage and the whole illusion collapses. And once the crowd breaks, it's not just the comedians who notice. The internet does too. And they've got time, memes, and TikTok edits. Trump is entertainment. I'm the president of the United States, and I'm suing the United States. If you're not panicked by him, then he's joking. America Bay, beautiful name. Now he wants the Panama Canal. He wants Greenland. Well, we need Greenland for national security. We're going to call it America even more. The United States. We're taking over the Panama Canal. Hey, the Panama Canal is very important. We're going to call it the Great American Canal. We're taking over Tahiti and Bora Bora. We'll call it the beautiful American Islands. Why am I being banned from speaking? And this is when the presidency becomes a joke. Not because the comedians wrote it that way, but because Trump did. Greenland, the Panama Canal, Tahiti, they've become cute little American territories now. It all sounds like a travel ad written by a GPS running on no sleep. And the best part? He ends it by asking why he's not allowed to speak. Sometimes the punchline writes itself. Trump, they've put him at the McDonald's drive-thru window. You have a beautiful family. Hey, frozen face. Listen, sweetheart, we're adding another cheeseburger in there. You like ketchup? We'll add ketchup. Handsome little boy. Beautiful family. You're amazing. I mean, I want a filet-o-fish under the podium. I want more fries. Everyone's sick of being tricked by fish. At this point, Trump isn't giving speeches. He's taking fast food orders. Doll face, extra fries, a cute little son. It's like watching a campaign rally hosted by Ronald McDonald. And the scary part? The words are nonsense, but the show never stops. He's not leading. He's broadcasting a fast food presidency, one packet of ketchup at a time. The worst guy, Mr. Donald J. Trump. Let me tell you, this is going to be great. It's going to be great. We were going to say a lot of things. Let me tell you, so many things you wouldn't believe. We're going to say so many things. We're going to say them, I'm telling you. Has anyone ever told you that you look Mexican? I'm telling you, I am Mexican. I love Mexicans. I love your people. You are wonderful people. And I love your guacamole and your choo-choo chopra. I love it. I love your books. That's the biblioteca. A lot of Mexicans don't even know that, okay? This is the kind of clip that lives forever on TikTok, where Gen Z doesn't need a punchline. They just hit play. Trump doesn't even need sentence structure anymore. Honestly, I'm telling you, you'll see so many clips like this. I can tell you that. I mean, when you look at it, you'll see it's not looking good for a lot of them, and you're seeing it everywhere. A lot of people are saying, we don't want that. We're not those people. We don't do that. Okay? So look at what they're doing. Look at all of it. And people are going to be very disappointed, which you wouldn't believe because it's a bad deal. A really bad deal, folks. And we're going to get something soon. And you're going to be so happy. You're going to see so many things like this. You're going to be happy you won't believe it. This is Trump unscripted. No punctuation, no breath, just loops of bad deal. Frankly, and you're going to be happy. Stacked like leftover slogans from failed campaign rallies. There's no meaning, no message, just motion. But somehow it still works on stage. Because when words collapse, the show must go on. We've seen the impressions, the reversals, the cookies, the rallies that sound like fast food orders. But beneath the noise, there was a longer story and a voice that never got a laugh. While the world was busy laughing at the absurd, Rosie O'Donnell called it what she saw from the start. A con man in makeup, built for television, addicted to attention. And unlike the punchlines, she never walked it back. Are you watching this speech? Can he even finish a sentence? He's the worst thing that's ever happened, period. He rambles like an idiot. He's like Dr. Doom. He's awful. You know what? He just lies, lies, lies. I'm done with Donald Trump. And he didn't just insult me. He insulted every woman he deemed unworthy of his idea of a woman. There's a difference between satire and memory. While comedians mock the chaos, Rosie lived through it. To her, it wasn't just incoherence, it was a pattern. A man who speaks in fragments, lies without blinking, and tears down any woman who doesn't fit his fantasy. She wasn't looking for applause. She was done. And that silence, Rosie's silence, hurt more than any punchline. He's a con man, period. For years, he kept going bankrupt, burning other people's money, his father's money. Not a self-made man, not a billionaire anyone could verify on Forbes. I was just telling the truth, she said, and you'd think she insulted his mother. He lost it, and for 2 decades, he used her like a human punching bag. Even during the debate stage, when the moderator confronted Trump, saying, "You've called women fat pigs, dogs, slobs, and disgusting animals." Trump didn't deny it. He simply replied, "Only Rosie O'Donnell." But for Rosie, it was never about personal pride. It was about a pattern. A man who lies without shame, mocks women who don't fit his idea of beauty, and builds his brand on bullying. Even on that national stage, Trump boiled his misogyny down to one name, hers, and disguised it as a joke. He was the self-proclaimed moral compass, while cheating on his wives, abandoning families, fathering kids mid-affair. And yet, somehow, he became a symbol of virtue to conservative youth. Rosie wasn't buying it. "Donald," she said, "sit down and turn around." She compared him to a snake oil salesman from Little House on the Prairie. "You remember the guy with the bottles?" she joked. "He leaves and little Laura says, 'Pa, I don't think there was anything in those bottles.' And her father replies, 'You're right, honey.' That's the joke. He's all noise and nothing inside. Some called him a leader. Rosie called him exactly what he was. A fraud who left behind betrayal after betrayal and somehow still got handed a megaphone. Loud, flashy, charismatic. But when he leaves, all that remains is an empty bottle and the bitter aftertaste of something that was never real. He will do anything to get what he wants. And women, they mean nothing to him. Not in his life, not in his world. The only woman who seems to hold any value in his eyes is his daughter. That's it. The rest of the women, the rest of the world, they're as worthless to him as the immigrants he mocks. The ones from Honduras he claims are coming for us in caravans. "Watch out for the caravan," he says. There are people who've escaped near death in third world countries, right? And this man, he doesn't care. So what he did to Stormy Daniels? Horrible. What he did to me? Just as bad. But I figured maybe the National Organization for Women or someone like that would speak up. Say, "You can't do this. You can't just pick a woman, lie, humiliate her, and face zero consequences." But that's exactly what he did. He did that, and he got laughs for it. The laughter stops here. Rosie now cuts deeper than jokes. She's not just mocking Trump anymore. She's mourning the price we've paid for letting men like him get away with it. To her, Trump isn't just a misogynist. He's a power hoarder, a man willing to crush dignity to achieve his goals. Women, they're disposable. Except, of course, the one woman he talks about way too much, his daughter. And then comes the gut punch. What he did to Stormy, to Rosie, to so many others, it wasn't just disgusting. It was public, it was loud, and somehow it was cheered. He wasn't just lying, he was being applauded for it, just because he's a con man. That's the bottom line. And he's still not done. I mean, he's still out there, hawking this and that, defying the Constitution. He's selling merchandise out of the Oval Office, you know. He's taking money and gifts from foreign countries, an impeachable offense. He's breaking every law and norm this country stands for, and somehow no one seems able to stop him. So here we are, a man selling the presidency like it's a garage sale in Queens, complete with foreign government freebies and a big sign that reads, "Buy one ticket, break the Constitution." And the joke? He's not even done. He's still running the scam. It comes with merch now. The joke used to be funny until it started showing up in a presidential campaign. What Dana Carvey did wasn't just comedy, It was a diagnosis. A man addicted to applause, allergic to truth, and fluent in nonsense. But maybe the punchline isn't Trump. Maybe it's a culture that lets noise replace leadership, and a nation too tired or too entertained to care. Because when satire starts sounding more real than the news, you don't just laugh. You ask, how did we get here and why does it feel so familiar? This video uses actual public footage, media appearances, and direct quotes for the purpose of political commentary and satire. It fully complies with YouTube's community guidelines and the fair use standards under US copyright law. If you're still laughing instead of crying, hit like, subscribe, and leave a comment below. Let's keep the jokes sharp and the truth sharper. Subscribe now so you won't miss the next twist in this unbelievable story.
Hi, I'm Mary Trump. No, my uncle is the authoritarian, convicted majority of my life. I've just known him as a fucking loser.
I mean, he's so blatantly stupid. He's a punk. He's a dog. He's a pig.
I'm going to say one thing. Fuck Trump.
If you were in the Oval Office today, what would you say to him? One word: resign. Hello, I'm Mary Trump. Yes, my uncle is a convicted criminal authoritarian, currently tearing the country apart from the comfort of the Oval Office. But for most of my life, I've simply known him as a failure, a deeply broken man obsessed with himself. He's a sociopath. He's a malignant narcissist. Yes, him. He's stupid. I mean, profoundly stupid. He's a thug. He's a doe. He's a pig. He's a con man and a artist, a punk. That guy is unhinged. I'll say it. Trump, what does an American president look like to you? Because to those who know him best, he's a manufactured landfill of narcissism, fraud, and fast food-fueled rage. Yet somehow he still looks in the mirror and sees Mount Rushmore. Now he's losing his mind because the truth has finally broken through the hairspray. A new book, written by his very own niece, exposes what everyone except his base already suspected. He's a fraud. I don't hesitate to call Donald a narcissist. He checks all 9 boxes listed in the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders. When your niece calls you a failure, your former lawyer calls you a sociopath, and Dairo says he wants to rearrange your face. Maybe that's not fake news. Maybe it's just what you don't want to hear. Most of us would collapse if a family member called us mentally unstable. Trump made it into a brand. He stitched it into hats. Mary Trump brings the dysfunction to light. George Conway did the psychological assessment, and Dairo, he brought a shovel. So if everyone who's ever known him ends their sentence with resign or run, maybe this isn't about politics at all. Maybe it's just the unbearable stench of an unchecked ego. Everything you're about to hear comes from those who know him best. And if that doesn't scare you, maybe it's time you subscribed. So what happens when a man obsessed with image builds a marriage the same way he builds his gaudy, hollow towers? Gilded on the outside, but cracked within? According to his own niece, this was never a love story. It was a branding strategy. And Melania, she's not stuck. She's making arrangements, legal, financial, and very, very quietly. He has no redeeming qualities left, and I believe he's dangerous. I have no hesitation calling Donald a narcissist. He meets all 9 criteria listed in the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders. When your own family starts quoting psychiatric textbooks instead of raising a glass at Thanksgiving dinner, you know the holidays are about to be tense. She didn't call him difficult. She said he was textbook dangerous. Forget moral flaws. We're talking about a man clinically designed to love no one but himself, outside the reflection in his mirror. And guess who's been living with that mirror? And if you think that sounds bad, wait. What comes next will make reality TV look like Sunday school, and you won't want to miss it. Donald only changed in the way that bullies always stay the same. Even when we were kids playing baseball in the yard, like when I was 6 and he was 28, he'd still hurl the ball as hard as he could at me. He did it once. I thought I broke every bone in my arm because he had to win. He had to be better. Let's take a moment and reflect on that. A grown man throwing a baseball at a 6-year-old and calling it competition. For most people, childhood is where empathy begins. For Trump, it's where domination took root. And the same boy who had to win in the backyard grew up, ran for president, and still couldn't stop throwing punches, even when the baseball field became the Oval Office. His mother was seriously ill. She was emotionally and physically absent for nearly a year, and that left a scar. During that time, the only caregiver Trump had was his father, a man described as a clinical sociopath. You mean he was a sociopath? Yes, he lacked any form of empathy. He was pathologically driven to turn people, even his own children and wife, into tools for his personal gain. So Trump's emotional development wasn't just neglected. It was shaped by a man who saw love as weakness and people as poker chips. While most children are told bedtime stories, Trump was taught the art of control. With that kind of blueprint for family, a cold, distant marriage with a Melania was almost inevitable. When you view relationships as transactions, you don't build a home, you build a brand alliance. If love is the one thing you've never known, maybe your marriage isn't for living, it's for showcasing. And in the end, he's still that same bully. He remains a man fueled by grievance and, quite frankly, incapable of doing anything alone. This is a dangerous man. We already know that because he said that if he ever returns to the White House, his entire administration will revolve around settling scores and punishing political opponents. Grievance isn't just his political strategy, it's his emotional currency. This is a man who never heals. He hoards resentment, scandal, power, and yes, people too. So when Melania stopped playing her role, stopped smiling on cue, stopped being useful, he didn't see a wife slipping away. He saw an asset walking out. He's never felt safe. He's never felt loved. And I think if you start from that kind of deficit and never find someone who can fill that void or help you heal, then you become prey to anyone who sees you as useful. Unfortunately, my grandfather hurt Donald the most because he exploited Donald's weaknesses and the pain he carried. The pain from when his mother was absent, and he had to rely on the only figure left, his sociopathic father. This wasn't just emotional damage, it was structural. Trump wasn't raised to love. He was raised to perform, to protect, and to punish. So what do you get when someone like that enters into marriage? You don't get a partnership. You get silence, strategy, and a first lady who learns to survive by disappearing. And that's one of the fascinating things about him. Deep down, he's an incredibly insecure man. He's terrified. And that partly explains the extreme lengths he goes to convince himself and everyone else that he's always right, always great, and always the best. Behind every golden elevator and MAGA hat is a man terrified of being ordinary. Trump doesn't actually believe he's the best. He just needs you to say it before the mirror cracks. And when fear runs that deep, control becomes a survival tactic, even within the walls of your own home. This wasn't a marriage built on love. It was built on paranoia, illusion, and strategic silence. Melania didn't just learn to live behind a mask. She learned how to disappear inside it. But what if that silence wasn't surrender? What if she's been taking notes this entire time, quietly preparing for the perfect moment to flip the empire inside out? He's still the president of the United States, a sentence that terrifies me to say. And even if he doesn't fully understand why he does the things he does, even if he imposes tariffs without grasping how they work, those actions have very real consequences for our future. He doesn't understand what he's doing, yet he's doing it to all of us. This isn't policy, it's nuclear roulette. Now imagine living with that chaos every single day, every headline, every outburst. No wonder Melania doesn't smile. She's too busy chronicling the collapse. He keeps acting like a tough guy. Now, I don't mean he's aggressive, but he's not a tough guy. And he doesn't care about them. He doesn't care about their personal struggles. And we can see it. Just look at what's happening to the economy. Inflation is rising, prices are surging, the social safety net is unraveling, and we're facing the threat of total collapse, right? And yet they still think he's fighting for them just because he says so loudly and repeatedly. The Republican base still rallies behind Donald. The louder he shouts, the more he hides what he can't do. While everyday people are struggling, all he can say is, "I'm great, I'm strong." But someone who lives right beside him stopped believing that a long time ago, because the tough guy image the world sees on stage disappears the moment the lights go out. He's never felt safe. He never felt truly loved. And well, I think when you start from that place of absence and never find someone to fill the void or help you heal, you become vulnerable to anyone who finds you useful. Tragically, it was his own father who did the most damage to Donald, exploiting his weaknesses, manipulating the very pain he had endured. Because the defense mechanisms Donald used to shield himself from loneliness and fear, they came from a childhood without the nurturing presence of a mother. Trump didn't grow up surrounded by love. He grew up in fear. He learned to protect himself by hurting others first. And it wasn't the media or the Democrats who inflicted the deepest wounds. It was his own father. Melania saw that. And perhaps that's when she began collecting the receipts. That's one of the fascinating things about him. Deep down, he is a deeply insecure man, terrified even. And that helps explain the extreme lengths he goes to convince both himself and others that he's always right, always strong, always the best. Trump's aggression never came from strength. It came from fear. Fear of losing control, fear of being exposed, fear of being irrelevant. And Melania, she wasn't just his wife. She was a piece of the illusion he had to maintain. So while he was yelling, "I'm the best in the crowd," she was quietly building a dossier. First of all, fundamentally, he's a racist. I mean, he thinks he's better than everyone else. You know, he was raised in a racist household by a racist father. But beyond that, Donald thrives on chaos and division. And because he's too weak and incompetent, he always gravitates to the lowest common denominator. In my view, right now, the entire party is the problem. And he's simply being allowed to sow division. He already cheated. He's cheating right now by, dismantling mail sorting machines and casting doubt on legitimacy. Trump doesn't need to win honestly. He just needs to keep the chaos big enough that no one trusts the outcome. Division isn't a flaw, it's his survival code. And when a man fears the truth more than failure, the real threat becomes the thing he thinks he controls, the quiet woman with the receipts. When your niece betrays you, your wife stays silent, and your lawyer starts suing, you're already in deep trouble. But when old allies and Hollywood legends start to speak up, it's not just about losing control, it's about losing the script entirely. George Conway saw the legal collapse. Robert De Niro sensed the moral one, and both had the same message. This isn't just shameful, it's dangerous. We've seen it before. The first sign in any regime ruled by a narcissist obsessed with power is corruption. And this president has no goodwill, no sense of compromise, and frankly, he doesn't care. He's an outlaw. And what we're watching is essentially a criminal enterprise. That's not from a Democrat, that's from George Conway, a lifelong Republican and the former husband of Trump's senior advisor. He didn't just call Trump corrupt. He said the entire administration operated like a mafia gang. No loyalty, no laws, no conscience. And when someone like Conway starts using the word criminal on national television, this is no longer about party lines. It's about constitutional damage control. Because he's a narcissist with antisocial personality disorder who doesn't believe in anyone but himself. He doesn't believe in the country. He doesn't believe in any of you. He doesn't believe in the rule of law. He doesn't believe in the Constitution he swore to uphold. He only cares about his own ego, putting himself first and seeking revenge. And that's exactly what narcissistic sociopaths do. They seek revenge. He didn't just break his oath. He never believed in it to begin with. Trump didn't run for president to serve the country. He ran for the comeback and for vengeance. And when someone like George Conway, a constitutional conservative, says the president doesn't believe in the Constitution, well, we've crossed the line from dysfunction into danger. Everybody agrees he's unwell. He's absolutely sick. The problem for the opposition is managing him. They say, "Donald, don't talk about eating cats." And what does he do? He talks about eating cats, okay? He's like a 6-year-old child. It's unreal. We've reached the point where satire is obsolete because reality writes the jokes for us. When grown adults have to beg the President of the United States not to talk about eating cats, and he still does it. We're not having a leadership debate anymore. We're in a national babysitting crisis. And if you're wondering why Melania stopped speaking, stopped standing next to him, stopped defending him, it might not be that she gave up power. She gave up the chaos. He's a malignant narcissist. He's a psychopath. He's a dangerous pathological egoist. All of it like a Venn diagram, right? Remember those from school? All those circles overlap. Narcissist, sociopath, manipulators, they all align. And Donald Trump is right in the center. He fits every single one. At a certain point, this stops being political. It becomes psychological. It's not a political analysis anymore. It's a clinical profile. Trump checks every box. Narcissism, manipulation, lack of empathy, obsession with revenge. You don't need a PhD to see it. You just need a television. And if Melania has seen that up close, lived in it, and quietly started preparing for her exit, maybe that's not betrayal. Maybe that's survival. Because Donald Trump doesn't have a moral conscience. He doesn't feel empathy. He doesn't care about anyone but Donald Trump. That's why, in his first term, he said, Article 2 gives me the right to do whatever I want. That's not leadership. That's delusion. His first term, which some call a presidency, others, like George Conway, call a diagnosis. It wasn't about politics. It was about the slow erosion of the rule of law, of compassion, of basic decency. That was stage 1. Stage 2 came on January 6th, and by then the symptoms were no longer subtle. Democracy wasn't just sick, it was metastasizing. He's blatantly stupid. He's a thug. He's a dog. He's a pig. He's a con artist, ace performer, a dimwit who doesn't understand what he's saying, doesn't do the homework, doesn't care, thinks it's all just a social game, doesn't pay taxes. He's a clown. Colonel Powell said it best. He is a national disaster. He is the disgrace of this country, and that makes me furious. When a national icon no longer sees a president, but only a public humiliation that makes his blood boil, then this is no longer politics. This is a moral fracture. De Niro hasn't just lost faith, he's lost patience. Because when decency is under threat, silence stops being graceful and starts becoming complicit. And in a country where even actors feel the need to speak out, you know the script has gone too far off course. This isn't fiction anymore. This is a crisis. Talking about how he wants to punch people in the face? Well, I want to punch him in the face. Is this really the man we want to be president? I don't think so. What I care about is the direction of this country, and what I'm very, very worried about is that it could go the wrong way with someone like Donald Trump. When the man who created the most iconic gangsters in American cinema says he wants to punch the president, it's not a joke. It's a verdict. Because at some point, this isn't about party lines anymore. It becomes a question of where the nation is going, and the fear that it's being driven off a cliff by someone who thinks a trumpet is a microphone. And if Trump's own niece, his wife, his lawyer, and now even De Niro are all saying the same thing, then maybe the real question isn't whether something is wrong, it's how the hell we've let it get this far. Perhaps that's why it took us so long to truly believe it. I don't know if this is even realistically possible, but if I could slap handcuffs on him and walk him out in an orange jumpsuit, that's exactly what I said the moment he won the election. Give him a chance. I believe in giving people the benefit of the doubt. He proved he didn't deserve it. He proved he was an absolute failure. He got his chance, so did America. But sometimes giving someone a chance just gives them time to prove you were right to doubt them. Now the cheers aren't jokes, they're photo ops. A man in an orange jumpsuit finally obeying the rules he's broken his whole life. And if Robert De Niro, the guy who played a mafia boss, thinks it's time for handcuffs, maybe the real crime was letting this man run loose for so long. He's an idiot. Applause. He's a clown. He's a New York clown. And yeah, New Yorkers said it. You know, some people followed him. Of course, people in his line of business, some of them. But he's a classic bully. If you've got a schoolyard and he walks in with his gang of bullies, the rest of the kids have to decide, do they stand up to him or let him call the shots and claim the playground, the basketball court, whatever? He's got to be stopped. He's not a genius. He's not a leader. He's just a loud kid on the playground, surrounded by kids too scared or too tired to fight back. That's not power, that's momentum. And if we let that clown run the game, we don't just lose the court, we lose the rules that made the game matter in the first place. So when De Niro says he needs to be stopped, it's no longer a suggestion. It's a warning echoing from every corner of the culture, from the courts to the stage. To me, he's more than that. He's sick. He's truly a diseased person who somehow infiltrated our system. And I don't call him names anymore. I'm tired of that. He should never be near the presidency. He's a fake president. Now, what does that mean? He calls everything fake because he knows he's fake. So he projects. He projects all the time, right? Accuse them of the thing you know you did. It's somewhere deep in there. I don't want to over-psychologize, but he's not just a fraud. He's a condition the system tolerated. Even De Niro, once fired up, now just sounds tired. Not dramatic, just done. Because when someone calls everything fake, it's usually to distract from the one fraud who's real. Trump didn't fool the system. The system allowed him to do it. And if the people who know him best keep saying he doesn't belong near the presidency, maybe that's not outrage. Maybe it's the final alarm before collapse. Exaggeration aside, he's trying to convince himself as much as he's trying to convince you, me, or anyone else, right? So we know he doesn't really believe it either. So we're going to hit those points. I still think the best weapon against Donald Trump is ridicule and exposing all those weaknesses. Trump screams because silence scares him. He lies to convince himself first, then everyone else. But in a loud house, the quietest person usually holds the most power. Mary wasn't just warning us about Donald. She was warning us about the woman beside him. The one who never flinches, never defends, and never forgets. People watch Trump because they believed Melania was loyal. But loyalty doesn't stay silent that long. It waits. And when the final mistake is made, she won't walk away quietly. She'll flip the game. At the core of it all, we now find ourselves dealing with a man who only needs to believe certain things about himself. That he's the greatest, the smartest, the best. And he becomes easy to manipulate by those who echo those beliefs. And I think I wrote in my book, that was something my grandfather did. He turned Donald into someone extremely useful to smarter, more powerful men. And that creates an extremely dangerous situation for all of us, given the level of power Donald now holds. Trump screams because silence terrifies him. But the one who is silent, the one standing beside him, has been watching all along. Mary wasn't just warning us about Donald, she was warning us about Melania. You think she's loyal, but loyalty doesn't remain that silent, unless it's biding its time. And when he finally slips, she won't just walk away. She'll burn the whole illusion down. Because in the end, this isn't just about one man. It's about how long a lie can survive when enough people benefit from pretending it's the truth. It's about what happens when silence is mistaken for loyalty, when image becomes more important than integrity, and when a bully in a suit is allowed to call himself a leader. But maybe the most dangerous illusion isn't Trump himself. Maybe it's the belief that no one can stop him, that his power comes from volume, from mass, from spectacle. But as we've seen, the quiet ones often hit the hardest. They don't shout, they take notes, they wait. And when they move, history shifts. So the lesson here isn't just for Trump, it's for us. About the lies we tolerate, the behaviors we excuse, the leaders we normalize, and the moments where our silence becomes the final betrayal. This video uses real quotes, public footage, and fair use commentary. If the truth made you think, don't forget to like, share, and speak up.
How's the difference? Relax, guy.
This is the painting you asked for, sir.
Why is my dick so small? Get this guy out of here. I'm gonna sue you. I'm gonna sue both of you.
Hey, what the hell is this? This is the portrait you asked for. Why is my junk so small? That's the size it was in the photo. Get this guy out of here. I'm suing you. I'm suing both of you. Hey, Satan, I really don't want to deal with this right now. What? Calm down. Come on, Satan. I've been working hard all day. No, you haven't. You've been making stupid memes and just around. It's hilarious. And that is the story of South Park. Today, we're going to analyze and explore this wild ride together. But before we begin, don't forget to like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell so you won't miss out on more exciting stories like this one. And just like that, the internet exploded. The new season of South Park dropped with a bang, showing Donald Trump lying naked in bed with Satan, arguing about memes, masculinity, and power. And Joe Rogan, yes, the Joe Rogan, a man who once supported Trump, couldn't stop laughing. Was this just a cartoon gone too far? Or had South Park just landed a cultural punch Trump couldn't dodge? What you're about to see are all real clips, real quotes, in one cartoon that may have hit the president right where it hurts the most. This is what happens when pop culture stops playing nice, and the most powerful man in the world loses his grip.
All day.
You haven't been working, you've been doing your stupid memes and just fucking around.
You know you can't resist this.
I can't even see it.
I'm not in the mood to talk about this right now. A random person commented on my Instagram that I'm on the Epstein list. The Epstein list? We're still talking about that? Well, are you on the list or not? It's just weird that every time this comes up, you say people should just chill. I didn't say people should chill. I said chill out, guys. And just like that, South Park opened its new season with Trump in bed with Satan, dodging Epstein questions like they were just bad Yelp reviews. But behind the gags and the punchlines was a brutal portrait of a thin-skinned, image-obsessed strongman wrestling with demons and brushing off scandal like it was just another meme. Was it comedy? Absolutely. Was it a takedown sharp enough to make even the devil wince? You bet. If that made you laugh, just imagine what comes next. Hit subscribe now, because when South Park is doing God's work, you won't want to miss it. Who braved the wilderness and made the ultimate sacrifice? When temptation burns hottest, who will deliver us from evil? Donald J. Dre. No matter how scorching the sun, he's not afraid to fight for America. South Park just dropped a fake public service announcement, portraying Trump naked and wandering the desert. And for many, that was the final straw. The White House's reaction was immediate and furious. Press Secretary Taylor Rogers told Variety, "This show hasn't been relevant in over 2 decades and is hanging by a thread, recycling lifeless ideas in a desperate bid for attention." When your private parts air on national television and the official response is to call the show lifeless, you know the situation has escalated. But South Park wasn't just mocking Trump. They were launching a full-scale cultural intervention. And this time, they didn't bring the blur tool, just bread and circuses. "I don't want to go back to school," one character mutters, "but I have to. It's part of the lawsuit and the Paramount settlement. The president is suing you." Well, let him do what he wants now. South Park just turned a lawsuit into satire, and a naked man in the desert into a parable about pride, power, and public ridicule.
Had to, because it was part of a lawsuit and the agreement with Paramount. The guy can do whatever he wants now that someone backed down, okay?
Let someone back down, fine. Eat the bread. Eat the bread. You saw what happened to CBS, didn't you? Yeah. Well, guess who owns SIFs? Paramount. Do you really want to be cowards? You need to stop being stupid. We can't even understand you anymore. Shut up. So now Trump is suing Paramount and South Park by staging an animated hostage scene where kids are told to stay quiet and eat bread as part of the legal settlement. The message couldn't be clearer. The president is manipulating corporations to his will, only to be mocked on the very network he just strong-armed. It's a brutal piece of satire, and this time it bites the hand that paid for it. Now, as we all know, Donald Trump doesn't like being mocked, but unfortunately for him, he's not exactly the brightest bulb, so he gets mocked a lot. At this point, Trump has become a walking punchline. But what really shocked viewers was the White House bedroom scene. There he was, overheated, theatrical, climbing into bed with Satan himself, whining, "Come on, Satan, I've worked so hard all day." He flips the blanket open. Satan glances down and says, deadpan, I don't see anything. It's too small. So the president is humiliated for being petty, both literally and metaphorically. And instead of confronting the satire, his defenders lash out at the animators. But here's the kicker. South Park didn't just target Trump. They went after Paramount too, their own corporate overlords, at the same time. This isn't just comedy. It's a full-blown cultural insurrection. That's freedom of speech, looping around prime time while Satan is still lying in bed waiting for an answer. But if you thought that scene went too far, just wait for Trump in the White House to respond. That's when things truly collapsed. Don't go anywhere. This is when the noise really begins. President Donald Trump is absolutely livid after South Park opened its new season by setting him ablaze in scenes so wild, even Satan had to get involved. The premiere episode of season 27 zeroes in on Trump's crackdown on free speech, portraying him as a president who sues anyone daring to criticize him. He's shown literally in bed with Satan, his body becoming the focal point of mockery. And the official response? The show was dismissed as a third-tier relic. Meanwhile, Trump dodged real questions and instead ranted about Hillary Clinton and Harvard hedge funds. If that's not damage control, it's at least golden material for season 28. The White House is clearly displeased. They issued a statement blasting the show. Yes, the very same show Paramount just paid over $500 million for, as irrelevant, creatively bankrupt, and desperately clinging to shock value for attention. South Park just took a flamethrower to Donald Trump on national television. And the official response? Pretend like the show doesn't matter anymore. Funny, isn't it? Because if it truly didn't matter, the White House wouldn't have rushed to hold a press briefing about it. But instead of actually really addressing the episode, Trump veered off into a rant about Hillary Clinton and Harvard hedge funds, like he'd wandered into someone else's punchline and forgot how jokes work. Truth is, the timing couldn't be worse for the Trump administration. Just as they tried to pretend South Park was irrelevant, the show's creators, Trey Parker and Matt Stone, inked a massive new deal with Paramount, a staggering 50 more episodes and exclusive streaming rights on Paramount+. So while Team Trump insists South Park is outdated, it seems the show is doing exactly what it's always done best: mocking power, provoking the far right, and detonating the internet with precision satire. As Trump attacks freedom of speech, South Park summoned Jesus Christ, roasted Paramount itself, and stirred global outrage, all in under 22 minutes. And while the White House tried to slap a label of desperate on the episode, South Park quietly walked away with $1 billion check. Ironically, the only thing desperately clinging to relevance might not be the cartoon, but the man ranting about it. And in classic South Park style, that's exactly where the chaos begins. Protesters flooded the streets. Jesus descended, not to save souls, but to warn that challenging Trump might get you canceled. He even referenced a mysterious 60-minute settlement deal, hinting at something darker beneath the comedy. But what made this moment explode wasn't who got roasted, it was who laughed first. Not Colbert, not a liberal late-night host. No, Joe Rogan. The same Joe Rogan who once gave Trump a friendly platform was now celebrating South Park's takedown like it was the Super Bowl of satire. Even Joe Rogan couldn't help but laugh. The moment Donald Trump was portrayed as a naked wanderer in the desert, mocked by Satan himself in South Park, it triggered more than just late-night chuckles. It cracked something deeper. You see, when South Park goes after someone, it's not just parody, it's cultural dissection. And when Joe Rogan, a man who once offered Trump a platform, celebrates the satire and proudly admits he raised his sons on the show, it signals a shift far bigger than one cartoon episode. And here's the kicker. While the Trump White House dismissed South Park as desperate and irrelevant, the show quietly secured $1 billion deal with Paramount, locking in 50 new episodes and global streaming rights. Meanwhile, the administration was left scrambling, issuing a statement so bitter it sounded like a teenager's online rant. And just as the MAGA movement tried to ignore the mockery, Joe Rogan, their once beloved voice, chuckled along with the rest of us, marking a quiet but seismic cultural betrayal. But it wasn't just Rogan laughing. Bridget Fedesi, another once right-leaning media figure, noted it best. Just when you think they've hit the bottom of not caring, they managed to not care even harder. That perfectly captures South Park's ruthless genius. They didn't just lampoon Trump, they pushed him into the cultural abyss he once controlled. And in doing so, they also revealed who still fears his wrath and who's ready to laugh out loud. And the moment Joe Rogan laughed, not awkwardly, but proudly, was the real punchline. Because when your former allies stop defending you and start laughing at you, it's not satire anymore. It's a funeral with a laugh track. And what he said next might actually prove South Park's entire point. Don't blink. This is where it gets messy. They came to Matt and Trey and said, "We want you to go full-time South Park," mocking Donald Trump, making him look terrible. And Matt and Trey asked, why? And the answer was basically, "We'll pay you a lot of money." How much is a lot? They said, "We'll give you 30 million. We don't need 30 million. Okay, 50 million. Guys, we're rich. We don't need 50 million. All right then, how about 100 million per year? And Matt's like, honestly, what would I even do with that much money? Then they threw out the final offer, 1.5 billion over 5 years. And Matt and Trey went, wait, seriously? I guess they were like, what do you want from us? And the answer, we want shocking anti-Trump content. That's it. That's the pitch. So yeah, give me $1 billion. Boom. Deal done. So according to some MAGA podcasters, South Park didn't just write jokes. They signed a contract. Apparently mocking Trump is only funny until it's your guy they're mocking. And the going rate for a good piece of satire? $1.5 billion, plus or minus a few moral compromises. Meanwhile, Quora got canceled. Why? Because they were spending $40 million a year on anti-Trump commentary. But all this stiff, rigid moralizing, this hypocrisy, it just doesn't work. They keep saying, we need a liberal Joe Rogan. And I bet those liberal billionaires and media execs were thinking, why do people like Joe? He's sharp. He speaks freely. He says what people aren't allowed to say. How do we do that? But clearly, Colbert isn't that show. And Core is boring. Core is blunt. But those South Park guys, they're making $300 million a year on this deal. My God, how does something like this even happen? So let's be clear. South Park, the show that once mocked everyone, is now being called a sellout just because they touched Trump. And what he said next might just prove South Park's point. Don't blink. This is when things get messy. They came to Matt and Trey and said, we want you to do South Park full-time, mock Donald Trump, make him look terrible. And Matt and Trey asked, wait, guy? And the suits responded, we'll pay you a lot of money. How much money? We'll give you 30 million, Matt and Trey. We don't need 30 million. Fine, 50's a million. Guys, we're already rich. Okay, 100 million a year. And honestly, Matt's probably thinking, what the hell would I even do with that much? How about 1.5 billion over 5 years? And Matt and Trey were like, are you serious? I guess the deal went, what do you want from us? We want shocking content that humiliates Trump. And now, apparently, according to some mega podcasters, South Park doesn't even write jokes anymore. They're just under contract. Turns out mocking Trump is only funny until it's your guy. And the current market price for satire? 1.5 billion on give it or take a couple moral lectures. Quora got canceled for spending $40 million a year pushing anti-Trump narratives. But this sanctimonious, stiff, moral outrage doesn't seem to land anymore. These people keep saying they want a liberal Joe Rogan. I bet some billionaire liberal execs sat around thinking, why does everyone love Joe? Because he's sharp, he's raw, he says what others won't. How do we do that? Well, Colbert wasn't the answer. Quora was preachy and boring, clearly. The South Park guys, though, they're reportedly raking in $300 million a year on this deal. I mean, wow, how does something like that even happen? So let's make this clear. South Park, a show that once mocked everyone equally, is now being accused of selling out simply because they took shots at Trump. That's the price of free speech. Wandering through primetime while Satan's still in bed, waiting for an answer. But if you thought that scene went too far, wait till you see how Trump and the White House respond. This isn't just backlash, it's a breakdown. Don't go anywhere. This is where things get loud. President Donald Trump is in full meltdown mode after South Park kicked off its new season by incinerating him with scenes so outrageous that even Satan had to get involved. The premiere of season 27 centers around Trump crushing free speech, suing anyone who dares to criticize him. He's literally in bed with Satan. His body is the punchline. The official response calling the show a fourth-rate relic. Meanwhile, Trump dodges questions and rambles about Clinton and Harvard hedge funds. If that's not damage control, it's at least perfect fuel for season 28. The White House is clearly not laughing. They've issued a statement claiming the show, which Paramount just poured $1.5 billion into, is creatively bankrupt and clinging to relevance by mocking the irrelevant. Tim Pool acts like Matt and Trey sold out for $1 billion deal, but those very jokes are aimed at their own boss at Paramount. If that's selling out, it's the weirdest corporate sponsorship in history. So the episode isn't just attacking Trump, it's aiming straight at Paramount itself over the merger that just got approved and the fallout surrounding Core. The merger got greenlit today. The episode aired last night, meaning on the very eve of that approval, South Park dropped the bomb. Did you see what happened to CBS? Guess who owns CBS? Paramount. You really want to end up like Cobra? Stop being stupid. We don't get you. Shut up. We're handing over the presidency and lawsuits and bribery to someone else, so he can do whatever he wants to whoever he wants. That's the president, bro. All of you. Okay, maybe I already know the answer, but seriously, who is South Park talking to here? Only South Park can roast the president and their own employer in the same episode. While MAGA screams sellout, the show just torched its own network's merger on national television. If that's selling out, someone should tell Paramount they just paid $1.5 billion for a slap in the face. People keep texting me, don't watch the new South Park, it'll drive you mad. And I laugh saying, hell, it's been at least 20 minutes since I last lost my mind. So I turned it on. And yeah, it made me mad. South Park isn't funny anymore. And I'm not even someone who craves subtlety or nuance. It's not just not funny, it's vicious, it's hyper-aware. It doesn't sound like satire anymore. It sounds like targeted outrage. When satire stops being funny the moment it hits too close to home, maybe it was never about humor to begin with. Look at Google Trends. Trump wants this story gone. He hates South Park, that's obvious. But America can't look away. Searches for South Park are up 670% from last week. It's the #1 search alongside Donald Trump this afternoon. And let's not forget, the last person they put in bed with Satan was Saddam Hussein. Pretty sure Trump doesn't want that comparison. But right now, those are the top two, Trump and South Park. Trump wants it buried, but the internet says, replay. South Park didn't just mock him, they broke the charts doing it. A 670% spike in interest. Top Google Trends. This isn't the legacy Trump wanted, unless the plan was to trend next to Satan. But they're standing up to Trump and risking a lot. Who knows what kind of clause is buried in that $1 billion Paramount deal? What South Park just pulled off wasn't just a joke. It was an act of satire at full volume. Bold, irreverent, and fearless. In one jaw-dropping episode, they didn't just mock Trump, they shelved him next to Saddam Hussein. Yes, that's Saddam. That's not just comedy. That's cultural combat. And it's no surprise Google Trends went wild. And people warned me, don't watch the new South Park, they texted. It'll make you furious. And I thought, hell yeah. It's been a good 20 minutes since I last got angry. So I clicked play. And yeah, it got me fired up. But not because it was bad, because it was sharp, because it was brave, because it was true. This wasn't South Park going too far. This was South Park, pure, unfiltered, and back in form. Remember the Woodland Critters? Remember when Mr. Garrison stuffed Paris Hilton somewhere very, very wrong? That was 2 decades ago. South Park has never held back. Not then, not now, not for the left, not for the right, not even for make-believe. So when MAGA fans start clutching their pearls because now they're guys in the fire, let's be clear, it's not censorship. It's consistency. South Park always takes aim at power. No matter the face, that's why it matters. That's why this episode isn't just entertainment. its relevance. It's a reminder that satire is still alive, that it must be alive. Because in a free society, you can mock the most powerful man in the country in prime time, and he can't do a damn thing about it. That's not a glitch. That's the point. God bless South Park. Seriously, they didn't just poke the bear, they slapped it with a history book and laughed in its face. That's not just comedy, that's democracy. That's what freedom of expression looks like. Messy, raw, and necessary. So here's the question I'll leave you with. Do you think satire still protects freedom? Or is it being warped by those who laugh at evil instead of exposing it? Drop your thoughts in the comments, because in the end, when the most powerful man can be mocked on television and still walk away powerless, that's not weakness, that's strength. That's exactly the point. The brilliance lies in how Trump, once the master manipulator of media, has now lost control of the very stage he once dominated. South Park didn't just mock him, they reclaimed a right we sometimes forget we have, the freedom to laugh at power without needing permission. In an age teetering toward authoritarianism, that's not just humor, it's resistance. You're seeing people getting threatened. You're seeing corruption unfold in broad daylight. I mean, like you said earlier, Trump's former defense lawyer negotiating a deal with Ghislaine Maxwell? That's beyond absurd, but that's the nature of a society that's tipping into authoritarianism. And you know what? You don't have to look far to find folks saying, I might just leave the country. And now I'm not even sure if I should delete the Trump criticisms off my phone. That's where we are. 15 years ago, we might have joked about something like that, laughed it off as far-fetched. But today, that fear is real. For a man who once commanded the media like a magician, pulling rabbits out of hats, getting dragged by South Park might be the ultimate disappearing act. This isn't just a cartoon anymore. It's cultural rebellion. When even satire strips you of control over your image, that's no longer comedy. That's poetic justice. Donald Trump may loathe being mocked, but let's be honest, he invites it. Because beneath the arrogance is a man drowning in delusion and pain. And somehow this moment feels like it came from us. A collective reckoning. Yeah, I don't even know who made this happen. But bless them, did Trump just become a joke? Joe's, the satire he couldn't silence. That's the twist, isn't it? The man who once thrived on manipulating the media is now being outplayed by it. What we're witnessing isn't just satire, it's a seismic cultural reckoning. When South Park took on Trump, they didn't just mock him, they reclaimed something we had almost forgotten, the freedom to laugh at power without asking for permission. It's no longer about party lines. It's about watching a man who built his empire on spectacle slowly unravel under the weight of his own absurdity. This is authoritarianism in slow motion. People feel threatened. Corruption is out in the open. You mentioned earlier that Trump's former defense attorney is negotiating a deal with Ghislaine Maxwell. Absurd? Yes. But that's what living under a failing autocracy looks like, where the unthinkable becomes daily news. There's a moment now, a hesitation. Should we delete our Trump criticisms from our phones? That used to be a dystopian joke. Now it's a valid concern. And then came South Park. They didn't just clown him, they exposed the hollow performance he'd mastered for years. Whether it was confusing building costs on live TV or trying to humiliate Jerome Powell with a pocket document, only to be corrected on the spot, Trump keeps feeding the satire machine. The real irony? The man who tried to rule culture by force has become its punchline. From Joe Rogan's roaring laughter to MAGA's slow collapse, from billion-dollar conspiracy memes to Saddam-style parodies, this isn't just comedy, it's cultural purge. And South Park didn't create the chaos. They held up a mirror. What stared back wasn't a former president, but a caricature, a relic, a man once feared and now laughed at. This isn't about left or right anymore. It's about what happens when satire collides with unchecked power, and satire wins. Maybe the real question isn't why Trump is mocked. It's, why was it ever so easy? This video contains commentary from Joe Rogan and scenes from South Park, reflecting public responses and verified public statements. All footage is used under YouTube's fair use policy for commentary, analysis, and public interest. If you enjoy bold stories, deep analysis, and fearless commentary on America's most powerful figures, don't forget to subscribe to American Adventure. Every week, we dive into the headlines, decode the drama, and bring you the real stories behind the spectacle. Hit that subscribe button, turn on the bell, and be part of the journey where truth meets storytelling.
I'm going to say one thing. Fuck Trump.
I mean, he's so blatantly stupid. He's a punk. He's a dog. He's a pig.
He is brazenly, unapologetically stupid. He's a thug. He's a dejo. He's a pig. He's a con man. A phony bam. A fool who doesn't know what he's talking about. He does no homework. He doesn't care. He thinks this is some kind of gambling society. He doesn't pay taxes. He is a moron. General Colin Powell said it best. He is a national disaster. He is a disgrace to this country.
I mean, he's so blatantly stupid. He's a punk. He's a dog. He's a pig who doesn't know what he's talking about, doesn't do his homework, doesn't care, thinks he's gaming. Colin Powell said it best. He's a national disaster. He's an embarrassment to this country, has wound up where he has. He talks how he wants to punch people in the face, punch him in the face. This is somebody that we want for president? I don't think so. And what I'm very, very worried about is that it's not like Donald Trump. If you care about your future, vote for it.
That made me furious. That was Robert De Niro, two-time Oscar winner, a living Hollywood legend, standing on a live stage, staring straight into the camera, delivering one of the most brutal takedowns ever seen on national television. And within hours, Donald Trump lost it. What followed next was an all-out cultural war, a street-level shouting match, a courtroom confrontation disguised as an award speech. And to be clear, everything you're about to see is real, because what De Niro said next triggered a firestorm that hasn't gone out. And yes, it started right here. I'm gonna say one thing.
Fuck Trump.
It was no longer about Trump. It was about, on live television, Robert De Niro didn't just oppose Donald Trump with vague agreement. He unleashed unapologetic rage. A clown, a fraud, a national embarrassment. But the point wasn't just name-calling. The point was what those names symbolized to millions of people. The fear that their democracy had been hijacked by someone dangerously unfit. When De Niro dropped the F-bomb, it wasn't for shock value. It was the culmination of years watching the collapse of what used to be normal. The crowd erupted, not because of the bold words, but because the time had come. If you felt like De Niro was simply saying out loud what so many had been thinking in silence, then hit that subscribe button right now, because what he said next was even more shocking. He talked about wanting to punch someone in the face. Well, I'd like to punch him in the face. This is the man we want as president? I don't think so. What I care about is the direction of this country. And what I'm really, really worried about is that it's heading the wrong way with someone like Donald Trump. This isn't a Hollywood script. This is a warning. When Robert De Niro said he wanted to punch Donald Trump, it wasn't about ego, it was about fear. Fear that the country was heading somewhere dark, somewhere un-American. And when he asked, is this the man we want as president? He wasn't just challenging Trump. He was challenging everyone watching. Because to De Niro, this wasn't about politics. The question was no longer just about politics. The question was whether democracy could survive another 4 years of the chaos he had unleashed. But De Niro made one thing absolutely clear. There's a difference. He's a criminal. Kamala Harris is not a criminal. Joe Biden is not the head of a crime family. And he knows that. And I'm sure a lot of his supporters know that too, especially the Republicans who are supposed to protect this country and stand up to him. You probably thought he was just a fool, a clown, a New York sideshow. And yeah, sure, people in New York would say, well, some folks will follow him. Those in his world, sure. But the truth is he's a classic bully. If you had a schoolyard and he walked in surrounded by other bullies, people would have to decide, are they going to stand up to him or let him call the shots and take over the playground, the basketball court, or whatever? He needs to be stopped. What do you think about this? We'd love to hear your thoughts in the comments below. If you agree with this perspective, drop a 1 in the comments. If you don't, type 2 and tell us why. And don't forget to hit that subscribe button, ring the bell, and turn on notifications so you won't miss any of our upcoming videos. Thank you so much. And now let's keep watching. De Niro wasn't just angry, he was indicting. On stage before a roaring crowd, he laid it all bare. Trump wasn't just a clown, he was a criminal. A bully who had turned politics into a playground, but not in a fun way. De Niro painted him as that loud kid running around the court, barking orders, daring anyone to challenge him. But this time someone did something. The applause wasn't just polite, it sounded like relief. I don't know if this is even possible in real life, but if I could cuff him and take him away in an orange jumpsuit, that's what I would have said right after he got elected. Give him a chance, I said. I give people the benefit of the doubt. This guy proved to be an absolute disaster. De Niro didn't just call Trump a liar or a clown. He used the words so many fear to say on television, criminal. Not just in the legal sense, but in what he represents. A rigged system, a democracy under siege. And when he said Trump didn't belong in the White House, but in court, nobody flinched. They clapped because somewhere between the jokes and the rage, a line had been crossed. Yeah, he's so stupid. Look at the dumb, habitual things he says. He's stupid. He can't even say anything smart or dumb. He's a but he's scary. And seriously, we all know this deep down. People have to go out and vote. Vote, vote, and vote again. Yeah, it was almost funny until it wasn't. De Niro called Trump stupid, yes, but then he called him terrifying. And that shift said it all, because you don't have to be smart to be dangerous. Sometimes all it takes is power, a microphone, and a crowd that stops asking questions. That's when De Niro dropped the jokes and delivered the message. Vote like democracy depends on it. Because this time it just might. So how did Trump react? Let's just say he's not exactly like a tough guy. What came next was weak, awkward, and made everything worse. You're going to want to see this. This guy should not be president, period. And when you say that out loud, the folks at Fox come for you. I remember when Tony got up there and cursed at you, tore into you like that. Let me just say this. We're in a moment in life. He came along and said a lot of things, did a lot of things. And we keep saying, this is terrible. We're in a terrible situation. We're in a terrible situation. And this guy just keeps talking and talking and talking, and he never stops. Trump tried to hit back, calling De Niro a washed-up actor, a classic move. But De Niro didn't even flinch. Instead, he called Trump what he truly believes he is, a gangster. Not in the movie sense, in the real-world sense. Someone who breaks the rules, never gets held accountable. And the scariest part? He wasn't wrong. Trump keeps doing what he does, and somehow nobody stops him. To me, he's something even worse. He's sick. He's truly a sick man, someone who somehow managed to worm his way into our system. And I'm tired of calling him names, I really am. He should never be anywhere near the presidency. He's a fake president. So now, what do you mean by that? What do you mean? Well, he calls everything fake because he knows he's fake. He's projecting. He exaggerates everything, right? Blame them for what you know you did deep down. I don't want to get too psychological here, but De Niro didn't call Trump a fake president just to insult him. It was a diagnosis. A man who amplifies every one of his flaws and somehow still finds people willing to follow. And the truly shocking part? He's not the only one who sees it. 83% think he's guilty, 60% say he's unfit. So the question lingers, and it's not rhetorical. How long will America keep rewarding this level of chaos? I hate bullies, the kind who use brute strength to push others down. They think they can seize power and cling to it by threatening the rest of us. Sadly, sometimes it works, but mostly it doesn't. And now we have Trump. He's a man obsessed with intimidation and revenge. He'll prosecute. He'll jail you for having an abortion. He'll gut your Medicare and Social Security. He'll deport you. He'll send troops after you if you speak out. The crowd wasn't cheering because of a dramatic line. They were cheering because it was time. If you felt like Dairo was simply shouting what millions have quietly thought, then hit subscribe now, because what he's about to say next is even more shocking. He talks about wanting to punch someone in the face. Well, I want to punch him in the face. This is the man we want to be president? I don't think so. What I care about is the direction this country is heading. And what I'm deeply, deeply worried about is that it could go terribly wrong under someone like Donald Trump. This isn't a Hollywood script. This is a warning. When Robert Dairo said he wanted to punch Trump, it wasn't out of ego. It was out of fear. Fear that the country is spiraling into something dark, something un-American. And when he asked, is this really the man we want as president? He wasn't just challenging Trump, he was challenging all of us watching. Because for Dairo, this isn't politics. To me, he's more than that. He's sick. He's really a sick person who somehow got allowed into our system. I'm tired of calling him names. He doesn't belong anywhere near the presidency. He's a fake president. And what do I mean by that? Well, he calls everything fake because he knows he's fake. So he's projecting. He just amplifies everything. Blame others for what you secretly know you're guilty of. I don't want to go too deep into psychology here, but when Dairo calls Trump a fake president, he's not trying to insult him. He's diagnosing him. A man who magnifies all his own guilt and somehow still has followers. And the real twist? He's not alone. 83% say he's guilty. 60% say he's unfit for office. So the question still hangs in the air, and it's not rhetorical. How much longer will America reward this level of chaos? I hate bullies, people who use force to crush others, who believe they can grab power and cling to it through intimidation. Sadly, sometimes it works, but most of the time, it doesn't. And now we have Trump. He thrives on intimidation, on revenge. He'll prosecute you. He'll jail you for getting an abortion. He'll strip your Medicare and Social Security. He'll deport you. He'll send in the military if you dare oppose him. You know who this is really aimed at? The MAGA politicians afraid of losing power. So afraid of him that he forces them to kiss his ring, and now they're trying to intimidate us. We're not going to let that happen. Not for 1 minute, not for 1 second. We need to show them. Being called a bully is one thing, but when the gangster from the movies looks dead into the camera and says it, that hits different. Dairo isn't performing, he's diagnosing. And the irony? Trump's entire image was built on fake toughness until someone truly tough finally stepped in. We're in a very bad situation. I remember talking to you 5-6 years ago at Spring Studios. Something was happening, and I said, this just happened. You said, no, it didn't. It's all about truth. And what we're seeing now, it's denial of truth everywhere. There's even Trump's speech afterward. It was insane, truly insane. And I'm very, very worried about that. I think we all are. It's crazy. So that's why I feel like I've got to do something. Say something, record it. This time, Dairo wasn't yelling. He was just looking around, saying what millions have been thinking for years. It's crazy. And when a man who's faced every mobster, villain, and con artist in Hollywood says it's gone too far, you know we're in deep. So what do you think? Do Trump's tactics still work? Or are more people finally waking up? Tell us below, because what Dairo says next might shock you even more. Do you think he pretends to be dumber than he actually is, just to fool people and make them think twice? I don't think so. Why do you think I'm curious? Why do you assume there's this huge portion of the American public that genuinely believes he cares about them? I'm completely stunned, honestly confused. I can't make sense of it. And that's what we've seen for decades. Decades, you know? It's always him. What is it? Tammy Faye and the other guy? Yeah. Same thing, you know? Give us your savings. Yeah, televangelists. Same deal. And him, it's so obvious. I just can't understand why people still fall for it. Do that many people still believe Trump actually cares about them? To Dairo, this isn't politics. It's like watching a late-night preacher sell salvation for $19.99. Only now, the pulpit is the White House lawn. The lights are brighter. The suit is more expensive. But the sales pitch, identical. Dairo's outrage isn't just about one man. It's about a system that raised him up and still shields him to this day. What comes next may finally explain why Trump is not the disease, but merely the symptom. Everything that follows comes straight from public interviews, official clips, and comments made on record. So don't go anywhere. Well, I don't even know anymore. You know, people just seem to love this outlaw persona. Except now, it's not a movie. It's a gang, a gangster, trying to run the White House like his turf. And by now, you probably realize even gangsters have codes. They have rules. They might not be your rules, but they're rules. You tell someone your word is your bond, that means something, because sometimes in that world, that's all you've got. This guy, he doesn't even know what that means. Even Dairo had to laugh. Real gangsters, he said, they still have rules. Trump didn't just dodge one scandal. He walked away from 6 bankruptcies, dodged taxes, conned students, sold bleach as a cure during a pandemic, and somehow still walks free. The problem isn't that Trump is dangerous because of power. It's that he's shameless. And sometimes that's worse. It's hilarious and tragic all at once. He really could have done something good. He had the spotlight, the platform. He was president. Instead, he did everything wrong. As we all know, the man's not just vain, he's selfish beyond measure. What do you think Trump is really a symptom of? Drop a comment, like this video, and hit subscribe so you don't miss what comes next. So what we're looking at isn't just a man, but a mirror. A mirror reflecting something deeper, darker, and disturbingly familiar. Trump in many ways is not the disease. He is the symptom. The fever that tells us something has been festering for a long, long time. He didn't create the chaos, he channeled it. He didn't invent the hatred, he capitalized on it. And for a terrifying number of people, that made him a savior, not a threat. What comes next might explain everything. The quotes, the interviews, the smug television appearances, they're not cherry-picked. They're public record. And yet, millions still cling to the fantasy. Why, boy? Because there's something seductive about the outlaw archetype, the gangster president. The myth that a man who breaks all the rules must be the only one strong enough to fix a broken game. It's absurd, but also powerful. We've seen this before, with televangelists, cult leaders, late-night miracle salesmen, and now the same pitch, but the stage is bigger, brighter, and far more dangerous. Even Dairo laughs because real gangsters, at least, have rules. They have codes. But Trump, he lies without shame. He scams students, fakes wealth, dodges taxes, sells bleach as medicine during a global pandemic, and somehow walks free. The danger isn't that Trump has power. It's that he doesn't respect any limits. And worse, he's proud of it. So yes, he's a malignant narcissist, a textbook case of antisocial personality disorder. But more than that, he's a wake-up call. And the most terrifying part, he doesn't hide any of it. His behavior is not random. It's consistent, consistently cruel, consistently self-serving, consistently dangerous. From mocking war heroes to pushing bleach as a cure, from degrading women to refusing accountability, everything about him screams disqualified. And yet he gains worshipers, not despite it, but because of it. And that's not just disturbing, it's revelatory. It shows us something raw and unfiltered about who we are, or who some of us have become. It's not that I think they want chaos, it's that they don't understand the point. Even in Nazi Germany, Hitler wasn't taken seriously at first. He was a clown, a loud, gesturing, ridiculous clown. Mussolini too. And yet they were allowed to rise because some part of society, some broken instinct, confused shamelessness for strength. And by the time they realized the truth, it was too late. That's the fear. That history isn't just repeating, it's mocking us while it does. When Dairo compares Trump's rise to historical figures once dismissed as clowns, he's not exaggerating, he's issuing a warning. The real danger doesn't lie in Trump himself. It lies in the disturbing number of people who don't see him as a politician at all, but as a personal savior. Policies no longer matter. Truth doesn't matter, only belief does. And when democracy turns into a fan club, the spiral downward is fast and merciless. It feels like a joke, doesn't it? This clown is running for president. No way that could happen. But we've forgotten the painful lessons of history, how other clowns were ignored until it was too late, until they were no longer jokes but tyrants. With Trump, we've been given a second chance, and no one's laughing now. The time to stop him is now. Robert Darrow isn't just criticizing Trump. He's exposing the fear that created him. Fear of immigrants, fear of change, fear of losing a version of America that maybe never existed in the first place. And the irony? The man leading that fearful march is married to someone who crossed a border to be here. If that's not the very definition of cognitive dissonance, what is? We now have a president who acts more like a bizarre, self-declared gangster than a leader. And sure, who doesn't want to act like a gangster sometimes? But real gangsters, at least the old school kind, had something Trump never had. A code. Honor among thieves. You shake a hand, you keep your word. That's all you've got. Your word. And they respected that. Trump, he's not that guy, not even close. And let's be honest, aren't you genuinely afraid that if he wins again, and I'm not saying that like it's some wild impossibility, if he wins again, he won't give up power? You know it. Deep down, you know he won't. When Darrow compares Trump's rise to historical figures once dismissed as clowns, he's not exaggerating, he's warning. The real danger isn't just Trump himself, it's that so many people don't see him as a politician at all. They see him as a savior. Policy no longer matters. Truth doesn't matter. What matters is belief. And when democracy becomes a fan club, it all starts to unravel. It feels like a joke. This clown is running for president. No, that can't really happen. But we've forgotten the lessons of history, lessons that show how clowns have risen before, dismissed until they became brutal tyrants. With Trump, we are being handed a second chance, and no one is laughing anymore. It's time to stop him. Robert Darrow isn't just criticizing Trump. He's pointing the finger at the fear that had built him. Fear of immigrants, fear of change, fear of losing the real America. And yet, ironically, the man leading this parade of panic married someone who crossed a border to get here. If that's not the definition of cognitive dissonance, what is? Today, we have a president who's strange, cartoonish, and proudly gangster-like. Oh, sure, everyone wants to be a great gangster now. But the thing is, even gangsters, real ones, believe in a kind of honor. You shake hands, you keep your word, that's all you've got, your word. And if you don't keep it, if you treat people like garbage, it doesn't matter what world you come from, you'll be cast out. And in that world, it's even tougher. Once upon a time, we taught children how to think critically. Now we teach them how to repost memes. Darrow's not just mocking Trump's gangster cosplay. He's warning us. We are losing our ability to tell the difference between who's pretending and who's just plain wrong. And in a world of constant misinformation, the con artist doesn't even have to lie anymore. When Darrow compared Trump's rise to historical figures once dismissed as clowns, he wasn't exaggerating, he was warning us. The real danger isn't just Trump himself, it's the fact that so many people no longer see him as a politician, but as some kind of personal savior. Policies no longer matter. Truth is no longer the issue, belief is. And when democracy becomes a fan club, everything starts to fall apart. It all feels like a joke. The clown is running for president. No way. That could never happen. We forget history's cruel pattern. Others who started as jokes rose to become brutal dictators. With Trump, we've been given a second chance, and no one's laughing anymore. It's time to stop him. Robert Darrow isn't just criticizing Trump, he's calling out the fear that gave rise to him. Fear of immigrants, fear of change, fear of losing the real America. And the cruel irony? The man leading this fearful parade is married to someone who crossed a border to get here. If that's not the very definition of cognitive dissonance, then what is? Now we have a president who's bizarre, erratic, and plays the gangster role for show. Yeah, who isn't a great gangster, he mocks. Because even real gangsters, honor among thieves, they shake hands. They keep their word. That's all they've got, their word. But Trump, he's not like that. There's genuine fear in Dairo's voice when he warns, if he wins again, and I don't say this lightly, he will not give up power. And you know what? We all know that too. Deep down, we know it. He's even said it himself. He'll never give up. And anyone still deluding themselves into believing he's some kind of gangster? It's shameful. Dairo compares the Trump family to a mob family. What? That came from you? Yes, because Trump acts like one. Always has. But Dairo's not glorifying that image. He's dismantling it. Real gangsters wouldn't think much of him, Dairo says. Even in that world, there's honor. There's accountability. You break your word. You disrespect people. Even in the underworld, that gets you exiled. In that world, failure has consequences. But in Trump's world, failure is a brand, a strategy. And the public, they eat it up. Once upon a time, we taught our children to think critically. Now we teach them how to repost a meme. Dairo isn't just criticizing Trump's costume of a gangster. He's warning us, we've lost the ability to tell who's faking it and who's just lost. And when misinformation becomes the norm, the con man doesn't even have to lie anymore. The audience does the lying for him. And things today? They're worse than during Nixon's era. Nixon looks like a Boy Scout next to Trump. We've heard Trump declare that anyone who opposes him is the enemy within. That's the language he uses. And when people react in horror, he doubles down. They've done terrible things to this country. But the irony is, he's describing himself. He is the enemy within. He's projecting every accusation outward. And that's the point. Threat, that's what it all comes back to. According to Dairo, Trump uses fear to brand everyone else the enemy, while recycling every tactic he claims to oppose. Bullying, exaggeration, division. This isn't just politics anymore. It's performance art with devastating consequences. And the scariest part? He's not even pretending anymore. In my country, we are now fighting, truly fighting, for the democracy we once took for granted. And make no mistake, this fight affects all of us. Art affects us all because it is democratic by nature. It is inclusive. It binds people together. Just like tonight, art seeks truth. It embraces diversity. And that's exactly why it's a threat. That's why we are a threat to tyrants and fascists. The self-appointed Philistine president of the United States has somehow declared himself the head of one of our leading cultural institutions. He's slashed funding for the arts, for humanities, and for education. And now he's threatening to impose a 100% tax on films made outside of the United States. Think about that for a second. You can't put a price on creativity, but apparently you can tax it. Of course, this is unacceptable. All of these attacks are unacceptable. And this is not just America's problem, it's a global crisis. Unlike a movie, we can't just sit back and watch. We have to act. And we have to act now, not with violence, but with passion and unwavering resolve. It's time for everyone who cares about freedom to organize, to protest, and when the time comes, of course, vote. Even on one of cinema's most glamorous nights, Robert De Niro couldn't look away from the real-life tragedies unfolding back home. Calling Trump America's Philistine president, he reminded the world that the crisis isn't just political, it's about values, culture, and the kind of nation we are becoming. And after everything he said, from the courtroom to the red carpet, one truth became undeniable. De Niro isn't just criticizing Trump, he's turned it into something personal, global, and impossible to ignore. From stage to courthouse steps, De Niro's message has remained consistent and unflinching. He's not tossing out clever insults. He's igniting a cultural storm, confronting Trump as the symbol of something far more dangerous. With every fiery word exposing corruption, narcissism, and moral decay, De Niro is speaking for a deeper fear shared by millions, that democracy is not guaranteed and silence is no longer an option. But whether you agree or not, the bigger question still hangs in the air. are we listening? Because in the end, it's not about celebrity outrage or partisan divides. It's about the kind of leadership we're willing to accept and the future we're brave enough to fight for. This video discusses a televised moment in which Robert De Niro made public comments about Donald Trump, referencing past actions and statements. All content is based on verified public footage and widely reported information. We aim to present the facts and public reactions truthfully, without distortion or exaggeration. This video fully complies with YouTube's community guidelines and fair use policy concerning political commentary, analysis, and public interest. If you found this video thought-provoking or powerful, please subscribe for more. Thank you for watching. What happens when the very system you once believed in turns its back on your own family? For years, Melania Trump was the embodiment of grace under pressure. Polished, composed, and consistently distant from the noise of politics. But recently, that calm exterior has begun to show cracks. Behind the grand but guarded doors of the White House, something far more personal, far more fragile, is slowly surfacing. She has become the unexpected face of a national immigration firestorm. And she's not the only one caught in the storm. Barron Trump, her son is the youngest of the Trump children, has been pulled into the fray. The nation now wrestles with a question once unthinkable. Could the United States actually deport the wife and child of its own sitting president? The debate has gone from theoretical to deeply personal, and the answer may be more unsettling than anyone dared to imagine. Melania has never played the role of a conventional first lady. She didn't seek the spotlight, avoided political drama, and built an identity rooted in elegance and distance. During Donald Trump's first term, she remained poised but peripheral, a symbol, not a strategist. But with Trump's unexpected return to the Oval Office in 2025, her once quiet presence has now been thrust under the blinding glare of controversy. It didn't take long. Just hours after his second inauguration, President Trump began signing aggressive executive orders aimed at reviving some of the most controversial aspects of his first term: mass deportation programs, citizenship reviews, and birthright limitations. What once seemed like rhetoric had now become action, and this time the repercussions were immediate, widespread, and deeply personal. Families began to fracture. Immigrant communities braced for raids. People with green cards, some who had lived in America for decades, suddenly found themselves summoned to court. Even international students began to fear that a single visit home could bar their return. The atmosphere shifted from hopeful uncertainty to palpable fear. And then the conversation turned. Midway through 2020, attention shifted to the very family at the center of power. A petition began circulating online demanding that Melania and Barron Trump be investigated and potentially deported. The timing was explosive. Earlier that year, Trump had signed an executive order instructing federal agencies to re-examine how birthright citizenship is applied. Though legally contested, the move was unmistakable in its intent: to limit automatic citizenship, even for those born on American soil. Suddenly, Barron, born in Manhattan, was no longer just a political child. He was a target. Inside the White House, an eerie silence took hold. There were no press statements, no denials, no clarifications, just silence. And the silence only fed the speculation, turning whispers into headlines and fear into frenzy. A nation that once proudly called itself a land of immigrants now found itself asking a chilling question. Could immigration enforcement reach the president's own doorstep? To understand how Melania Trump became the epicenter of this legal and political earthquake, we need to go back to the very beginning, to the day she first set foot on American soil. Long before she graced red carpets and entered the White House, Melania's journey had already stirred curiosity, a path marked by quiet ambition and lingering questions that echo even louder today. She did not arrive in the United States as a tourist. No, her entry came through a rare and highly selective immigration program, one that continues to spark debate and controversy to this day. What made her eligible? And why does that matter so much now? Before she was the First Lady of the United States, not once, but twice, Melania Trump was Melania Knaus, a quiet yet striking young woman from Sevnica, a small riverside town tucked away in central Slovenia. She came to America with a single purpose: to chase a modeling dream. With her calm grace and disciplined demeanor, she carved out a place in an industry that rarely shows mercy. The idea that this reserved woman from a tiny European town would one day live in the most powerful residence in the world, it seemed unimaginable. And yet, in just over a decade, she made it real. Yet today, what truly draws scrutiny isn't her modeling past. It's the way she first set foot on American soil. In 2001, Melania received a green card through the EB-1 visa, a category informally dubbed the Einstein visa. Reserved for individuals with extraordinary ability, this visa is usually granted to Nobel laureates, Olympic champions, pioneering scientists, or world-renowned artists. That's where her American chapter truly began. At the time, Melania was mostly known for catalog modeling and a few magazine spreads. She was not a household name in the United States. So when news broke that she had been granted one of the most elite visas in the country, eyebrows were raised. How, many wondered, could she have qualified for a program intended for the pinnacle of achievement in any given field? To be clear, no legal authority has ever challenged the legitimacy of her visa. Her application was approved without incident. No court, no federal agency has ever raised an objection. Yet, questions persist, not of legality, but of fairness. Could her budding relationship with Donald Trump, which began in 1998, have tilted the scales in her favor? For critics, her visa became a symbol of how wealth, influence, and personal ties can quietly shape American immigration outcomes. After receiving her green card, Melania became a U.S. citizen in 2006, shortly after marrying Donald Trump. As a naturalized citizen, she was able to sponsor her parents, Victor and Amalia Knaus, to immigrate to the United States. In time, they were granted green cards and eventually became U.S. citizens themselves. This act of family reunification is legal under U.S. immigration law, yet it has often sparked political controversy. This was especially true because Donald Trump, even before taking office as president, had spoken out forcefully about ending what he called chain migration, a process he argued undermined border security. For many, Melania's sponsorship of her parents appeared contradictory. It symbolized how even those closest to him benefited from the very immigration system he vowed to overhaul. In 2024, the family faced a heartbreaking loss with the passing of Melania's mother, Amalia. Her father, Victor, remains in the U.S., living a quiet private life. Although he rarely appears in public, he maintains a close relationship with Melania and is occasionally seen attending official events with his daughter and son-in-law, quietly entering and leaving the White House. Now, with immigration policies under intense scrutiny, quiet questions have begun to surface about Victor Knaus's current status. Although Melania legally entered the country and followed all necessary procedures to become a U.S. citizen, the tense political climate, where even long-term immigrants face mounting scrutiny, leaves many wondering, is anyone's immigration status ever truly secure? Melania has never been accused of any wrongdoing related to her immigration journey. Her path to citizenship was legal. There's no public evidence suggesting otherwise. But that hasn't stopped the speculation. Critics argue that the system favors the well-connected and the famous, while Melania's supporters counter that she simply followed the law and earned her place. The truth, as always, may lie somewhere in between. As America grapples with deeper questions of immigration, fairness, and belonging, Melania's journey has once again become a flashpoint in a larger cultural debate. It's not hard to see why she became a symbol in this emotionally charged conversation. As the scrutiny around her immigration history intensified, a bold online petition suddenly emerged. And with it, the narrative shifted. No longer was the question just about how Melania got into the country, but whether she should be allowed to stay. The petition, posted on MoveOn.org, called for the deportation of Melania, her parents, and even her son Barron as part of the administration's first wave of removals. At first, many dismissed it as just another social media stunt, loud but fleeting. But the petition caught fire. Within days, thousands had signed and shared it across TikTok, X, formerly Twitter, and YouTube. Content creators jumped in, reaction videos exploded, and the comment sections erupted into heated arguments. The online backlash soon caught the attention of major media outlets. What began as a digital protest had transformed into a national conversation about equity, privilege, and accountability. No longer was it just about Melania and Barron. It became about America itself. Should powerful families be held to the same immigration standards as everyone else? Supporters of the petition pointed to Melania's EB-1 visa, a category often nicknamed the Einstein visa, as a symbol of elite privilege. Others raised concerns about how her parents were allowed to immigrate through the same chain migration that Donald Trump, during his presidency, had sought to eliminate. The conversation spilled out of comment sections and into newsrooms. Cable news anchors, podcast hosts, and columnists across the political spectrum began weighing in. Some defended Melania, saying the attacks were politically motivated and cruel. Others saw it as a moment of reckoning, a chance to question whether justice in America really applies equally, even to those who walk the halls of the White House. Some dismissed the petition as nothing more than a political stunt, while others saw it as a powerful reminder. Immigration laws should apply equally to everyone, no exceptions. At a public rally, Congresswoman Maxine Waters reignited the controversy by openly questioning Melania Trump's immigration history. She demanded to know how Melania obtained such a rare visa and whether an average person, someone without fame or high-level connections, would have had the same chance. On MSNBC, political analyst Joy Reid added another layer. She clarified that the petition was never truly about deportation. It was about exposing how privilege, quiet and unseen, could shape who gets through America's immigration system and who gets left behind. Yet not everyone agreed with the movement. Critics argued Melania had followed the legal process and that Barron, born in New York, was an American citizen by right. To them, the petition felt unfair, excessive, and politically motivated. Others, however, saw it differently. To them, this wasn't an attack, it was a protest. A symbol, what started as an anonymous online forum, had suddenly exploded into a nationwide debate. And just like that, the conversation shifted from immigration law in general to whether the first family should be held to the same standards as everyone else. Soon the issue was no longer just about the law, it had morphed into something deeper, a national reckoning about fairness, power, and accountability. For days, the White House said nothing. No statement, no press release, not even a tweet, not from Donald Trump, the man who was never one to stay silent. The silence was strange, eerie even, and that silence only fueled the public's curiosity. Then, out of the quiet, came Melania, calm, controlled, and ready to speak. She appeared in public for the first time since the controversy erupted with a visit to Kerrville, Texas, a small town still recovering from a devastating flood that left many families, including children at a nearby summer camp, in mourning. Officially, the visit was described as humanitarian, but for millions watching, it felt like much more than that. Melania arrived quietly, without fanfare, dressed simply in a brown jacket and a black baseball cap, wearing a charming bracelet gifted by local children. She stood alongside first responders and grieving families, delivering a short but heartfelt message. We grieve with you. Our country grieves with you. For those in Kerrville, it was a comforting moment. For viewers across the nation, her words carried a deeper meaning, a subtle response to the swirling questions surrounding her, without addressing them directly. Melania has always been enigmatic, and this moment was no exception. Despite years of public scrutiny, she rarely offers clues. This time, she made no effort to defend herself or explain the headlines. She simply appeared, standing tall, composed, focused on the people affected by tragedy. To her supporters, it was exactly what they expected: calm, steady, unshaken by controversy. Meanwhile, Barron Trump was completely absent from the public eye. Now 19 and in his second year at a business school in New York, he did not join the visit. There was no public statement, no social media post, not even a single photo. Those close to the family said he was focused on school and intentionally steering clear of the spotlight. For many observers, his silence wasn't an escape. It seemed a deliberate choice to stay away from the noise. After Melania's visit, public perception began to shift. Legal experts reminded the public that online petitions have no authority over immigration status. Political analysts argued that her appearance was a carefully calculated move. She wasn't avoiding the issue, she was controlling the response herself. Meanwhile, the White House remained silent, but that silence no longer felt like avoidance. It felt strategic. With a single intentional appearance, Melania made a powerful statement without saying much. The silence was broken, yet one big question remained. Could Melania, Barron, or even her husband actually be deported? The internet had made its voice heard, but what did the law say? For days, social media buzzed with debate. Some believed Melania had done nothing wrong, while others argued her visa history needed a second look. Barron remained completely out of sight, but his name stayed in headlines. After the wave of online outrage, people began searching for hard facts, moving beyond speculation and emotion. Melania became a U.S. citizen in 2006, completing the full legal process, background checks, interviews, and the oath of allegiance. From that moment forward, her legal status has been the same as any natural-born American. The only way her citizenship could be revoked would be if there was concrete proof of fraud during her application, and there has never been any such evidence. No investigations are underway, no charges filed. Barron, born in 2006 in New York City, is a natural-born American under the 14th Amendment of the U.S. Constitution. The Constitution makes it clear, anyone born on U.S. soil is a citizen, regardless of their parents' immigration status. While debates about birthright citizenship continue in political circles, no court has ever overturned this interpretation. Though President Trump once signed an executive order directing agencies to review the 14th Amendment's application, executive orders cannot override the Constitution. After Melania's visit, public perception began to shift. Legal experts reminded people that online petitions hold no authority in determining immigration status. Political analysts suggested her appearance was a calculated move. She wasn't avoiding the issue, she was taking control of the response. Meanwhile, the White House remained silent. But that silence felt less like avoidance and more like strategic restraint. With one carefully staged appearance, Melania had made her point, without saying much. The silence was broken, but one massive question remained. Could Melania, Barron, or even her father-in-law be at real risk of deportation? The internet had spoken, but what did the law say? For days, social media buzzed with debates. Some claimed Melania had broken no laws. Others insisted her visa status deserved closer scrutiny. Barron stayed out of the public eye, but his name only grew louder. As the online outrage faded, people began to search for concrete answers, setting aside opinions in pursuit of truth. Melania had naturalized as a U.S. citizen in 2006, completing the full legal process, background checks, interviews, and the oath of allegiance. From that moment on, her legal status became equal to anyone born on U.S. soil. The only way her citizenship could be revoked would be through proven fraud in the application process. And no such evidence exists. There is no investigation. No charges. Barron, born in 2006 in New York City, is a natural-born U.S. citizen, protected under the Constitution's 14th Amendment. The Constitution is clear. Anyone born on U.S. soil is a citizen, regardless of their parents' immigration status. Although debates about birthright citizenship continue, no court has overturned that principle. Even though President Trump previously signed an executive order asking agencies to reevaluate the application of the 14th Amendment, executive orders cannot override the Constitution. That authority lies solely with the courts. And so far, no court has challenged Barron's right to citizenship. As for Melania's father, Victor Taves, his citizenship was granted legally through Melania's sponsorship. His paperwork is complete, and no government agency has flagged any issues. No investigations, no reviews. This viral petition may have been shared millions of times and stirred fierce political debates, but legally, it holds no weight. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, the Department of Justice, and Citizenship and Immigration Services have not acted. No charges have been filed, no case has been opened. Legal experts from all political sides agree. Melania Trump cannot be deported. Her citizenship is valid and secure. Without evidence of wrongdoing in the naturalization process, public calls for deportation remain political theater, not legal reality. To some Americans, that feels like a double standard. How can a government enforce strict immigration policies while seeming to shield its own family? To others, the petition raised deeper questions about how influence and privilege can shield individuals from scrutiny. But here is the legal truth. Melania and Barron Trump face no legal threat of deportation. Not because of their name or fame, but because the law protects them. Unless that law is changed through proper legal channels, this controversy will remain a conversation, not a case, and legally, it ends here. That's the bottom line. But if the law protects some and punishes others, what does that say about the system? Is justice truly part of the equation, or just something we mention when it's convenient? Share your thoughts in the comments below, and don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to the channel. If you enjoyed this video, make sure to click on the next one waiting for you on our page. As First Lady of the United States, Melania Trump brought to the White House a rare blend of elegance, glamour, and mystique. Her presence was not merely decorative, it was magnetic. With every step, she radiated poise, often wrapped in couture gowns and adorned with jewelry that shimmered like stardust. From solo escapes to lavish getaways and $174,000 a night hotels, Melania embraced the high life with effortless confidence, unapologetic in her pursuit of sophistication and style. But beyond the sparkle and the silk, Melania's allure lay in her silence, a quiet command of attention that needed no loud declarations. While some first ladies were defined by policy or public speeches, Melania became a symbol through presence alone. Her image, composed, serene, and at times unreadable, became a canvas for both admiration and scrutiny. Now she appears ready to reclaim that spotlight once more. And today, we invite you to step inside her fascinating world. Before we dive in, if you find this topic captivating, let us know with a like or a comment below. If it's not for you, feel free to pass. Either way, your voice matters. Now, back to Melania. During her first term as First Lady, Melania carved out a lifestyle that was at once seductive and unapologetically luxurious. Her fashion choices were more than just fabric and thread. They were statements, whispered through silk and satin. Each appearance sparked conversations. Was her wardrobe sending a message? Was it diplomacy by design? Some believed her clothing choices were subtle forms of communication, while others argued they were deliberate attempts to elevate the First Lady's brand into a modern-day style icon. What is undeniable, however, is that Melania created unforgettable fashion moments, particularly when she graced state events in breathtaking Chanel ensembles. Her elegance became her armor, even in the face of controversy. Who could forget the infamous Zara jacket that read, "I really don't care, do you?" during her visit to a migrant children's shelter in Texas? Or the high-heeled Manolo Blahniks she wore walking across the tarmac en route to Hurricane Harvey relief efforts? Or the colonial-style pith helmet during her African tour, an accessory many criticized as tone-deaf and historically insensitive? Yet through it all, Melania remained committed to her minimalist glamour. Her fashion was consistent: form-fitting gowns, tailored coats, jumpsuits that hugged her silhouette, and evening capes that flowed like a royal cloak. Her signature look almost always included pointed Louis Vuitton stilettos, oversized black sunglasses, and opera-length gloves. A combination that to many symbolized silent power and a uniquely feminine strength. Her wardrobe was often dominated by timeless tones, black and cream, though she occasionally ventured into shades of khaki, nude, or even bold splashes of crimson red, especially around Valentine's Day. Over 4 years in the White House, she experimented with various themes from military-inspired tailoring to equestrian elegance, but always circled back to a look that was dignified, elegant, and uniquely hers. This elegance drew frequent comparisons to Jacqueline Kennedy. The echoes were loudest on Inauguration Day when Melania stepped out in a powder blue cashmere Ralph Lauren suit with matching gloves and pumps, a direct nod to Jackie's iconic 1961 ensemble. That moment solidified Melania's place in American fashion history. From then on, she embraced vintage silhouettes, two-piece suits, mock turtlenecks, wide-leg trousers, and fitted cigarette pants in muted hues of pastel blue, blush pink, and pale gold, colors reminiscent of the soft palettes of the 1960s. On other occasions, she dazzled in cropped ATS trousers, always impeccably styled. Whether intentional or instinctual, her choices sent a clear message. Melania Trump was not merely playing the part of First Lady, she was redefining it, with elegance as her weapon and silence as her shield. Elegance and refinement were always at the core of Melania Trump's visual narrative, yet she also knew how to weave timeless beauty with modern grace. During an official visit to the United Kingdom, Melania captivated the world once again, channeling the classical charm of Jackie Kennedy in a $6,990 off-the-shoulder Grecian-style gown by J. Mendel. The pleated bodice and flowing silhouette framed her figure in a way that was both commanding and effortlessly graceful. A look that echoed the sophistication of a first lady who never failed to seize the moment. Melania's flair for fashion wasn't reserved for international stages alone. At home, she welcomed Colombian President Iván Duque Marquez and First Lady Maria Juliana Ruiz to the White House in an eye-catching display of her love for pink. Dressed in a vibrant $4,200 fuchsia Fendi coat, paired with elegant nude pumps, she exuded both warmth and power. On her final day as First Lady, she paid tribute to Jackie O once more, donning a classic Chanel two-piece suit, long leather gloves, and black accessories that whispered timeless glamour. As she ascended Air Force One that day, Melania exchanged her somber black suit for a bright orange 3700 Gucci dress, paired with Roger Vivier ATS heels, perfectly suited for a sun-soaked departure to Palm Beach. With every look, she curated conversation not only through elegance, but through subtle storytelling. Her wardrobe whispered power, heritage, and occasionally rebellion. Much of Melania's fashion legacy is indebted to her creative partnership with French designer Hervé Pierre. Their collaboration began with her inaugural gown and evolved into a close bond, mixing strategy with artistry. Pierre, who had worked with iconic fashion houses such as Oscar de la Renta and Carolina Herrera, became Melania's trusted stylist, curating looks that not only flattered her form, but also navigated the political landscape with grace. Pierre often shopped anonymously at elite retailers like Bergdorf Goodman, Saks Fifth Avenue, Michael Kors, and Dior in New York, ensuring absolute discretion. He went to great lengths to confirm that no one else had purchased the same outfits, protecting Melania's image from any overlap or imitation. This meticulous eye helped her wardrobe speak volumes. Always unique, always enigmatic. Well before the White House, Melania had already made her mark in the world of design. In the early 2010s, she launched a jewelry line on the QVC shopping network, offering necklaces, bracelets, rings, and more at accessible price points. The collection was a commercial success, often selling out quickly. Melania revealed in interviews that jewelry design was one of her lifelong passions, a natural extension of her love for architecture and style. She once shared with Jet Set magazine that she always followed her heart, and that her background in design helped spark creative ideas for every piece she crafted. With Donald Trump's support, Melania received praise not just for her beauty, but also for her vision. In an interview with the New York Times, Donald himself praised her impeccable taste and business savvy, encouraging her to fully explore her creative potential. But her luxury lifestyle wasn't only sewn into gowns or molded into gold-plated rings. Her legacy includes a breathtaking jewelry collection, some of her most treasured possessions. Through it all, Melania Trump crafted an image that blurred the line between First Lady and fashion royalty. A woman of grace, mystery, and enduring style. Among the glittering fragments of her lavish life, Melania's 25-carat diamond engagement ring stands out, valued at a staggering $1.5 million. Beyond fashion and jewels, Melania finds her deepest peace at the family's private resort, Mar-a-Lago, a property worth $18 million. While President Donald Trump often uses Mar-a-Lago for golf and entertaining powerful allies, for Melania, it is something far more personal, a family sanctuary, a cherished retreat. Sprawled across 20 acres of Atlantic coastline in Palm Beach, Florida, the estate offers a warmer, more intimate atmosphere than Trump's other grand properties, boasting tennis courts, croquet lawns, and a private beach club. Mar-a-Lago isn't just a jewel in the Trump family crown, it's the beating heart of their private world. Yet, despite its importance, Donald rarely leaves the estate, except for his frequent visits to his golf clubs. Melania Trump has carefully carved out her own space within Mar-a-Lago, choosing seclusion over spotlight. She spends most of her time there away from the public eye, surrounded by her beloved son and her parents, Victor and Imalija Knavs, who visit regularly during the holidays. During the Christmas season, she typically stays at Mar-a-Lago for about 3 weeks, only spending around 4 days in Washington. In March 2019, she took a surprise trip to Iraq to visit U.S. troops before returning to the estate to rest. She often enjoys brief holidays there on special occasions like Martin Luther King Jr. Day, Easter, and Thanksgiving. Much like every other facet of her life, Melania's travel habits are cloaked in privacy. She chooses long stays away from the White House, living on her own terms, unburdened by the political schedule of her husband. This independent rhythm became central to her identity as First Lady, a woman apart, elegant, and elusive. Melania's visit to Canada was no ordinary trip. It became a media sensation. As First Lady, her role intertwined with diplomacy and global events. The trip's focus, the Invictus Games, founded by Prince Harry, celebrating wounded and ill veterans. Her presence underscored U.S. support for veterans and aimed to strengthen diplomatic ties with Canada. But soon controversy struck. The hotel bill for her stay soared to $174,000, sparking debates over the necessity of such lavish spending. In October 2018, Melania embarked on a solo diplomatic tour of Africa, visiting Ghana, Malawi, Kenya, and Egypt. The trip focused on children's welfare and humanitarian efforts, aiming to promote goodwill in U.S. diplomacy in Africa. In Egypt, her stop in Cairo took her to the Giza pyramids and the Great Sphinx, where she paused to admire the grandeur of these ancient wonders. But once again, public focus shifted, this time to the expense. Federal records revealed her hotel stay at the Ramses Intercontinental Cairo cost $95,050. While as First Lady, she wasn't subject to the same scrutiny as elected officials. Melania remained unwavering in her pursuit of personal authenticity. She embraced her essence, radiating confidence, charm, and quiet strength. Melania Trump redefined what it meant to be First Lady from 2017 to 2021, an enigma of elegance. With each public appearance, she captivated onlookers with her grace and calm demeanor, creating a magnetic presence that left people wondering. Her silence on key issues only deepened the mystery surrounding her, fueling curiosity about her beliefs and her place within the Trump administration. But through her memoir, a clearer picture begins to emerge. Melania Trump remained as she had always been, an enigma wrapped in couture, a woman of few words but enduring impressions. She redefined the role of First Lady in her own way, not by changing the rules, but by mastering the art of silence in a world obsessed with noise, revealing a woman of profound belief and a voice that, though often unspoken, is laced with passion and resolve. Melania Trump emerged from the shadows, not with loud declarations, but with subtle power. Her stance on controversial topics, especially abortion rights, unveiled a complexity and emotional depth that defied her famously private demeanor. These layers are carefully peeled back in the pages of her memoirs, painting a portrait of a woman who balances public restraint with an intimate and quietly provocative force. This duality challenged conventional expectations of her time in the White House. One striking example, her vocal defense of abortion rights, a position that stood in stark contrast to the traditional conservative ideology long associated with her husband's political base. The Republican Party has historically maintained an anti-abortion stance, pushing legislation and policies that restrict access to reproductive health care. These views have crystallized in recent years with stringent abortion bans passed in GOP-led states, igniting national debates over women's rights. Yet within her own memoir, Melania offers a calm but firm alternative perspective, a deeply held belief in a woman's right to choose. It is a conviction she has carried throughout her life, a stance not only at odds with the Republican mainstream, but one that subtly pushes back against growing divisions within the Trump family itself. Notably, her viewpoint runs counter to Donald Trump's more extreme rhetoric. where he has often used harsh language to rally support from his conservative base. In contrast, Melania's words, measured, thoughtful, and compassionate, underscore the importance of autonomy and reproductive dignity. During her tenure as First Lady from 2017 to 2021, Melania launched the Be Best initiative, a campaign centered on child welfare, cyberbullying prevention, and the opioid crisis. With measured grace, she emphasized the importance of teaching children to engage with social media in a safe and constructive way. She recognized both the power and the potential harm of online platforms, and despite facing criticism, especially given her husband's often inflammatory use of Twitter, Melania remained unwavering in her mission. She acknowledged the skepticism her campaign received, but made it clear that public perception would not deter her from doing what she believed was right. Her dedication to combating cyberbullying remained strong, even as the contrast between her advocacy and her husband's behavior became impossible to ignore. Melania Trump's commitment to Be Best underscored her unwavering focus on child welfare and her personal resolve to address online cruelty. Despite the external noise, she remained rooted in purpose. When Melania embarked on her solo international tour to Africa, the world watched closely. The journey began in Ghana, a country rich in culture and history, but struggling with challenges in education and healthcare. The visit was a crucial part of her Be Best initiative, aimed at improving the lives of children worldwide. In Ghana, she was warmly greeted by local officials and enthusiastic children, waving flags and cheering her name. Her first stop was in the Greater Accra region, where she engaged with community leaders and visited local hospitals and schools, bringing both international attention and genuine care. At a hospital focused on maternal and newborn care, Melania Trump's visit was more than a diplomatic gesture. It was a window into the struggles Ghanaian mothers and children face daily. Supported by USAID, this hospital acts as a lifeline, delivering essential services often taken for granted in developed nations. Melania toured the Neonatal Intensive Care Unit, NICU, meeting healthcare workers and new mothers. She listened intently as doctors explained how USAID plays a vital role in providing training and resources to improve maternal and child health outcomes. Her presence underscored the importance. Beyond healthcare, education remained a core pillar of her Be Best initiative, reinforcing her commitment to enhancing children's lives worldwide. Melania visited a local school in Ghana, interacting with students and teachers, observing classroom activities, and discussing the successes and challenges within the education system. Her visit highlighted the transformative power of learning and its role in breaking cycles of poverty. She stressed the importance of education in fostering self-reliance and promoting economic development. Following her impactful stop in Ghana, Melania traveled to Malawi, a country facing serious educational challenges. There she visited Chapala Primary School, where USAID had implemented literacy programs and initiatives to improve school access. The school buzzed with anticipation as students eagerly awaited her arrival. Her presence underscored education's power to reduce poverty and empower children, bringing attention to the need for universal access to schooling. Melania spent time observing classroom lessons and engaged in conversations about the students' dreams and aspirations. She showed keen interest in how USAID's efforts were improving literacy and educational outcomes. Her interactions emphasized education as a cornerstone for self-sufficiency and economic progress. Her visit served as a powerful reminder of education's role in shaping not just young minds, but entire communities. As Donald Trump secured a second term as president, Melania, who had remained mostly silent during the campaign, finally issued a few ambiguous statements. These came months before the election, as Trump, a polarizing figure, launched his bid with the now familiar slogan, "Make America Great Again." His campaign was marked by controversy, divisive policies, and a fiercely loyal base. Throughout the campaign, Melania remained famously discreet, rarely appearing in public and often overshadowed by her husband's larger-than-life persona. But behind the scenes, she was said to wield quiet influence, shaping messaging and encouraging a more inclusive tone. As Election Day neared, energy surged. Polls predicted a tight race between Trump and his Democratic challenger. The media swirled with speculation, dissecting every word and move of the candidates. In this high-stakes atmosphere, Melania's silence became even more striking. On election night, as results rolled in, it became clear that Donald Trump was heading toward victory. Amid the frenzy, Melania stood calmly beside her husband, a serene contrast to the chaos unfolding around them. In the days that followed, attention shifted to the transition of power. Trump, now president-elect, began assembling his team and drafting an agenda. During this phase, Melania broke her silence with a cryptic social media post, speaking of unity, freedom, and prosperity. The post, published instantly across her accounts, gained widespread attention. Its vague language sparked varied interpretations. Some saw it as a call for national unity, urging Americans to look past differences. Others interpreted it as an endorsement of Trump's divisive policies. The ambiguity only deepened the mystery, prompting many to ask what Melania really meant. In the following days, Melania continued sharing cryptic messages, each one adding new layers to the unfolding narrative. One post showed an eagle soaring above the clouds with the caption, "Rise Above," hinting at themes of transcendence and resilience. Challenging another post that featured a serene landscape captioned, "A New Dawn," Melania Trump seemed to signal a new beginning. Her message was clear. She remains focused on personal growth and maintaining a positive outlook, regardless of the turbulence during her husband's presidency. At this moment, the strong and independent First Lady, who emerged in 2016, seemed to return with full force as Donald Trump re-entered the political spotlight. During her time as First Lady, Melania Trump often remained an enigmatic presence, especially in the early days of her husband's presidency. Choosing to stay in New York with her young son, Barron, she was notably absent from the White House for months, sparking questions about her commitment to a role so publicly embraced by her predecessors. Yet when she did arrive, Melania reclaimed her space as a First Lady of fashion, combining elegance with discreet boldness. Her affinity for stiletto heels, sparkling sequins, and high-end European designers made headlines. At 54, the Slovenian-born wife of Donald Trump carved a distinctive style path, boldly contrasting the more understated approaches of First Ladies like Michelle Obama and Joe Biden. Melania's wardrobe shattered traditional boundaries, replacing quiet refinement with daring modern flair. Each public appearance seemed like a deliberate challenge to expectations, reinforcing her bold confidence and establishing a visual legacy as striking as her attire. One of her most iconic moments came in 2018 when she wore a controversial Zara jacket during a visit to children separated from their families at the U.S.-Mexico border. In a private conversation with the hairstylist Lisa Talbot, Melania confided that she refused to compromise her personal style, even as First Lady. Lisa noted that Melania's fashion sense was unapologetically unique, never afraid to express herself or challenge conventions. Even now, with the potential of returning to the White House, Melania remains resolute in her style choices. Lisa added that Melania's fashion approach was bold, deliberate, and often controversial, making her style unforgettable and a frequent topic of media buzz. Mary Shanklin, in her book American Castle, wrote that after Trump left the White House in January 2021, Mar-a-Lago transformed again, this time into the permanent residence of Donald and Melania Trump. The couple's first public reappearance together came 2 months later, during a Halloween party at the estate. Their last sighting together had been during the Easter event on April 9th. Shanklin described how Melania experimented with elements adopted by her predecessors at the 17-acre estate, steeped in the influence of Donald Trump's former wives, Ivana and Marla Maples. Melania attempted to balance her roles in social life, business, and motherhood. It's said she spent her summers in New York and continued to live in Trump Tower in Manhattan, even after becoming First Lady, allowing Barron to finish his school year before moving to the White House in June 2017. Shanklin explained that Melania couldn't make major changes to Mar-a-Lago due to historic agreements Donald Trump had made, converting the estate into a members-only club to avoid tax burdens and create new revenue streams. Instead of renovations, Melania left her mark subtly, through choices in color, floral arrangements, and lighting, echoing her roots as a former model. Though Mar-a-Lago was transformed into a hotel-style club with lounges and member-only amenities, the Trump family still retained a private residential area within the estate. When asked about Donald Trump's presidency, Melania declared she would be a very traditional First Lady, drawing comparisons to figures like Betty Ford or Jackie Kennedy. In a 1999 interview with the New York Times, Melania expressed full support for her then-boyfriend, saying she would always stand by his side. But once in the political spotlight, she redefined expectations. With her iconic heels and poised demeanor, Melania proved she was anything but traditional. Some of her most raw and controversial moments include being secretly recorded venting frustration about criticisms over family separation policies, saying, "They should give me a fing break." Another was the uproar over the jacket with the words, "I really don't care, do you?" A moment that remains etched in public memory. During her visit to the U.S.-Mexico border, Melania Trump's stoic demeanor once again sparked debate. Her iconic olive jacket reading, "I really don't care, do you?" became a lightning rod, hailed by some as brutally honest and condemned by others as tone-deaf. As her time in the White House drew to a close, Melania left with what was reported to be the lowest approval rating of any modern First Lady. Quiet, elegant, and often elusive, she defied the warmth and accessibility that Americans had come to expect from their First Ladies. But as Melania Trump prepares for a possible return to the East Wing, reports suggest she is planning to reshape the role in ways never seen before. She is expected to become America's first part-time First Lady, a groundbreaking shift in one of the nation's most traditional, unspoken roles. In a rare interview with Fox News, Melania remarked, "This time it's different." She explained that experience has given her a deeper understanding of the platform and emphasized that every First Lady should be free to define the role in a way that aligns with her own values. After all, the position of First Lady is not mentioned in the U.S. Constitution. For over 237 years, it has existed in a gray area, neither elected nor formally defined, yet highly visible. Melania's choice to challenge those traditional expectations is not just personal, it's political. According to author Tammy Vigil, quoted by The Telegraph, "The role of the First Lady is entirely shaped by public expectations. That means redefining it is a powerful statement. First Ladies are often viewed as idealized reflections of American womanhood. Melania's cool, distant persona disrupted that narrative, and now she may intentionally rewrite it. Reports suggest she may continue to attend traditional women's teas and ceremonial events, but decline most interviews, maintaining a reserved presence. But this time, sources say, she's returning with new energy, a deeper sense of purpose, and perhaps a more personal connection to the people she represents. Her quiet resolve, once mistaken for detachment, now feels like intentional grace. A new Melania may be emerging, one who has learned from her past and steps forward not in the shadow of her husband, but in her own quiet light. With open arms and a calm determination, Melania's goal seems unmistakably clear: to connect more deeply, to serve more intimately, and to leave a quiet, lasting mark on the hearts of those she touches. Thank you for watching today's episode. Melania Trump remains one of the most mysterious and fascinating figures of modern political life. Could she truly redefine what it means to be First Lady? Let us know your thoughts in the comments below. Do you have any predictions for what Melania might do next? Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with friends and family. We'll see you in the next story. Melania Trump is unlike anyone else. She has a name and status known worldwide, but she is far more than what meets the eye. Her journey to greatness was smooth until it collided with criticism, just as many First Ladies before her have faced. Yet Melania Trump exuded confidence and left her mark no matter what crossed her path. She actively supported the future of children and always stood firm to inspire others to be the best version of themselves. To her, values are bonds, and you should do what you say. She was never your average First Lady. Lively and distinct from her predecessors, Melania brought her own uniqueness, from speaking 6 languages to being a successful businesswoman and former model. There is so much more to our former First Lady that deserves admiration. "This is not how we will live forever," she once said, an urgent call for change. Over the past 4 years, Melania Trump has become an icon in many ways. Born Melania Knaus, later Germanized to Melania Knaus, on April 26, 1970, she hailed from a small town called Novo Mesto in Slovenia, where she spent most of her childhood and teenage years. Her father, Victor Knopfs, worked as a car and motorcycle dealer for a state-owned vehicle manufacturer, while her mother, Melania Trump, poured her talents into the textile industry as a children's clothing designer. Melania grew up with her younger sister and a half-brother. Though she had a relatively normal childhood, things shifted when she showed early interest in modeling. She began modeling at just 5 years old, though she didn't pursue it full-time until the age of 16. Her family eventually moved from Novo Mesto to Sevnica, where she attended a high school for design and later studied architecture and design at the University of Ljubljana. She continued for a year before deciding to model full-time. Her first major shoot was with Slovenian photographer Stane Jurko, who described their encounter on the Today Show. On the stairs of the festival hall, I saw a girl who immediately caught my attention. She was tall, slim, elegant, with long hair and piercing eyes. She was immediately impressive. In 1992, she was named runner-up in Jana magazine's Look of the Year contest in Ljubljana, promising her an international modeling contract. She went on to appear in men's magazines like Max, France, GQ, Vanity Fair, Harper's Bazaar, Sports Illustrated, and walked for major fashion houses in Paris and Milan. She was, and remains, a radiant star, someone self-made like many of us. But she didn't stop there. In 2010, she launched her own jewelry line, Melania Timepieces, and skincare collection, Melania Marks. She became a businesswoman, skills she learned from her parents. She even credited her mother for instilling fashion in her veins. But the model and entrepreneur story didn't end there. She met Donald Trump, the man she would later marry in January 2005. They first met in September 1998 at a party and began dating while he was in the process of divorcing his then-wife Marla Maples. They appeared together during his brief campaign for the Reform Party's 2000 presidential nomination. And after he won the 2016 presidential election, she became only the second First Lady born outside the United States. Through it all, Melania remained Donald Trump's strongest supporter. Then, and even now. When asked by the New York Times how she felt about this, she simply replied, "It's great. I will be very traditional like Betty Ford or Jackie Kennedy." Although at first, she expressed anxiety and disappointment about her image and role as First Lady, Melania took the time to prepare both herself and her son for the transition. She delayed moving into the White House after learning that her husband had won, playing a minimal role throughout the campaign. Yet she was still delighted to be in such a position. The Washington Post noted that the delay was partly to allow their 10-year-old son, Barron William Trump, to finish his 2016 school year at Columbia Grammar and Preparatory School before taking on a new chapter of life. Her transition into the new role was met with mixed reactions, as she was so different from previous First Ladies. Few editors dared put her on magazine covers. And while news outlets focused attention on the president and his administration, Melania was a separate story in the media landscape. The Washington Post stated she was criticized for seeming uninterested and uninvolved at the beginning of her tenure in the White House, but she carried on with quiet strength. She became only the second foreign-born First Lady in U.S. history, and she remained composed as she pursued meaningful goals. In May 2018, Melania launched the Be Best campaign, focusing on youth wellness and fighting online bullying and substance abuse. "I am very excited to announce the Be Best initiative," she said at its launch, an awareness campaign supported by a booklet promoting positive behavior and safe practices. She used her free time to visit hospitalized children and local students. She spent Valentine's Day at the Children's Inn, at the National Institutes of Health, and at Cincinnati Children's Hospital. She celebrated Easter at St. Mary's Medical Center in Palm Beach. In each gesture, she radiated quiet love and attention to those often overlooked. During a Vatican visit to the Bambino Gesù Pediatric Hospital, she met a young boy awaiting a heart transplant. When she heard he had received the heart, she issued a rare press statement. "My heart is filled with joy." Amid the opioid crisis, Melania used her platform to raise awareness about its devastating impact on newborns and pregnant mothers. She visited Lily's Place, a nonprofit recovery center for infants affected by opioid withdrawal. There, she supported creating safer environments for the most vulnerable. While critics debated her silence, Melania's actions quietly spoke volumes. She didn't need to shout. She simply showed up again and again. Although a household name, a model, and a contributor to society, Melania Trump is also a devoted mother, one who sees America as her extended family. Her dedication to children's well-being has taken her far beyond the walls of the White House, across classrooms and continents. From local schools to international initiatives, Melania continued her outreach with purpose. She attended the Viking Huddle class at Orchard Lake Middle School in Michigan, where students focused on emotional development. Overseas, she visited the American International School in Saudi Arabia, joining a calligraphy session alongside Education Minister Ahmed El-Issa. Her compassion wasn't just symbolic, it was personal. During a 2018 visit to Japan, Melania joined children at the Kyobashi Tsukiji Elementary School. Later, she made a solo trip through 4 African nations, Ghana, Malawi, Kenya, and Egypt, where she focused on child conservation and family support. In 2019, Melania visited a hospital in El Paso, Texas to console 23 wounded individuals after a mass shooting. She met with survivors' families, hospital staff, and first responders. Returning to Washington, she confronted the U.S.-Mexico border policy that separated children from their families. In an emotional BBC News interview, Melania expressed deep sorrow over the separation of families and called for immigration reform. "I hate to see children taken away from their parents," she said firmly, urging leaders to pursue real change. That emotional appeal sparked another journey, this time to New Hope Children's Shelter in Texas on March 20th, 2018. There she engaged directly with doctors, healthcare workers, social workers, and specialists, seeking real solutions for the vulnerable children. Melania also organized a meeting at the White House with policy executives from major tech companies, Amazon, Facebook, Google, Snap, and Twitter. Her goal? Tackling the growing dangers of online harassment and improving digital safety, especially for children. At another event on modern technology's impact on youth, she admitted candidly, "I know people question my involvement, but I will not stop doing what I know is right." That night, her message was clear: integrity above image, courage over comfort. On April 23rd, she made headlines again by calling for the removal of Deputy National Security Advisor Mira Ricardel. It was seen as unprecedented, a First Lady influencing high-level staffing decisions. But Melania wasn't interested in playing silent. When something needed to be done, she did it. Still, amidst all this public intensity, Melania quietly battled her own storms. In 2018, she underwent a procedure for a benign kidney condition. Though minor, the embolization required strength and resilience, qualities Melania had long mastered. Then, in 2020, both she and President Donald Trump tested positive for COVID-19. Together, they entered quarantine and recovery, a time that showed the world even first families are not immune to crisis. Melania faced it with the same quiet determination she had always shown. Melania Trump may not speak often, but when she does, the world listens. And when she acts, she leaves a mark no storm can erase. Melania stated that she only experienced mild symptoms, but overall, she remained optimistic. To become a symbol of the future also meant giving of herself fully, despite personal costs. She proved her determination by never letting any setback stop her from fulfilling her duty to the nation. Through her acts of kindness and inspiring character, she became only the second woman in 28 years to be honored with the Women of Distinction Award by Palm Beach Atlantic University on March 8, 2018. That same day, she hosted her first White House event, a luncheon in celebration of International Women's Day, where she addressed women from diverse backgrounds, sharing her life as an immigrant and encouraging them to work toward gender equality both at home and abroad. There's no doubt Melania Trump is a gem to the very end, but never forget, she is also human. She may stumble, but she always brushes herself off, straightens her coat, and walks forward with grace. It's these resilient and inspiring traits that allow her to shine with an effortless light. Melania continues to champion the Be Best campaign with unwavering dedication and never loses sight of her purpose. And truthfully, none of this is possible without the kind of emotional investment she has shown and continues to show in her role. As their time in the White House drew to a close, Melania began decorating for their final Christmas there. According to USA Today, she planned to shift her focus more toward her family and her son, helping them navigate this time of transition. Meanwhile, her husband hinted at possibly entering the media world with a Trump-branded television network after his presidency, something dubbed Trump TV. There have even been whispers about Melania writing a book of her own, just as Michelle Obama and Nancy Reagan once did. Despite everything, she still aspires to be a role model for children everywhere and to inspire women in the fullest sense. Doing so isn't easy, and certainly not without sacrifice. Doing the right thing often comes with a price, and our First Lady has paid that price. The year 2020 was filled with highs and lows, but through it all, we are grateful for her service and wish her only the best in whatever comes next. What do you think is next in Melania Trump's journey? Let us know in the comments, and don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe to American Adventure for more incredible stories.